All right, Simon.
It wasn't so lashon hara. Ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. The last place we learned inside, at least that I learned inside it here, is Perek Reish Ayin. Reish Samach Tes Reish Ayin. So let me just create a short summary here. Interface is, of course, the operative word. But more specifically, the Rebbe Rashab is struggling here with explaining ultimately the biggest challenge of all, and that is, how do you sublimate the yesh? We all know what a yesh is, right? That's easy. The yesh is the Chassidish word for the self, the conscious self, the ego, the sense of self-interest, egocentrism, which spills over and can become narcissism and selfishness, which be'etzim is the root, essentially is the root of all evil. Because if you didn't have a sense of self, you've always felt connected to everybody, you couldn't hurt anybody else. The fact that you sense yourself first, when you wake up in the morning and you need to think about somebody else, is already and subtly the root of all problems. According to Chassidus, that began because the Eibishter created that Tzimtzum. He concealed his presence. He concealed the integral unity that connects us all and connects all of existence. And therefore, each of us is a yesh in its own right. But the challenge is to refine this personality, this individuality, not to annihilate it. That's the beauty of Yiddishkeit, Judaism, Chassidus. We're not talking about annihilating the yesh and destroying your individuality and destroying that sense of self. As a matter of fact, halacha says chayecha koidmin, which means that if there's an option and you're with another person, then you have to first take care of your life. However, obviously the goal here is not to be selfish, but it means there is a value in the self. So the question, the challenge is, how do you sublimate and how do you refine the self? And that's what, in simple English, is the whole process of what the Shem Ma does. Ma is bittul. Chachma is the words kayach ma. So the process, the spiritual and psychological process of how you refine the material sense of self, which is the nature of all matter, me, is through a process that's called to be moved, the bittul that comes through ma. And the way he explains it here is that it comes through wisdom, through intelligence. The fact that we're intelligent creatures, and specifically chachma, the mind has the ability to touch and reach a place that's more than selfish. So if you were only bali midas, if we were only emotional creatures, then we'd have to be driven by no different than the animal in the wild. Each has our script written for us. There's no way you can not think about yourself. When an animal is hungry, it goes hunting. There's no such thing as discipline. And for an animal, actually, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's not a bad thing. That's the way God created the world. But a human being, we were created in the divine image, as you come into with Tzelem Elokim. So here we have the element of Meichen. So basically the unique thing that makes a human different than anything else in this universe is the ability to control impulses. Or better put, to channel and discipline the impulses. Impulses are midas, emotions. So the process of how a person comes from being untamed, raw yesh, to become somewhat of a mensch, and elevate in their own personal refinement and evolution, is through meichen, the mind. And the way that Rebbe Rashab explains it is because the mind is the channel that actually channels that divine element, the Ein Sof, the divine into existence. Which is the whole process of how Chachmas, the unconscious mind and the conscious mind are intermediaries, interfaces between that divine place. So, to explain a little more in the language of Chassidus, Lifnei HaTzimtzum, before the whole concealment, all that existed was light and energy. And as such, there was no room for diversity, there was no room for any individuality, and so on. The Tzimtzum concealed that divine unity, left each of us, or allowed the space for individuality to emerge, which ultimately becomes each creature on this earth. But there's a thin line, which will be the kav, or the different ways that brings the truth and the bittul of the Ein Sof, of Ein Sof, into our existence. And that's the key interface. So it doesn't destroy us, but it also doesn't let us be just comfortable on our own. It creates ability to move from here to there. So that's the whole process that we've been discussing in the last, I would say, 50 pages of how the difference between Toyu and Tikkun are really just, Toyu is just the archetype, or the symbol of an untamed universe. It's a world where there's all the energies are very, very much into themselves. It's not a evil universe, because there's no evil there. But it's basically everything is, like you said, the main difference between Toyu and Tikkun is, number one is that Toyu, they don't tolerate each other. And number two, they don't work with each other.
Tanya says that use the word kodesh or holy for Toyu.
Yeah, Toyu is a holy world. It's a world that's created by God. It's just that its role is really, it's almost like a contrast to what it's supposed to be like. It's where there's and Tikkun is the repair of these two elements. Number one, the repair of that there's tolerance, which again, what does tolerance mean? That one yes does not contradict the next, and they tolerate each other, so there's a weakening of their intensity, so to speak. And number two, which is the main point, is that they begin to work with each other. There's real cooperation to the point of complete symbiosis, where they need each other to the point they become mamish like one. Kul echad. And that.
Question? I'm sorry, a little bit off the topic, but on the topic. If you had to tell a child in a minute or less, what is Ayin Beis about? What would you say?
As simple as possible?
Yeah, simple as possible.
I would say that it's for you and me to find a way to become a little less selfish and more giving.
Or connect
The
with
simplest
Eibush.
way.
How to connect with it?
Yeah, okay, you want to use the word Eibush, yeah.
Whatever you define Chassidus as, you define Ayin Beis.
No, because
You
he's
can, but the context, especially of the overall, yeah, you see, a child is not going to relate to the idea, the philosophical need for an interface between the divine and existence, because
No,
the child
not-
doesn't understand existence. We got that problem. A child is much more divine than Chatchila. They don't have that.
not understand the interface, but to like you tell him that Eibush to create a world, right? And you, as a human being, you have to
You
retrace.
asked me
like
the
you
way
say.
I would put it,
Yeah.
I wouldn't use those words at all. I would use very simple.
Yeah.
You and I were selfish people. When you have a toy, and you're playing, all you want is to do it yourself, and you want to take. As soon as you share with someone else, and you're not just about yourself, you're doing what Ayin Beis asks you to do. I mean, that's how I would do it.
What Ayin Beis asks you to do, yeah.
Well,
but I'm saying,
yeah, but I think what Ayin Beis teaches, I mean, remember, especially the last brakim here, Toyu is the classic child, is the immature child that is a genius.
okay, that makes sense.
Don't put it like
Talking
that.
specifically this concept that we've been talking in Toyu.
Well, no, the whole Ayin Beis, listen, there's a lot of...
No, he's making a presentation for kids on Ayin Beis. The Nekuda.
Ayin Beis is basically the Chassidus teaching us the secrets of how you take a selfish existence and turn it into a selfless one. I mean, that would be one way. It's not the only way by no means is that the only way. You asked me the question, the short, that's be my synopsis. There's 100 ways to say it. But let's go back to here. So now this sublimation of how ma, which is bittul, ma, and affects and refines the yesh, which is really ban. Ban is gematria behem and ma is gematria adam. So it's like how the human, the mind, refines the emotions, the impulses, which on their own are just self-oriented. So, as I said, wisdom is the key interface, and in wisdom, chachma, especially chachma, not just bina, chachma has that sense of awe. When you sense the wonder, the pella, that's in aleph is chachma. When you sense the wonder that's in chachma, you're essentially opening the door between that higher place that creates humility and you. So if we had no wisdom, we wouldn't have that sense. We would just be, again, back self-contained, like there's like a glass ceiling, never able to get out of our existence. Wisdom opens you up. Even the simple curiosity. When someone's curious to know something that they don't know, it already means you're going out of yourself to go find out something else. Which means that you know that you're ignorant or you're not so informed. And then when you experience that new thing, it creates a spilus, a sense of awe, pella, as he said, the hafla. Okay. So there's the whole process of how that takes place. Now, where we're leading into, with this all like, we're up to now is the Rebbe Rashab takes it now to explain it more, I would say, in the source, and also how it plays itself out in human interaction. So that's where we began the whole concept. Where does this ma come from? So the key is that ma comes in Kabbalistic terms from the metzach, the forehead of Ak. Now, why is this so critical? Let's get beyond the Kabbalah of it. Is because Ak is simply the Kabbalistic term for the quintessential human being. When it says we're created in the divine image, what is the divine image? That's Adam Kadmon. The divine image, in its purest form, is called a primordial man. So Ak has in it everything that we have, but Ak is in its root. It's like the human being before it took shape and form as we know it in Elam Hazan. It's even the root of Adam Arishon. What we know, Adam Arishon was still, he was Yitzir Kappa Shal Kadosh Baruch Hu. He was shaped by God. God took a piece of earth, put it into, imbued a soul into it. But the source of Adam Arishon is Adam Kadmon. So Adam Kadmon is the so-called the quintessential, I guess, the archetype of the human. But when I say human, let's not define, it doesn't mean human in a material sense. It means the structure of the human being. So every part of our body is a reflection of Ak. So Metzach, we have a forehead. It means because in the spiritual realm there's that forehead. So Shem Ma is rooted in that forehead. And where's the Yesh come from, so to speak? Or not the Yesh, the lack of discipline of Toyu comes from Shem Sag. That's from the Ezen Chetem Peh, the ears, the nose and the mouth, the havolim, what we call the cavities, the channels, however we just translated it, of Ak. Yeah. And to understand these two, see here, remember, Ayin Beis, besides that this Malbish explains everything in Seichel, it's also rooted and very much grounded in Kabbalah. And the Rebbe Rashab is showing that. He could have, you could say, well, why not just skip the Eitz Chaim? What do you need to have it? But he wants to show how fundamental it is. This is, first of all, you see how Chassidus is so rooted in sources that go all the way back from the beginning. It's not like, and secondly, it's also for someone who really wants the whole picture. You get the picture on all levels, in the spiritual realms, in the lower realms. So to explain this in Seichel, if you read the Eitz Chaim itself, you completely don't know what it means. It says literally that. Sag is from Ezen Chetem Peh of Ak. Ma HaChodesh comes from Ab in Etzem in Ak. And then that's it. There's nothing more said. There's nothing more said in Eitz Chaim. Here's pages and pages to explain that in the context of what we're going back in the sublimating of the Yesh. So how he explains it is essentially chooses the two called human processes, I guess. One is what's the Metzach would be the forehead, how that expresses the depth of the inner person. Actually begins the other way. And how speech, hevel hapeh, he mostly focus on speaking and hearing. That reflects also the inner dimension of the person. So essentially what the chapters from, where that begins is, just to sum up, I'm going to just sum it up and then I'll sum up the last chapters and then we'll see, it goes like this. So right now, chapter 263, Reish Samach Gimel, starts, Kol inyan hatikun, hein tikun ha'eres v'hen tikun ha'kelma, kol nasa adei Shem ha'chodesh, ha'yetz v'mitzchadak. That's why this is so critical. Because this whole tikkun, I mean, in Lamaila, the tikkun is, Elam HaTikkun repairs the imbalance of Toyu. So Toyu is intolerance and lack of interaction, lack of mashpia makav, lack of give and take. That whole that tikkun all happens through Shema. Shema is the Shema bittul, basically.
Did you get this business of Ma and Ma Chodesh? What's the difference?
No, we're gonna get there. He's gonna, yeah. It's very. I'm gonna get there.
It's later. Only it's
No,
brought
it's
several times.
It's in these chapters that we're up to now.
Okay.
A second. Yeah. So it goes like this. So to understand, so that's why he goes through these chapters, Reish Samach Gimel, all the way till Reish Ayin, basically, is the discussion of the difference. Let's sum it up a kitzur. It comes down to like this. I think it's very critical because it'll make a little order here. There's the regular human interactions that we'll come from Chetzenius of Ak, which means, just regular human actions without any depth, superficial life. superficial life comes from Seder. Basically, how Seder Ishtalshus is when we're born, without any Aveda, without any efforts. So what do we have? We have a world, we have human beings, and we interact with each other. There's not any unique depth to it. However, because we want to change the world, we don't want to keep a world just the way it is stable, you want to elevate it. So the Eibishter gave us, implanted in us, our tools to reach deeper. Now, there are two key tools that he's discussing here. One is the tool of speech and communication. Another is the tool of what we see, the things we experience through sight. And the key two differences. Both of them go deeper than the superficial. It's a critical point. Because superficial is just the surface level. Both go deeper. So when a person speaks, so he explains real speaking, speaks from his heart. We give the examples, davening or learning. But let's talk Dvar Mayetzim and Alev. That's really not superficial anymore. That means I'm reaching deeper inside me, or you're reaching deeper inside you to speak what you really feel. And that reveals a depth within me, and that in turn, you experience something deeper from me than you're experiencing a superficial experience. So that's Hevel HaDibur. That is the example or the explanation of what Toyu is ultimately going to evolve from. So it has a Maila and has a Chsad. What's the Maila of this Hevel HaDibur? The Maila is definitely deeper. It's integrated because you can understand what someone says. But at the end of the day, it's still speech. It's not physical matter. It's still words of speech that are more subtle. In contrast, there's the Metzach experience. When you see somebody, like a Melech or a Rab, or you see their face glowing. So what are you seeing? What is that? That's also a revelation from a deeper part of them. It's also definitely not superficial. But it's a completely different type of experience. It's also from a deeper part. And here also both extreme. It's deeper than what speech reveals. However, it's much harder to integrate and relate to. Because when you look at somebody and you see the glow, you see definitely something very profound, but you can't explain it. You don't understand it. You don't even know necessarily what's going on inside of them. The person is speaking to you from their heart, you at least understand words. There's something that you can relate to. So the explanation with the Metzach is that it's more etzem. It's more essential of the person. It's a relation from a much deeper part, the etzem of Ak, as he's going to put it. But it is not in a way that you can relate to. It also has an element that's different than deeper, that's also more megushim. Because you actually see a glow on a face. When you hear someone speak, as much as it touches you, it's still a ruchnistic experience. It's still a subtle thing. It has not permeated matter. And these two differences are critical in the whole process here. In this interface, because for Shema to be effective, the way it is in Tikkun, it requires not just that you relate to the depth of the divine, but you have to also relate to it on a matter level, because your yesh is matter. You have to touch the physical, and Riyah, sight, and Metzach has some physical dimension to it. The second thing is you want it to be a deeper experience, because you need to reach much deeper in order to change so-called the yeshus of the ego of existence. So Hevel HaPeh is definitely, speaking is a profound experience. So Toyu, as he explains, is definitely a very deep experience because Toyu is intense energy. But Toyu ultimately, because it's not an etzem, it ultimately does not have the ability to create the the iskalus, the relationship that is in Tikkun. Now the truth is that Rebbe Rashab does not elaborate a lot about how the chaos of Toyu is a result of the Hevel HaDibur, but basically this means an explanation. Essentially what he's saying is, you know what, I'll do that in a minute. Let's just go now through a summary of the chapters. So if you were to go through the chapters, basically chapter 263 lays out the Metzach, the difference, distinction between, I'm just going very quickly chapter by chapter. 263 lays out essentially that the whole tikkun comes through the Metzach Shema, the forehead, and then a distinction where same sag of Toyu comes from the Hevel HaPeh, which is speech. It begins to explain in 263 what speech is, the two sides of it that it reaches deeper in. In chapter 264, he goes the other way. He goes to the Metzach. It's all the chapter on the forehead, so you can call it the forehead chapter. 265. is the downside of the Metzach, because ultimately it's a physical, it's the skin and flesh of the body, so it doesn't, ultimately you can't really relate to it, and it's not as revealed, it's concealed. Chapter 266 is the comparison. How each of them have a mile over the other, which I summed up, but I'll say it again in different aces, because it leads to a few more additional words that he adds as it goes along. Remember, it develops as it goes. There's a lot of the themes keep going back and forth, because as you know, here it's still speaking and seeing the forehead. Then he goes into Riyah and Shmiyah, seeing and hearing, which has similarities, but it's two different faculties. So the differences here, he begins as like the Metzach is you see the essence of something, but as he explains, it comes in a way that is b'derech dilug. B'derech dilug means that when you hear someone speak, the flow is there. Someone speaks from their heart, it enters your heart, and it communicates. When you see a Metzach, you see something very profound, but it's not coming to you in a seamless way that, from there you naturally flow into understanding the person. So what you're getting really is something that is going, as he says, the different words that he uses is dilug, muhus lemuhus, nisalam. I'm just explaining what these words are. And what happens is there's a concealment going on here. Because you see an etzem, but it's like seeing something, but you have no relationship with it.
Metzach has to be a special person with a glow. I mean, it can't be an ordinary.
Any person who has
To a certain extent,
a person,
everybody
a person has good news, and you see a face glow. Any glow on a face that's reflective of something, good news, a simcha, a new piece of wisdom. I mean,
You gave the example of the king, right? You gave the example of the king.
Yeah. Listen, there's the classic Gemara where the guy comes into town of Yehuda, and his face is glowing. So they're going there, the different people, they all try to understand what it's glowing from. One says he must have lent somebody, money on high interest. So he has simcha. Another because he must have eaten a good piece of flesh, a good piece of meat. A third one, everyone had their opinion based on what they would make them glow. And then they asked him, so what's the reasons? He said, because he found them Tesefta Chadata. He found a new manuscript, a new Tesefta. So the glow is there, but nevertheless, the bottom line is that these are all tools that allow us to see a deeper reality. In other words, this is not an airtight, locked, selfish existence.
It could be a lack of a glow also, like by Yosef and the son. I mean, could you see a person as, I'm just saying that.
What was that?
Where's their
A
lack of glow?
a lack of glow. It's
Oh,
saying
okay.
there's a lack of a
Yeah,
glow.
okay,
The
that's
person
true.
also has a-
Okay, but the Rebbe that doesn't even refer to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, first of all, it's negative, and obviously, you can
Yeah.
see pain on someone's face.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, when you say that the windows are the eyes of the soul, and the face ponim is a reflection of Primius, essentially what the Eibishter did was he created the human being in the divine image and gave us actual physical tools to look deeper into existence. And that's through, and here is using these two ways. Now, the distinction between, so in chapter 266, basically, it's the comparison of the two. So Dibur, let's define it, is more gili, more revealed, more integrated, more comprehensible, but it's not the etzem. It's not so much the essence of the person. And on the other hand, the reflection on the forehead, the glow, is more etzem, but less integrated, not comprehensible, and comes through a jump or some type of. You need some paradigm. It's like a shift. You're not getting it just a flowing glow. Now, of course, if you want to have a scenario where it all works perfectly, if you have a teacher who's glow and he's explaining what he's teaching, and you hear the words and the glow, and he doesn't use this example. There, you can have an example where you have the best of both worlds. So you have everything. You see the teacher's face, which has that mila, has that power, that's advantage, and but okay. Then he moves on to page up to now 267 again, 267. There he brings to explain this. He brings it now into Riyah and Shmiyah, hearing and seeing. So even though hearing and seeing are not exactly the same two things, because now we're talking about seeing, we're not even talking about the face anymore. Just in general, what you see. So another two so-called windows between our reality and a deeper reality is hearing and seeing. And that has similarities. And that has similarities to the two things of the Metzach and so on. Remember, the key theme here is, one second, the key theme is that Shema comes from the forehead and Shem Sa comes from the speech, the mouth. So remember, so he can't begin with Riyah Shmiya because there's no connection. It has to connect to the Metzach and the Hevel HaPeh. But to understand those two explains it even further into our ability to see and to hear things. So here it's an analysis of the difference when you see something and you hear something, which has very close similarities.
No, I think we previously said that when we get to the orifices of the nose and the peh and the ear, the hearing is on that cap.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. He doesn't say it clearly. You know, in a very an apparent way, he talks about hevel hapeh, eisen chetem peh, and not so much the eisen and ochetem for sure not. You could technically say peh and eisen are connected. This one speaks, this one hears, but he's talking about peh because that's because you know the way you communicate with the peh. But you could say that he himself. That Rebbe Rashab doesn't. I don't see him saying exactly that. Now he's talking about the eisen. If he said it, it would be maybe geschmacked. But it really comes down to even without that. Riyah Shmiya is very.
One is peh, one is eisen.
In a Chanami, but I'm talking about how he explains it specifically. It's more specific to peh. Anyway, so now the difference between seeing and hearing. So we know seeing is believing. There's no the truth of something. When you see something, is undeniable. Hearing never has that power.
So sin is not believing.
Huh?
Sin is beyond believing, better than believing.
Yeah, no, I mean to say, see, believe that when you see something, it becomes. I don't mean belief as an amunah. I meant to say, see something. It's like it becomes reality. Reality. That doesn't mean you understood what you saw. That doesn't mean you integrated. It doesn't mean you can explain what you saw. It just means that there's an experience. Because it touches the etzem of something. And Riyah also has like the Metzach. You see the geshem of something. You actually see the object. The two opinions of how Riyah works. You know, whether it's you seeing the object or it's seeing the reflection of the object inside of you. But either way, it's something that's more matter. Hearing, on the other hand, you don't hear physical things. You can't say, I heard the table. You hear the sound of something. So therefore it's more spiritual and therefore also more integrated. So Riyah is the thing, is with the jump. But you get something of the etzem and shmi, and you really need both. So it's not about which one is better. Ultimately, they're both critical relationships. That's why we have both tools. That's why by Matan Torah you have Riyah and shmi. You need both in the full experience. So basically, that's the difference between Riyah. So Riyah is Riyah Samohus, and he speaks about an Aveda and what it means in Aveda and how it affects us when you're in this abundance and you're like seeing the divine Kayach Ein Sof in the creation and so on. Then in Perek 268, he explains, here he goes, essentially what I said earlier, that both Riyah and Shmiya are a bridge between the outside world and you. But the difference is the different type of bridges. So it's continuing elaboration of the difference between Riyah and Shmiya. Here's where he actually brings the two opinions of how you see. Bir Rishon, Bir Sheni. In Aveda, it's basically when you see the outside of you, it's more unrefined, but it's the beginning of sublimating something. And when you see it inside of you, it's much more refined in Riyah itself. Now, to go back to the concept of the Bitl Hayesh, remember the idea that we're talking about the interface. How do you turn a yesh into something more spiritual? Riyah and Shmiya are good examples, because even though they're not a Veda per se, but even on a physical level, what's happening is when you see something, you're already taking the matter and it's becoming something that's more subtle when you see it. And when you hear something, the same thing is true. So there are examples also of how a refinement takes place. How something, if you want, a simple example would be is when you go out to the Gemara says the difference between a husband and wife. The husband goes to the field and he does the hard work of harvesting, let's say, the grain, and the woman turns the grain, turns it into bread. That's like Bir Rishon and Bir Sheni. One is taming the elements and taking a raw, untamed, uncivilized, selfish world and making it a little more refined. But that's not refinement yet. Refinement is taking it and now turning it into something that you could eat. You could personalize it. Like the Rebbe speaks about actually Chaim Mushka, he actually said a very interesting thing about Dir B'Tachtenim. That in making a Dir B'Tachtenim, there's two dimensions. There's building a home, a house, shelter. As soon as you have shelter from the storm, meaning protection from the elements, all you need is a roof, a building, and so on, and that protects you from wild animals. But that's not called a home. A home is a warm home. The Rebbe said Chaya Mushka is a home of life, and Mushka is the scent that has a beautiful scent. So in other words, that Adira B'Tachteim doesn't just mean a physical protection from the selfishness of this world, but to create a beautiful home, Adira No. That is, so then in a way that's like the two elements. But basically it's all a process of taking something that's very untamed, completely wild, selfish and so on, and turning it into something that's a little more refined. Or more. Then he goes in chapter 269 and goes to the root of it all. Where's the difference between Riyah and Shmiya? That's the root of Chachma and Bina. One of your favorite chapters. Yeah. Okay. So what's Chachma and Bina? Briefly, that Chachma, as he explains, as much as it is wisdom, it's fundamentally not Seichel. It's Bittul. It's Bittul that looks like Seichel. It masquerades like intelligence, but it's really Bittul walking around. So there are wise people that their real power is their Bittul, but they happen to be, and Bina is more about me understanding. It is about the me. So even though, relatively speaking, Chachma, Bina, Umeichen in general is more humble than Midas, which is completely self, but within Meichen itself, Chachma and Bina is the two levels. And Bina will become the mother of the Midas, Eim Habonim. And Chachma, I'm just explaining it so in other words not to be any contradictions. So when we talk about Bina being Yesh, it's only relative to Chachma. Relative to Midas, Bina is also Bittul. And relative to Bria, whole of Atzilus is like Meichen, is Bittul. So everything is relative in the process. Just saying if there's any contradictions from other places and so on. And that's the chapter 269 with the discussion between the difference between Chachma and Bina. And that's how it plays itself out for Riyah and Shmiya, that's how they also function in the two ways.
What did we speak about?
So Riyah gives you a sense of something beyond, like Chachma does. It's more of Etzem, but it's not so integrated. And Bina gives it more integrated, but it's not that Etzem, so it doesn't have the big...
When did we speak about the two in Chachma itself, the two levels of Chachma in itself? Is that later?
Much
or
earlier, much earlier.
Much earlier.
Chafla and Yerida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a long time ago.
Wow.
You've got a great
mentioned it
memory.
again. I thought we mentioned it again.
I know, when I go back 10, 20 pages, 30 pages, I start seeing things.
Yeah.
They didn't notice.
Sure.
Of course.
Can you expound a little more on why is Chachma, what is exactly Chachma? Like, how do you define Chachma? What does it mean it's a window to the soul?
Did we
And he
just
says over there in Lashon that it's Ein Yav Seichel. It's not a What is that? What exactly happened? What transpires?
We discussed it when we learned that chapter at length, 269. There's a lot of ways to explain it. The bottom line is, the most obvious, one of the things that I found at least 5-6 different manifestations of how Chachma is this type of bridge. Because this is really the theme of almost like, I guess, 100 pages already. Remember, Chachmas Tema and Chachma are the bridge. And it's discussed in so many different ways. The most simplest way probably to begin with is just the fact that when you get an idea falls into your head, you immediately know this is another reality. Without even blinking, you know that the fact that it's a flash, where did it come from? Where does the idea come from? Why does one person have an idea and another person doesn't have an idea? So the etzem thing, the essential thing that ideas are falling into you is like a sense of of wonder, which immediately evokes a certain humility. It doesn't have to stay the humility. A lot of people have ideas, they become very arrogant. But that moment of that aha, for any person who experiences, is always a moment of a humble moment. Because it means, you see something beyond you, which is very much like sight. That's one class. That's one example. That's one explanation. But there are others as well. Chachma itself. Remember, earlier we learned that when you understand Bichlal concept, that you need to immerse yourself to such a point that you can't be thinking about yourself at the moment. If a person is very hungry or very tired or sick or God forbid or anything, they can't think properly. On the other hand, proper mind work requires a certain forgetting about yourself. Selfish needs are not fulfilled when you're busy concentrating on an idea. Even if it's of ulterior motives. Let's say you want to concentrate the idea in the middle to make a lot of money. But the bottom line is at this point you have to absorb and you have to experience an idea outside of you. That is itself a bittul experience. Now, not everybody turns it into a bittul experience. A lot of people just go back to where they are. But the way it's supposed to be, especially Chochmah Elokis, a divine wisdom is going to have that effect on you that you're not going to be as selfish, or you're not going to be as egocentric after such an experience. I mean, these are some examples of it. Remember, when you speak Momayla Lamata, not Momat Lamayla, not like a scientist begins observing the world and tries to figure out where's it coming from. But if you speak from the top down, so everything starts from a place where there's no siyud altogether. There's no chachma, there's no bina, there's no midas. It's all divine unity, whatever that means. Then that becomes in a shape, one shape of it is called wisdom. So if you think that way, the whole wisdom is just another manifestation of Elikus. So really, as he puts it, chachma feels that. Chachma is bittul that dresses up like seichel. It senses that it's divine, and the seichel is only its levush, so to speak, its garment. Bina, the divine is more hidden, and it senses more the seichel. Basically, that's Riyah and Shmiyah. Riyah senses something far beyond, but it's not integrated. Bina it integrates it, but it's not really the beyond, as much as beyond.
How does Netzach fit in with all this? I mean, you sort of mentioned, and then he wants Riyah and Shmiyah.
Riyah is very much like Metzach. The same idea.
What's the purpose of you bringing Netzach into
I just gave a whole explanation because it's the whole foundation of Shem Ma comes from Metzach. First of all, number one, it comes from the Metzach
You're
of
on your forehead all day, I can't figure it out, even though he shines a little, but
Maybe you have to look. Maybe you're looking at the wrong forehead.
That's just simply, just to have a simple shot, is the party about it, it's very blank, it's the body, I mean, sometimes brother considers tapuchim as a glow. Netzach is
His
just.
wife had a baby last
So
night.
what in the simple sense of a metzach, why, I mean, you see like springing out of a fart, it's very good, uncomfortable, simple in the
First of all-
marshal itself.
One second. First of all, to answer your question, number one is remember all this is grounded in sources.
Right.
Shem Ma comes from the Metzach Havan. That's what it says in Eitz Chaim.
Yeah.
That's as if like it says in the Chumash.
Okay.
So number one is it has to be rooted in that.
Right.
That's on a basic. But on a more profound level, explanation level, remember I said earlier is the bottom line is the universe was not created as an airtight, trapped and closed reality that cannot have any experiences of anything beyond. Every part of us has doors, and the Rebbe Rashab is using a few doors to explain it. One of them is the Metzach. Metzach is a door. We say a face. Maybe we live in a society where it's not appreciated enough. But in Torah, a face is a very big thing. Chochmas Adam Torah Panav is a very fundamental pasuk. That the wisdom of a person glows on their face. That Panim, a face means pnimius, reflects your inner. That Moshe Rabbeinu's face darkened when he heard about Tumas Mess. The concept of face is used very, very, very consistently through Torah as being a reflection of something beyond. So forget about how we understand it. The point is, Metzach is a very powerful tool. And we want to put it in really more Megushim cases. Something. Bottom line is the most compelling thing in advertising is the human face.
I was just saying.
And wait 1 second. It's not the nose. It's not only the ears. It's the human face. It's the face. Huh? And so, what is it about the face? There's something when you see a face that affects it. People who love each other. He gave the example Yevonim, right? Yenim. Doves. When they see each other, pigeons. When they see each other. You have the concept, you see, I mean, I could go on a whole list of examples of how, Meir said he's going to take upon himself to do Riyah and Shmiyah, the Sugi of Riyah and Shmiyah, and all levels. I think one part of definitely explaining Ayin Beis well is to find examples in Elam Haza and in science and in modern life of how sight has the power of sight. I mean, this is analyzed. So I'm not talking about now sight versus sound. Seeing a face has power. And that's what the Rebbe Rashab is addressing.
It came to me in French poetry, to take off the wall. The forehead, when he wants to explain how somebody beautiful, he says she has a great forehead. So I guess, they appreciate this, I don't know, anyway.
Well, something, before the French, with the French were the Jews. A face is a
This is
critical...
as metzach, in Judaism this is as metzach.
Anyway, if you need me to explain how Metzach... Look, we have here the whole idea of what we call Aliyah L'Regel.
Right,
Hashem Sheba'Leilis Kach Bo'Leirois.
right.
The whole up into Riyas HaRegel, to go and see.
He brings it, man.
Right. You go to Yerushalayim, why can't you stay where you are and celebrate Sukkot and Pesach and Shavuos? Because there's a thing called Riyas Ariyah.
Right.
It's a whole mitzvah. It's a mitzvah to see.
To
see the Beis Hamikdash.
To
see the mitzvah. Anyway, the Metzach is the bottom line. The Metzach is the explanation of Shema. It's rooted there. And it has a powerful expression. Now, as someone who stood for hours before the Rebbe, I can tell you clearly, the Rebbe's Metzach was quite powerful.
Yeah.
And as such, is it comprehensible? It's not comprehensible, but you see a lot you can see. You say, you brought that also. That when your eyes will see the face of the teacher. When you see the face of your teacher, you brought earlier, it makes you can understand the concept better, even better than when he explains it from the depths of his heart. Because there's something there's some reality that comes from that place. So that's chapter that. Now chapter 270, to summarize chapter 270, is he goes back and just ties up some knots before he goes to the next stage, ties up some knots to explain that also Hevel HaDibur, not just seeing something, but also hearing something and also speaking, also reflects a very deep part of the person. But nevertheless, and here he goes into the whole discussion of, it's still not the etzem of it. It's not the essence of an experience.
Previously, Hevel Dibi, you were talking about how it affects the person's talking to, then he's talking about the person himself.
I don't know if he makes that distinction, but that distinction is there as well. It goes both ways. He keeps talking about it. It both reflects your deeper thing, and also another person relates to it that way. It goes both ways, because remember, you're talking about a relationship between two. The interesting thing he doesn't say, which I just realized, is your metzach, you don't have to work at communicating it to someone. It just naturally comes, glows. When you speak from your heart, you have to actually invest in it.
He doesn't mention it.
He doesn't mention that.
Good.
But it's a very key
But it's
distinction as well.
it's related.
Yeah, for sure it's related. He does mention it later because he does say, if you remember...
Verkehr. Even more. The Metzach, he says, it's through a Bekiah. Bekiah is the opposite. Not only there's no Isaskes,
Right.
there's so much that it breaks through.
Anyway, so...
Because it's
he's
so
there.
powerful that it breaks through.
Yeah, but it's
So in chapter 270, he also adds one more point that he didn't say before, which is the idea of the kalim. That as soon as something is comprehensible, you mean there's more kalim. Now this is critical in the whole picture of Ayin Beis, because remember, Eris and kalim is part of the interface. So if you want to put it in other asias, Riyah is more Eir, Shmi is more Keli. They both have Eir. Remember, you're hearing, you're not just, as I said, it's not a superficial experience. You are hearing an energy, but it's more focused on the recipient, on the kalim of it, the containers. And Riyah, it's more Eir and less Keli. And the same thing is with Metzach and speech. Metzach is more Eir and less Keli, even though there's a Keli, of course, your face, but it's less manifest, and in speaking it's the other way around. It's more Keli and less Eir. That's add that. Now he goes in chapter 271. He ties it all up and sums it up and says that all this, Dugma B'Kol you will understand the difference between Ma that comes from Metzach and Sag that comes from the Havolin, the Ezen Chet and Peh, the Ak. Now, the critical thing here is that there's an interesting chiddush from the chiddush. I guess if you learn the Tanya that the Rebbe Rashab is quoting without the Ayin Beis, you wouldn't learn Pshat the same way. He almost turns away around Pshat. The Kunter Sacher that he quotes here, and when he began this in Beis Samach Gimel, right? Was it Beis Samach Gimel? Yeah. The Kunter Sacher says, it's at the end of Tanya, which he learns it before you to Kislev. He says like this, the Lashon Tanya is, Kun Sachen da Lohav Mashakoz Pritzchaim. Shem Sagum Primis Ak. Shem ma hum ha'ara da'ak. That's the language in the Geras HaKodesh. That's from Eitz Chaim. So when you learn that, the Pashtus Shem Sag is much deeper than Shem ma. Shem Sag is from previous ak, and Shem ma is from ha'ara. Previous is internal, ha'ara is a reflection. The Rebbe Rashab teaches previous ak and ha'ara both differently than when you teach pshat usually. He teaches previous, not previous as opposed to etzem, previous as opposed to chitzenius. That hevel hapeh comes from the previous, not of everything in the shtalshus, like I said earlier, superficial reality or reality on the surface comes from chitzenius of ak. And hevel hapeh comes from yidron me'etzim and alev, words from the heart come previous ak. That's the meaning of
Yeah, but
previous
how do you
ak.
catch up ma? Then the
Hold on, 1 second. And ma doesn't mean ha'ara as a reflection, ha'ara as in dilug, because it's
Hamshocha.
yeah. Ha'ara meaning not a reflection of, but ha'ara as in a as not being bislapsus.
Ha'ara as opposed to oir. It's not oir, it's a ha'ara. It's not oir, it's hamshocha.
No, not ha'ara as hamshach. Ha'ara
No?
as dilug.
Yeah.
Meaning it's not, ha'ara usually means only a reflection of.
Right.
Here ha'ara means, he says clearly, it's nisalim, that is concealed. That's why it's ha'ara. Right.
It's the word etzem is nimshach.
So really, he's turning both words around. So basically, it goes like this then. Hakavona shu b'chinas er primi v'er chitzeni levat. That's what primi yisak means. Not, in other words, the Rabbi Rashab is saying that the Alter Rebbe is not trying to say that shem sak comes from primi yisak and shem ak comes from chitzeni yisak. Then he would have said that.
Yeah.
He doesn't say that. Shem sak comes from primi yisak and not chitzeni yisak. And shem ma comes from etzem ak, but not even of ha'ara.
It's like from Maki, like, as opposed to Tinuli. Maki,
What? What is makif?
Beitzah.
Yeah, you could say that, but yeah. I mean, it doesn't really use that term. Anyway, so chapter 270 then goes into a whole discussion.
So comes out that goes deeper than the side.
Huh?
Comes out
Of
that
course,
goes deeper
of
than the
course.
side.
That's the whole basic. So basically, the summary of page of 271 is that that we have three things essentially. There's existence as we see it on surface level. That's rooted in the chitzenius ak. Basically, as soon as God created tzimtzum, existence comes into place. There's existence. Now comes the avoided part. What do we do with this existence? So there's two things. The sag reflects like speech and hearing. Reflects going into a deeper place into ak and revealing previous ak. That will become the root of tayu, the power of tayu. So tayu is unrefined, is untamed energy, and he makes a qualification in chapter 271. He says l'cheira hevel. He says here in the middle there. He says it's a very critical distinction. That this thing, the Agamshin is borrowed, the Hevel HaDibur Kashiyetzim Mikidus, that comes from the depths of the abilities. She says the truth is, when you speak from your heart, that's really tikkun, not taihu. So he's making a major qualification here, that Hevel HaDibur, everything he was talking earlier, was only using one critical point, that it doesn't have that it just reflects a deeper dimension. But it's not coming necessarily in an organized way. It's not very clear. I mean, I'm going to explain it, but I'll just read a few lines. Here.
Because the that would be ticking more.
What's that say? So listen, let me just read. So bottom line is that I'm reading on page Tov Kuf Nun, 550, chapter 271. So he's saying like this.
Before you said it's side. Isn't that from Taylor?
Yeah.
And I was saying it's really.
No. One second. No. I'm not. One second. Let me.
One detail of it.
So he's saying basically what he's saying, what he's up to here is that as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to read from the top of the beginning, on top of the page. So Shem Sag is bechinas er pnimi d'chein hu ba shalei b'seder v'hadraga. So Shem Sag, like speech, is an er pnimi. It reveals a deeper dimension. That's why it doesn't come in an orderly way. Like in a regular process, I'm not talking about words from the heart. So it's more superficial, everything is very
Where do you
organized.
see it's not orderly speech? How do you see that it's not orderly?
Speech from within your soul, not speech in general. We're talking about the speech that comes from the depths of a person. Er chitzeni is when you're just speaking about the weather, or regular interactions. Er pnimi, or dibur pnimi, is when you're speaking from you're crying out from the depths of your heart.
So then there's no words. Is that what it is?
No. She says it means it's not the regular structure of existence. People, when you talk to people, most of the time you're
relative to regular.
yeah,
okay.
is like if you were suddenly on the train and suddenly someone starts talking to you from their heart.
Yeah.
It's not a regular
Right.
experience. It means it's coming from there's a little. It's a jolting thing a bit. It's not Shlei say there are drug of a metzach, but it's already going in a deeper place. So v'zeh yishun ma'al sateo latikun the eres the tikun eshbich the seder v'hadraga. V'hina eres the seder shtalshlus. So the mile of tayu is the eres the tayu sheboim shalei v'hadraga sheyesh behem yishun al b'chinas hatikun. So the key thing is tayu is rooted in this place because the ability for tayu to have such intense energy is because Ak, in essentially, is speaking from its heart. If you could put it if you could phrase it that way. So Tayu has intense energy, but as he's going to explain in a minute, there's a key difference. Intense energy in Tayu, however, has also a downside. That's why I'm reading this. What does that mean? Of course, there's a levush hamaylam. The speech is a levush hamaylam. Levush means a garment that conceals. Now, when you speak from that type of level, from that depth, you have to say it's all relative. There's less resistance. There's less mafsik. There's less. Davar hamafsik would be something that blocks. The hevel adibur does not have a hefsik because what's happening is, everything is appreciated by the contrast. Imagine we weren't able to speak words from the heart. You never could communicate to someone something very profound. Why? Because what's inside of you is inside of you. Shalish, shalish, shalach, shalach, to use that. And I can't communicate with you. The fact that we were created in a way that through the power of speech we're able to go deep inside our spirit and communicate something profound is a chiddush. Is an innovation. Is something unique. That's the root of Tohu. But there's a key distinction. It's only an example.
Which part is the root of Tohu? Which part is the root of Tohu?
The intensity, the lack of hefsek that is just flowing from a very deep place.
That's Tohu?
That's going to become Tohu. 1 second. Anyway, okay. Now let me already read this section here because it's a complicated section. I'm selecting things here. The same things with Shem Sag, which is the energies of Tayu. They don't have a davar mafs. That's why it's begili. For example, in regular speech, say the shtalshul speech, let's call it. There's innocent kalim. You meet somebody, you have a conversation. There's no necessarily very profound depth. They're not sharing with you the depths of theirs. It's not like you spoke tzaikus hakel. You're crying out from the depths of your soul for something, during davening or through learning and so on. It's a conversation. I'm not even talking about it. It doesn't have to even be a hipach halacha conversation. It's not a gossip necessarily or something that you're not allowed to be speaking about. It's a regular communication between two individuals.
So is this analogous to large lights and small cable?
It is, but he doesn't use these words. It's very bekitzer here. That's why I'm reading it because it's very concentrated. So essentially, Tayyuhu, what happens in Tayyuhu is you have a lot of energy. You don't have containers. So the conversation, therefore, so what's reflective of is some type of intensity that's coming from a deep place.
But you see that ultimately a person has intensity, he wants to speak something, he's able to put it into words. So where's the Tayu in that?
Let's continue. You'll see. That's exactly why I'm reading this.
Because the intense part, not the
okay. And that's the reason that the Eir and Tayu was not Slapshus and Kalim. Because in order for there to be a Slapshus, for Eir to manifest, it has to be concealed. In a garment. Two things are accomplished when it's dresses as in a garment. Besides the fact that Kalim, containers, dress up and conceal the energy. Even the energy, once it's in a keli, it itself also becomes more diminished, so to speak, more
Clothed.
Enclosed, yeah, that's a good word. In other words, when air and keli meet, two things have to happen. The keli has an effect on the air, and the air has to also change in order to fit into the keli. It's not. Remember, the whole Hemshech Ayin Beis is talking not like the shita. It's not like putting water, colorless water in colored glasses, where the water doesn't change at all, just the glasses, the keli. You're talking about the water itself, or in this case, the energy itself, also is tailored. Remember, the whole Hamshach talks about the Eir Hariyah, for example, the energy in your eye is not just that the eye is different, the energy in the eye, the power to see is different than the power to hear. So it all begins in an amorphous place where all energy is one. Then the energy breaks into dimensions. It's still energy. And then there's the containers. When they meet, the energy fits the container fits, they're tailor-made for each other. In Tayu, that's not there. I tell you, there's no such slapshus. So it's just intensity. The example I think that he's leading to, he doesn't say it befaded, but it sounds to me that tell you, not tikkun, I'm going to read it in a moment, but is like someone speaking from the heart, but like uncontrolled. So leave me alone. What do you?
You can't relate to the words that
So
he's saying.
tikkun would be words from the heart that are still, there is a control there. So but someone, let's say a drunk, or somebody is just really desperate, just releasing themselves completely. That's toyu. It sounds like it's unbridled, free expression from a deep place. It's not superficial at all, but it's not without a seder. In other words, actually, you could argue the other way around. You could think like this: when you speak superficial things or casual things, there it makes sense why we speak in an orderly way. When you speak from your heart, why should there be order? There should be no order. You should be speaking like a drunk. Just letting it loose. So clearly, that's Tayu. Tayu is really more natural. If you're really speaking from your heart and you don't have any control, any discipline, that would be much more natural. Now, it's not just our pride. It's also because, I guess because that's again another bridge. That even when you speak from the heart, you're also, it's nicht den ganzen, you're not complete, it's just a wild talk. Because that's really what he's saying.
No, it wouldn't.
He doesn't say this befedish, but that's why I wanted to read it, because I'm struggling with, because it comes almost to that. But let's read it inside.
It says somewhere, but it says somewhere over there that if it's not the thought is not organized, it will come out. You'll see it by speech.
Yeah, for sure. He said it earlier.
Yeah.
He said clearly, because the point of speech has to be connected to the mind.
Right.
And so there's definitely that thing. But that's not what he says here. So he's talking about, one second.
I would just say, in terms of ordinary speech that's totally ordinary,
I know you want it.
it's the overcoming of the nimus and the laws of speech. There's nothing felt there. There's a certain nimus and a certain seder, and so when a person is totally a seder, like in society, you can go for a whole day. It used to be in America. You go for a whole day without saying anything because there's so much nimus. In England, especially, everything is nimus. You can go for hours without saying anything.
Are you trying to knock America? It's a French.
Yeah. It's like going through the whole Europe.
No, America's the best.
What do you have in Italian?
Europe is going to be Muslim.
I'm not saying America is the best. No, in England, everything, that's why England, that's the Shviras HaKelim, everything was nimus, there was nothing besides, so everything was...
Okay.
So you can say England is Toyu, yeah?
No, in England became tikkun that's so fragile, there's no kelim for the iris. It's over-refined. Anyway. I'm just saying there's a certain, the Rebbe says in the end of Posel Lakana about nimus, and nimus is that you can be so correct that nothing happens. That's what I'm saying.
Shit. Yeah, that's what it says Posel Lakana.
Yeah, at the end of the first line.
So then he continues. V'hu inyan ha'nekudas l'shem havaya, shezeh b'chinas ha'lavush. So these are the nekudas of Shem Havaya. If you remember, or whoever was here,
We broke it down then.
when I began the Perek Reish Samach Gimel 263, there's a whole introduction about the Shemus Ab Ma Sag Bam Ma. There's basically different gematries, the way the structure, the way Yud Kei Vav Kei is written. So there, he didn't really explain it. Here, the Rebbe Rashab is referring to. Remember, the Rebbe Rashab is assuming we know all these things. So that's one of the things with Chassidus. There's no Aleph Beis of Chassidus. When you learn to start a mimer, it's like you're already in a graduate level. There's no preparing you.
Because anyone can relate to it even at that level.
Yeah, or because like the Rebbe said, in Mishverstehen sein wir alle gleich.
Whatever, I'm talking now in a positive
I
way.
don't know.
I'm positive.
So what is the city that would be?
The differences between people who There are people who don't know they don't know, and there are people who don't who know they don't know. That's the difference in human beings. The whole thing sums up to that. But that you need to learn, spend 80 years learning to discover that. You say, now I know I don't know.
So what does it mean, V'huinyan and Kudus?
So V'huinyan and Kudus is Shem Havaya. So if you remember, we spoke about Shem Havaya is Yud Kei Vav Kei, so by itself is Gematria 26. Yud, Hey, Vav, and Hey. But then when you write it out, the Alter Rebbe brings in Shaykh V'Amunah that letters are energy. So the energy flow of letters is not just the letter; it's also how the letter is written out. It's called the milui. So Yud is Yud Vav Dalet. So Yud really, with the milui, is 20.
Yeah, but by the way, also
And the
Yud Kei Vav Kei,
Heys,
wait.
the keys, the Hey and the Vav and the Hey. There you can write it several ways. You can write Hey Aleph. You can write Hey Hey. You can write Hey Yud. Same thing with Vav. You can write Vav Aleph, Vav Yud, Vav, or Vav Vav. Actually.
Yeah, but Simon, a second. In Yud Kei Vav Kei, you can write it under it with a kamatz, or under it with a tzeir and a segel. That's when you read it Elikim. So it's the Nekudis that change the meaning of Yud Kei Vav Kei.
But here he's talking about the Nekudis of the Miluyim. So like this, Hey, like for example, Hey Aleph, you say Hey.
Yeah.
Hey could be even Ha, you know.
So
But
each
anyway,
change is a different one.
so basically, like this view, Zeu in the Kodesh Hashem Hashem B'chinas Halavush. Vein Prati Hashem is the Ab Sagma, doesn't mention Ban, interestingly. Then the Kodesh Hem B'Milui Hashem Da'avaya. The Kodesh, which basically just mentioned, means the punctuation, like a Kometz Aleph or Patach, Segel, Chidik, etc. They're the Milui Hashem Da'avaya. Commission Kosev Apar Deshad Hashem is Perek Aleph. Anyway, I elaborated then, so I'm not going to explain it now. Basically, it's in Kabbalistic terms, it's essentially how the letters are structured. For practical purposes, think of it in different ways, different energy. So Yud Kei Vav Kei being the source of everything, remember everything flows through Yud Kei Vav Kei, even here in the structure. Yud is Chachma, Hey is Bina, Vav is Midas, Hey is Malchus. That's everything is structured, it begins with a spark, an extension, a transmission. I'm sorry, spark, Bina is expansion, transmission, and then by the Makabel, receives it. So that's of course all relevant here because we're talking about Mashpia Makabel, we're talking about giving and taking. So essentially there's 4 different ways that Yud Kei Vav Kei transmits. Ab, which is the highest, the root of it all, which you can learn is the root of Ma. There's Sag, which is the Hevel, I'm saying Ab is connected to the Metzach, etc. The Sag is connected to Ezachet and Peh, and Ban is rooted in Sag,
And Ma is rooted in.
and Ma is rooted in Ab, but Ma is the Adam, a Tikkun. So Sag, Ban and Ma are essentially Tayu and Tikkun. Sag and Ban are both Tayu. We spoke earlier before. Ban is rooted in Sag.
Amen.
Sag as it comes down, it becomes Ban. But anyway, but Kitzer. So what he's saying here is that the Kudus Hem B'Miluy Hashem D'Avakim is positive. If you do it, Hashem is Hem HaMechabrim HaEris Im HaKelim. Remember, we're talking about the connection between Eris and Kelim. So the names connect them. The truth is, if you were really presenting this should have been stated much earlier. Now, I'm not saying that Rabbi Rashab should have stated it. I'm saying in the logical, because that's really the meaning behind the names. So the names connect the energy in the containers. That means these names are the garments, clothes for the energy. That through them becomes the manifestation, the clothing of the energy in the containers.
So you have Eretz, Kalim, and Levushim.
Here is not distinction so much, but generally yes. Here is not distinguishing. Here, Kalim and Levushim are considered the same. You could say there's 3 things here. There's Eretz, Kalim, and Shemus.
Next to Levush.
Okay, but he's using Keli also as Levush here. Yeah. In Uchanami. You could say that as well, right. You could say the Eretz and Kalim, and their connection is through Shemus, which are like the Levushim. But don't confuse it with Levushim in other places, like Machshav Dibamais. It's a different meaning. Remember, Kalim in many places are called Tikkunim, which are Levushim. So it's all relative. Generally speaking, it's energy, containers, garments. Like for example, the faculties of the soul would be energy. The skeleton of the body and the organs are the kalim, and the vushim is actual physical garments that we put on. But here, not really going into that detail. Oh, okay. Okay, so now he goes back. So in Tayu, it's a much higher energy. See, Ma, for example, is only 45. That means it's a diminished energy. Sag is 63, so it's a more intense energy.
But
So
not
essentially,
deep, not, deep, not as deep of a place.
Not as etzem. Yeah. We're not getting to that, but I'm talking now the Sag part.
Okay.
So Tayu has a lot of energy and less kalim. That's why that's why the Hevel Hadibur is an example for it. But one second, he's going to qualify it now. But Tayu Shalim Shchai believe Levush HaMailim. Al Kain Lo Yehoyev B'chinas Islapshus B'Kalim. That's why in Tayu there's no Islapshus B'Kalim. He's really concluding here, connecting Tayu to this whole Hevel. It's said in Eitz Chaim, and it says that Tayu is rooted in Shem Sag of the Ezuchet and Peh of Ak. What's the explanation? So he explained what Hevel Hadibur is compared to Metzach. But now he's tying it what's connection to Tayu. How's Tayu connected to Hevel Hadibur? So he's explaining that is the intensity that comes from a very profound communication, but it's without the kalim, which he's going to explain. V'agam, here's the question now. V'agam sheniz bar leil pei de kreish ayin. The Hevel Hadibur gam k'shiyetz mekivus olev shenikim zebchin primus hakeches. Ein hakeches atzpim izgalim b'zeh. Rak izgalos hu Hadibur. He's asking a question. He's saying now that in that Tayu is rooted in Hevel Hadibur, that's coming from the depth, that has no Seder Vadro, there's no order, so it doesn't have containers. We just learned that in comparison to sight, or to Metzach, to the forehead, that even though Dibur expresses the depth of something, but the real thing you recognize, that you relate to, is the words, the Kalim, not the energy. In Metzach, it's the other way around, you see more energy and less Kalim. In Dibur, it's more Kalim and less energy. So, it's like the Mashal, everything he's been talking about, how does that apply to Tayu? Essentially, you could ask the question the other way around. If it's really what we spoke about Hevel Hadibur before, it shouldn't be Tayu. That ends up being Tikkun. Why is it Tayu? Why is it not organized? It's coming from the depth. You could say, in other words, you could almost argue that Metzach is more a reflection of Tayu, because it's a Diluk. Metzach is a very high energy that you can't contain. This is essentially a critical point, which I know is bothering you not only here when we're learning. Because the Chedi, you could say the opposite. Metzach is more Tayudik than Dibur. Dibur, at least I'm hearing it. I can contain it. There's lavush, there's words you can contain. Metzach, you see Metzach, it's overwhelming. I see a glow. You could say that's Tayu. If people only had, let's say, foreheads and they never communicated with each other, that would be a world of Tayu. A lot of energy, and nobody can relate to each other. So the whole thing is
one thing was called head pumping. Yeah, people have to call that.
That's why I wanted to read this inside, because this is where but as everything is so like that. Okay, so here's his answer. This is really going to throw you for a loop. Hine be'iker, hine be'emes, in truth. After all that was said, iker ha'inyan hazeh u'b'madrega de tikkun. In truth, the real Hevel Hadibur that we talked about is really tikkun. In other words, in tikkun there's both expressions. The Metzach and so on. Really the tikkun, because in tikkun ein chanami, that's what it is. It's coming. Tikkun is not casual. It's not superficial speech. It's also coming from the depths. U'kamoy hamoshel the islapshus hakeches shenizboyer sham hazeh b'chinas hatikkun. Like the moshel that we spoke in last chapter, that the keches are maslabish one on each other. Meichen goes into midas, chacham and bina. That's beikar and tikkun. So the idea that's when you speak from your heart, you speak from your depths.
Looks not good.
Just go on. Turn it on.
Did it die?
No.
You know.
So when you speak from the depth, that's really the emes. It's tikkun. So if that's the case, what's the motion? We're back to square one. We said that Tayu is rooted in Sag, in Eizechet and Peh, so what's going on here? So he's going to answer. Well, the Inyan Shem Sag, the Tayu, the Inyan Shem Sag, the Tayu, Hevel Hadibur, Gufi, Lo Yesh Dover HaMafsik. And what's the relationship? How do you apply this to Shem Sag of Tayu? That's like saying that the Hevel Hadibur, the words from your inside of you, in that gufa lo yesh davar hamafsik. there's nothing that that blocks it from flowing. The kamekein b'chinas shem sak shezol b'chinas hevel hapeh shem ze hefsek v'nimshel begila b'li levush hamayla.
Is the air itself?
1 second. And same thing as with shem sag, that this comes from the hevel hapeh, from the breath of the mouth. There's no hefsek, and it just reveals without a levush hamayla. These 3 lines, he does not explain. So we need to explain this. This is the what he's saying here is that the intensity that comes from the heart, in general, that when it comes into words, that's be'ikr, it's tikkun. But there's one aspect of it that you could apply to tayu. That's why I think what he's trying to say, and I'll give you an example, would be somebody just speaking from intensity without any control,
before it gets
without
to
any kalim.
Just screaming or crying.
Yeah, maybe screaming or crying, or you see, remember I said before, the chayla, you could argue that when a person speaks from within them, they shouldn't have any control, because that's a whole, you're not, when you're speaking, when you're disciplined, you're disciplined. But when you keep it coming from the depths of within you, the chayla should be coming like a person speaking without any controls. So that's essentially what he's saying here. Except he says it in abstract words. He doesn't say it with a mashal.
I'll throw in one thing, since
just-
I'm throwing in things.
Is this from England or from France?
This is from America.
Oh, okay.
In America, the big thing in America is business books. So they're always telling you how to be, help self-help. So it says there's a thing called flow. If you don't have flow, you don't have anything. In other words, if you could be doing various things, but if they don't have a continuity that comes from within, then it has no talk. So I think that's a similar concept to what they wrote. It's a continuity, it's a flow, it's an energy that comes from within that is not per se in your control, but when you have it, you have it. Like a baseball player, a speaker.
No, I that's acceptable. The thing that I'm really struggling with, which I'm trying to explain, is how it applies to this whole discussion. So really what it seems what's coming out from this is that, you see, because it goes back to a problem with the Eitz Chaim. It says, Sa comes Hevel HaPeh. Ma comes from Metzach. And now he's saying that the emes, Hevel HaPeh, really is more in Tikkun. So the Eitz Chaim doesn't say that. It doesn't stick with the Eitz Chaim.
Because you broke it down that these...
Yeah, no, so I'm saying, he's definitely, cause this is when we see Kabbalah remains, it's a term. When you start explaining it, it's clearly, in other words, let's put it this way. Let's go back to our discussion here. So we're talking about, there's the Sheder Shtalshel Zatzum Chutzeni Yisak. That's the stable, so-called existence before any Aveda. Our job is to take this world and turn it into, through Shema, through Ma, to sublimate it, to refine it, to elevate it. Okay. The process begins step by step. So we have examples of it in our own lives. One is through speaking from a deeper place, and one is through seeing, let's say, the reflection through sight and sound, or reflection on a person's face. Now, 1 second. In Dibur itself, what he's saying now, there's 2 levels also. There's in Tikkun, you have less intensity, but it's more organized. Also within Primis, that's Hevel HaDibur. In Tayu, it's uncontrolled expression. Yeah, there's no question. Screaming, I think, anything. A person speaks from the heart in a very anxious way. They can speak very disorganized. They don't know when to stop. They're just like pouring it all out. Desperation. I mean, you definitely have experiences. That
There's 2 points to that.
The thing that I tell you why, generally the Rebbe Rashab usually gives a moshel, and he doesn't do that. He just says the words. He just says it's that the Hevel HaPeh without Seder v'Hadraga.
Maybe it's or just say with a cane of tea.
No, for sure not. That's not. We're not up to
I
that.
think the Jacobsons have flow. This is something you see. They have this Hevel HaPeh, because it just comes out.
Maybe more Hevel, less.
Hakanami. You don't see it because it's more. I see it in you.
Don't reveal our trade secret. It's basically mad men masquerading as
that's what I'm saying. It's this.
as sane human beings. Yeah. Look, the truth is, if you really let, what did William Blake write? That if you cleanse the doors of perception, everything would be infinite. If you really let it get rid of the garments, we'd all be insane, basically. So really, a healthy relationship is being some insanity, shtuz de kedusha, some insanity that's dressed up in some type of sanity. But sanity is really blindness. at the end of the day. It's limited vision, it's limited perception. You're seeing things like this and like that, but it's the only way to climb the ladder. The goal is to go from the sane to back to the insane and not remain trapped.
But still not be limited to be insane.
Right.
Being able to be
Very good. Exactly. Is that what they told you in yeshiva?
No, they're all the same period.
Well said. No. So I think yes, absolutely. Tayu is definitely a taste of insanity, and without Kalim. Tikkun, the insane is already in Kalim, in the Hevel HaDibur, and Metzach, of course, is a higher dimension altogether. But that's essentially what he's adding here, for sure. It's interesting. It's like it is a chidush in Kabbalah, because Kabbalah and Eitz Chaim doesn't say this. Eitz Chaim just would distinguish the two. Here, when you start explaining Hevel HaDibur, it's very clear that Tayu, that Tikkun.
Both.
Yeah. Anyway, but the idea is clear.
It almost between Hevel and Dibur. Like there's the Hevel part of the Dibur, which is Tayu and Ganzen Tayu, and then it comes all later on.
You could say that. But remember, Hevel HaDibur is really used in all Dibur, even if it's not from the Dibur.
Automatically.
Yeah. Here he's talking about, of course.
Right.
I'd have to go back, to be honest, to the chapter where we first spoke about Hevel HaDibur. I really probably appreciate this, because he probably implanted in there, embedded in there, what he's going to say later. But that's not for now. 1 second. So basically, Vigila Ha'er in Tayu, and the revelation of energy in Tayu, Hayu Kameshu B'Sharshe Mekeda Lefisha Einze B'Chinas Helen Vigila. I'm sorry. So the Gili of air, of energy in Tayu, is exactly as it's in its source and its root, because Lefisha Einze B'Chinas Helen Vigili. It's not about concealed and revealed. Shagili Uraka Ha'ara, that the revelation is just a reflection Ma'ahelim from what is concealed. But not that what is concealed really is revealed, only a reflection of it is revealed. That's in Tikkun. That's when things manifest and are transmitted in an orderly way. So then, in an orderly way, the words come from your heart. They dress up in Kalim. So there's a type of what's deeper inside of you remains somewhat concealed, and what you really experience is the words, as he said in the previous chapter. In Tayu, on the other hand, in Tayu you don't have that type of it's concealed and then it's revealed. Exactly as it is. Here he's adding something. Exactly as it is in the root and the source. Kenu Babi is Galus. Commission is Barleel, paid the Kadeshnu Zayin. That's how it comes revealed, like he explains in chapter 257. I gotta see what it says there. Oh. That chapter, wow. Remember the Noshik Lafra when he kisses the earth because of his pilus. Okay, very interesting. You see, what he's focusing on here is there's two parts in Tayu. There's the lack of Kalim, which really is why there's no tolerance and there's no working together, or actually really why they don't work together. Then there's the intensity of the energy, which is why there's no tolerance. But the intensity of the energy, the lack of kalim is one side of it. The intensity of the energy, he's really adding some points to explain it more here. So that's why it's a little, throwing me at least, because I think he already covered that. But that's why in that chapter I just looked there. What he's saying is essentially, it's not just like the example, there's no flow, or that the words are coming out without control, but it's coming out exactly as it is in the depths. Even when a person speaks from their heart.
And how does it get into words?
Huh?
Then it's verkeerd. How does it ever get into words?
No, it gets into words, but it's almost like they're saying too much. Like even when you speak from your heart, you shouldn't be saying everything. So there's not saying anything. They're speaking from your heart without any controls, and they're speaking from your heart like a tikkun dikku way, which is more orderly. That's what he's saying here. It's not like there's a tzimtzum and so on. Remember, the key thing that he's trying to answer here is that in the last chapter he said speech, even when you speak from the heart, the main thing is the speech, not the depth. The main thing is the kalim. And in Tayu, the main thing is the eir. So that's why he speaks. So therefore, it's someone that speaks in that type of fashion. You definitely can create therapeutic models based on this, of how people communicate. It's very fascinating. Wow. So, okay, This is back to Makif. And that's why I tell you is Eris Makifin. It's known that Er Primi and Makif both have a root in the divine and infinite light before the Tzimtzum. Like a Hefesh B'neim, the difference between them is Er Primi Nimshchai de Hefsekat Tzimtzum. It's another take on Er Primi and Makif. Er Primi comes after the Hefsek. How would you translate Hefsek? The
Filter, stop.
the interruption of the tzimtzum, of the concealment. And that's why the energy is not like in its muhus hadishin, like it's an essential personality, like it is before the concealment, the tzimtzum. And makif transmits without concealment. What does it mean without a tzimtzum? It means that of course it goes through a tzimtzum, but it means that tzimtzum didn't have an effect on it.
But yet they're different.
It goes back to that discussion we had, if you remember, months and months ago, which goes back to Chochmas Timah. Fascinating, when he explains it, which is so parallel, so many ideas in psychology, or actually the opposite. Psychology is just touching the surface. Remember we spoke about how the unconscious translates, how the unconscious travels into the conscious. So the example I gave was, think of a reservoir of water. Let's say a reservoir in upstate New York. So it's just a body of water, rivers, seas, whatever. And then there are arteries that bring them to water mains to the city. Those water mains break into pipes. They break into further branches into each home. And that pipe comes to your home, and then you have a sink of different water sources. And you turn on a faucet, and a drop comes out. I mean, it's an excellent example of how energy comes from a very mass place. And remember, we're not even talking about infinite. We're talking here finite. And it comes into branches. Now, if why can't we just take the water from the reservoir? Because number one is, besides the fact that it's not talking about distance, you can't live in a home with a reservoir in your home. It has to be channeled into a home that's you use it for. If your faucet breaks, you have a problem. Too much water. It has to come as drops. So for it to come to existence like ours, it has to come into confined, tzimtzum, concealment, interrupted, all the filters, all the words you use, what we call tzimtzumim, mesachim, parsais, and so on. Now, reality is ain't safe. Lifnei tzimtzum, the reservoir is reality. You want reality? Go there, but you can't exist there. Or at least not be who you are and exist there. You'd be completely annihilated in the infinite light if you went there. So in the nimshal. But back to the mushal. So the faucet regulates the flow. Now let's say the faucet is closed or breaks and doesn't let anything in. Then then you have the worst extreme. Then you don't even have a connection back to the source. What you want is a perfect balance where the drops come, that's what spoon-fed and tailored to your needs. You could put a cup and get water in it, and won't flood the house, etc., etc. Now, as you broaden the faucet, you can get a bigger flow. At some point, if you ever test it, you go too much, it can break. In a way, madness, psychologically speaking, is the faucet has broken. People who are mad, that's why there's a very thin line between madness and genius, as we all have experienced. Why? Because you go a little too much, it becomes madness. Genius is a person whose channels are almost at the edge of breaking, but it's flowing bigger than, and it sometimes is a risky place to be, because when you go there, it could overwhelm you. In a way, when you speak, for example, they speak in psychological illnesses about chemical imbalance. What are they really saying? Chemicals are like compartments. They create compartments in the brain, in the mind. So, for example, a person suffers terrible grief, or terrible loss, or trauma. The fact is, the chemicals of the mind are going to slowly have an effect through memory loss. You're going to, like it says in Gemara, that in a mess nishtakach, the person doesn't really get forgotten until 11, 12 months. You really forget the person that passed away. You don't forget. I don't forget my father. But the intensity of the trauma, that's completely different quality, is you can't compare. So what happens is the brain in its own way creates compartments. So you compartment, you put it away in a closet. It's there. Let's say a person is so connected, doesn't have any memory loss. You could say a brilliant person, doesn't forget anything. That means he would also not forget the moment of grief, and he could never go back to regular life. So in a way, what the chemicals really are doing are creating ability to live an orderly life in a very limited world. So obviously, if we were all, you cleanse the doors of perception, everything's there. You're back to the reservoir, but you can't function there. You can't live a life that's completely overwhelmed by trauma, or for that matter, by joy. If every day was Simchas Torah, I know a lot of us would like it, but it would lose its power also. It'd become regular. Like the story I heard from your father, from Meir Friedman. It's Yom Kippur. So the Rebbe was eating quickly by the meal. They brought him the soup. So of course, when they brought the Rebbe food and the Rebbe finished, the Rebbe got first, and when he finished, everyone stopped eating. So if the Rebbe was eating fast, nobody ended up eating. So they brought the Rebbe soup. The Rebbe took one spoon and put it aside. So nobody ended up getting a spoon. So they took away the plate of soup. And Zelig Slanim was there, your father told me, at the table. He was a very Chassid from Yerushalayim, from the Middle Rebbe's Einiklach. And he was very Balbatish and so on. So Meir Friedman, who was a Bacher, took the plate and drank up the whole plate of the Rebbe's soup like that. So Zelig Slanim said to him, he did it behind the Rebbe was sitting at the table, this was behind the Rebbe. So Zelig Slanim says to him, Meir, heint is nicht Simchas Torah. Today is not Simchas Torah. So the Rebbe, without missing a beat, said, by Meir is Yeder Tog Simchas Torah. So just a lesson in case any of certain Neshamas. Anyway, the point is that when the Rebbe says, Yaakov Holchel Darkei, Altira Avdi Yankiv, why? Because when you're in the intensity of it, you're in a moment of truth. But we can't live in a moment of truth. First of all, it's not the kavanah. The Mishnah wants us to go into a dark world. And secondly, it's not bepnimius then. You haven't integrated it. You've been lifted to another place. The goal is to go back into the world of the faucets, so to speak, or the world outside of the faucet, and channel it into our lives, and broaden the channels, like he says in Samach Vav right in the beginning. You broaden the channels to the point that we can actually experience the reservoir on our terms. That's where the interface comes in, but that takes a lot of years of avodah. That's like broadening the mind to be able to let the flow of the unconscious in. Remember this discussion we had this at length, it was months ago. So I'm saying it's very reminiscent here. So in this context, toihu is a very powerful flow, but it's like a faucet that's broken basically. In this context, tikkun is not. We're not talking about drops of the faucet. We're talking coming from the previous. But tikkun, there's at least kalim that contain it. So it all comes down to is what we're so tikkun. That's where the balance is. Toihu can't work. It can't function. The energies are overwhelming and overflowing, and they ultimately destroy each other. Through the different, what he said, they don't tolerate each other. So in a sense, the fact that we have, they say, ish tachas gafni, ish tachas teinose, that they say, is it a blessing or a curse? The statement you say that each person lives under his teina, under his, what is it, fig tree, and under his vineyard, right?
Yeah.
So it's usually a bracha that everyone's living at peace. Everyone's in their place, but it's also sometimes seen as a negative. Everybody's just taking care of themselves. They don't care about anyone else. The fact that we are chayecha kedmi, that we each have to take care of self-contained individuals, is part of the blessing. If you don't misunderstand it as being just all about me. Because it means that God created a world where there is distinction, there's diversity. Each of us is different. Each of our own turf, our own birurim, so to speak. And you could say, Imein ani li mili. Each has our ani. But the goal, of course, is to expand it and extend it where it's not just about me, that we expand it to the point where we do have interaction, until the point there's real unity and we all need each other. Mashpi and Makabal. In Toyu, there's the focus, if you remember, it was all about me. That's it. I have all the energy I need. I don't need anybody. I don't tolerate anybody. I don't need anybody. I don't want to give. I don't want to take. That's Toyu. So going back to Hevel HaDibur, that would be like somebody speaking from their heart, coming to you or to me or to this and saying, listen, I have something to say, and say, listen, now's not a good time. No, I got to say it anyway. That, we meant to talk about the narcissist. Yeah. So yes, it's intensity. But it's his intensity, and it's without kalim. That's one example. Or You speak too much. You're saying too much from the heart, like it says here, like exactly as it is in the Sheresh Shemakir, without any interruption, without any faucet, without any some type of orderly flow. That's Tayu. Okay, at least I think I understand it better. But, so the challenge is, and like Dr. Lane keeps reminding us, Eir is the Tayu and Kalim the Tikkun.
You know, it seems like the ultimate thing we have to do, that's what, you know, you're describing.
Yeah, ultimately, yes, correct. But here, you know, the Rebbe Rashab would be satisfied at this point if we just have Tikkun in this proper way. Remember, we're living in Biyah, and in Biyah itself is the lowest level, so we have bigger other issues.
But it's 100 years later, so we need to stay together now. It is there.
What I was,
Huh?
That's why they sprinted.
so let's questions. Let's read a few more lines, and then I'm going to sum it up further to where we're up to. So, Kapanim, this is Kenemashim Shashim. Valkenu Kamei B'Shashim B'Chinas Eigel HaGadol Shalifnei HaKav. So therefore, Makif is exactly as it's in its root. So essentially, Toyu, which is Sag, which is the Hevel HaPeh of Ak, is similar to Makif, which is rooted where the Tzimtzum didn't have an effect. So the key thing is not to be confused, because usually when you talk about Lifnei Tzimtzum, you're talking about the Kav, Atzilus, and Tikkun. He's giving here a taste that even Toyu has a certain manifestation of Lifnei Tzimtzum, which is the Makif. I'm saying it's important to remember that there's a lot of nuances and details, things that later, like later we learned that really Tikkun is revealed later in Sof Lifnei Tzimtzum. And here suddenly he's saying Toyu, because in one element, the lack of diminishment, the lack of interruption, the lack of Tzimtzum, Toyu has that element from before the Tzimtzum. Which goes back to the market correction thing, maybe. Because Toyu is a market correction. So Toyu has something that reminds us of a place that's very intense, but it also says it's not balanced. So it's intensity without balance. It's a good analysis of a lot of people who have this Toyu thing. Really? Well, like geniuses that have no life. They're unable to contain it. They're just, it flows. And then, of course, there's the other extreme. People have a life and no intensity and no energy. You know. What were you saying?
Is it possible that you say that Toyu has a piece of it, like a part of it that represents the Ayin something like Tzimtzum, the Makif, whatever it is, that every part after Tzimtzum has a little piece of the Ayin something?
100%.
In its own way, in a separate.
At the end of the day, it's all a hologram. Because remember, because Achdus Hapshuta, because ultimately the one thing that it remains a constant everywhere, that there's a divine unity everywhere. Even Toyu has sparks of Tikkun. There's no such thing as anything that's off the map. So there's behind it all. Actually, that's Pei Gdei involved. I thought that's where you're up. That's unbelievable chapter, 265, where he answers that's what ultimately Tikkun does. It creates the Achdus, the unity of all of reality. And it's what feels, because ultimate Achdus expresses itself in ultimate diversity. And only Tikkun has the ability to do that, to bring it all together. So yes, every piece has a piece of everything. There's no question about it.
As we say in America, a pluribus unum. Back to America.
Yeah. That's actually Latin, but American.
I don't know about Americans.
Latin,
If not for the dollar, no one know about it.
For the Londonshire people, they say it in the Latin.
So I'm going to read quickly. And that's why it's bli gvul without his chalkus. I remember the Rebbe once saying by Sichas Sukkos night, I think I mentioned it here once, it was like, it always struck me, because the Rebbe would drop these things from time to time, like a moshel and chassidus. The Rebbe said, a moshel for Eid Sof Lifnei Tzimtzum, where it says, Eid Mamala Kol HaMetzias, and there's no room for anything else, is a child. If you see a child gets consumed with something, there's no room for anything else. Completely there. The Rebbe said that. It reminds me a little like the intensity of something. You know, it says, Mamala Kol HaMetzias, that's what the Rebbe said. And I got some Metzias, ungefüllt mit them. I remember it just remained with me. It was like a Maimon HaMuzga, a mitten. I remember what it was even. It was one of the nights of Sukkot. Yeah. So everything you have examples for sure. Look, the beauty of it, at the end of the day, is this. We live in a screwed up world, but the fact is, if you really look with an eye, like the Rebbe said about himself, I think he told my father, who did he say this to? If I didn't train myself to look with the right eye at everything, I wouldn't have been able to help. I wouldn't be able to survive. So the fact is, you're able to see in everything in existence glimpses of, even in complete chaos, even in mishigas, even in saying evil. Obviously, you don't want to say that but in anything, you could see glimpses of divine things. For example, here's an example. There's definitely personality. People who have this thing. I heard once that the Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe, when he came to America, he had a lot of course, American Chassidim. Many of them were assimilated to him. That they came from. They supported. You see in the pictures in Lakewood and other pictures. You see. You see it. So there was one guy that used to push and smoke between Sichas Shabbos. He used to go out and take a cigarette. But he stood right near the Frierdiker Rebbe. He was one of his supporters. I don't know what his name was. So they asked the Frierdiker Rebbe once, my hi. The Frierdiker Rebbe answered that Hod Gresa Eris and Kleine Kela. Now, it wasn't a justification, obviously, but it meant, you could have that idea, which Orthodox Jewry is not aware of, obviously. The idea that everything has beauty in it, and that doesn't mean you justify it or you condone it or you endorse it, but to see a person, and you see even a Wildkeit, or something that's this, and you see that, everything, and it also explains a lot of things. Sometimes you see people that in many ways you just can't stand, but then there's some qualities in them that are unbelievable. A real chinuch is how do you bring out those qualities and cut out the weeds. Same story in Chicago. They say the Frierdiker Rebbe was in Chicago, so one of the Chassidim supporters, I guess, there wanted him to see his son. So Frierdiker Rebbe was in the business, was in their office or something, but the son wouldn't come to see the Rebbe. A wild guy. So the Rebbe said, "Let's go see him." So his father runs in and tells his son, "Stand up." The Rebbe's coming. Didn't want to stand up. He has his feet on the table. Ever heard the story?
A little different version.
And the Frierdiker Rebbe or something like that. The Frierdiker Rebbe came in. It was that the guy's father was like, did he bury himself? Rebbe's good. And the Frierdiker Rebbe smiled or said, "That's a good sign. A chutzpah yazge or something like that. But the sign of a person has the power to be different. Power of the chutzpah to like he could change the world with his with his defiance type of thing. And everything, there's no question about it. The rebellion of young people, the rebellion of the '60s, was very much the Rebbe's. Huh?
It was probably the beard I heard on this story. I heard the beard on this story. I don't know if it's true. That he says from a Zach was rather than the even America.
Maybe such chutzpah. Yeah, could be. First of all, no. There's no redeeming factor in their spinning this. The only redeeming factor with the frum world is they definitely they're a force. There's no question. There's a force, but it's completely misguided. What can I say?
The force is it?
It's a force like when Torah Karta is a force, like Samar is a force. These guys, they have a passion that's just completely misplaced. If that passion went in Kiruv and Avis Yisrael with the same intensity, it would change the world. Imagine every one of those guys would be looking for girls and boys to bring for a shot. I mean, those girls are from girl anyway. Forget about it. Huh? So they have kanois is dangerous, but it's an energy. It's like a fire without control.
Jeffrey,
That's what it is.
unlock, hold dispense, hold the dispense button.
Okay, so Mukumay came by Eres the Teyush, how Eres Makifim Zem Pnei Sham Shachosim Mukumay Shehen B'Shalshel. You could even say that Kanoim are Eres the Teyu. I'm ready to say that. Not Dafke Eres the Kedusha, but a similar Eres the Teyu, and so on.
Unharnessed.
I mean, that's at the best. At the worst, unfortunately, it can be not even that. It's their own, religious addictions, and the Chlal completely nothing to do with holiness altogether. Look, when Rashbi came out of the Maira after 12 years, and whatever he looked at burned was not acceptable. He had to go back a 13th year and be Masakin. That's not the way. It's not saying that. Right? Tikkun, not Tayu. Leilu Tayu Vara El Lushavas Yitzhak. The problem with Beis Shemesh is that Chil Hashem is is directly impacted. Because years you can do work with somebody,
Yeah.
and you could say there's a fringe element, and one fool can come burn down the whole building. And then you saw this article from Yossi Saridi, right? He quotes all the Gemaras. Says, this is not fringe. This is all religious Jews. All the Gemaras about how women, about all the negative things. Women are worse than dirt. And I don't even want to say what he quotes. Probably knows Amichel. Someone did a search on Yitzhak Chacham or something of all the negative things on women.
It's war against religion.
You can't even debate this. You can't even debate it because you lose. Only debate. A few people called me. I said to them, you got to get women. The only ones who have credibility are women. Let's get to Chassidish women. Let them get up to the show. I don't care what it says in the Gemara. Bottom line, go into a Jewish home that's a healthy home and tell me who's treated like dirt. That's the only answer. But this is what happens. It's on YouTube. It's embarrassing.
You quoted Gemaras. I'll quote his Greek philosophers. Much worse
He
stuff.
doesn't work on seichel. He only
Exactly.
uses the seichel.
Exactly. I can quote.
It's a hit.
He worships Greek philosophy. I'll quote you much worse stuff.
About women, you mean?
He's not talking to literate people.
No,
He's not talking to people's
The
minds.
point is not, but that doesn't help. So what? So we're both.
It's a war against religion. It's nothing with extremism. It's a war against religion.
It doesn't matter, but the religious people feed it. You get yourself a chil Hashem. You got a problem. Fine. No, I always blame the religious for this. Not they're not, because they're ignorant. They're tzedek shenishma. They don't know anything.
Yeah.
We have to be the ones that are smarter. If you really are Torah,
Yeah, 1 out of a million people. You can.
it's not a 1 out of a million. Unfortunately, it's not a whole city. It's not. It's like so. It's the same thing with the Muslims say. So a few Muslims that are terrorists. Why are we all? You don't see that way, right? Because they'll say the same thing.
They're killing people. That's violence.
This behavior is not killing, but
It's wrong.
What do they do?
What do you say? This is your justification. This is your answers. Who are you going to convince with what you just said besides yourself?
What do you mean? You see, at the Judaism.
But no, I'm saying everything. What you're saying will not be miscabel by anybody. That's
Why
not
not?
it.
Judaism has withstood the test of time.
Well, try it out.
throughout the millennia.
Why don't you so put up a YouTube of your 2 minutes saying this and tell me how the reactions are. Deep damage. Chil Hashem is the worst sin for this reason because you can't even control it. What are you supposed to do?
With the person
I remember the Rebbe said once, when Moshe Rabbeinu, why Moshe Rabbeinu was given the Einish? For what he changed, instead of hitting the stone, he's speaking instead of hitting instead of speaking. And the Rebbe said, speaking the stone is what is like hitting. I'm saying hitting the stone is what Heder Amunah. Since when does water come out of a stone? That's Chech Amunah. So, but because by level of Moshe, one shini like that, it's Chil Hashem. The Rebbe spoke about Chil Hashem. He used the example, the Gemara with the Rabbi, who was Rabbi, someone would not buy meat with on credit because if someone sees, they may think he's taking it.
It's the mems, right?
Yeah. And the mems, and the Rebbe brought them why the Frierdiker Rebbe when he was told about the release on Thursday.
To wait.
He could have Pikuach Nefesh Thursday going a train. But he knew that it would be interpreted that the Rebbe before Shabbos. So he waited till Sunday to leave prison.
Put a life in danger.
Even Pekuach, right. So the Rebbe said, because certainly this is not Chil Hashem, but our Rebbe. Chil Hashem is the worst, because you can't do anything about it. What do you do? It's like with the example they say about the feathers. Once you release the feathers, you can go gather them back.
Explain why there's only 3
It's perception.
The shloisha chalukim kapara.
It's a focused media incitement against religion.
You keep saying the same thing, but
You have to understand
I deal with.
political perspective.
But what are you saying to me? In the street, this is the
Nobody-
perception.
Gary-
Nobody cares what you're thinking.
So Goebbels would be very proud of the media in Israel.
He'd be proud of the guys in Beis Shemesh. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, it's in America now, New York
Read some of the
Times.
commentaries. Read some of the commentaries.
What's the response? So the Nazis did damage. You tell me they didn't do damage?
Absolutely, the PR works.
So, so you could do plenty. That's why it's
All he's saying, don't give him material to the
They'll always find something.
That's not an answer.
That's not an answer.
Then basically every time a frum Jew gets arrested, they'll always find something. That's why we shouldn't be getting arrested. Come on, you're supposed to be a responsible person. Look, if every frum Jew was a Chassidus Shehid and doing what he should be doing, wouldn't have all these things. Why don't you think of it that way? Forget about the world is a Taneka Shenishbu. Forget about it. I don't know if it's a war against religion. I don't think it's a war. It's ignorance. It's not. We're not talking about.
It's Amaratzis. He knows he's shooting himself in the foot. He sees an advantage for now. No, I'm saying Sarid knows he's shooting himself in the foot, but it's worth it.
Then when you
what do
speak
you
to
want?
someone religious, and you say, well, this guy said this is an opportunity. He says, He also believes the same thing I do. He's just more diplomatic. So that really does it, huh? No, about spitting or whatever. They would also spit. It's the same type of thing.
The political dynamics of the Israeli society.
You think I don't?
I mean, you do, but
how does that solve the problem?
It will never solve the problem. Because
The politics is for Yossi Sarit to be doing something very
To
nasty.
me, I had a Rebbe. The Rebbe did not speak like you speak.
Absolutely not. But
The
no matter
Rebbe
how
said,
enlightened you want to be,
we
you
have
still
to-
find something
but-
faulty.
but that's not a.
It's a cultural war in Israel now.
Politics is sheker.
What kind of response is
Even
this?
if you take all these people and throw them out,
What's that?
they'll find something fault with your
But we're
approach.
sitting here as Chassidim. You sound like an Orthodox Jew in Beis Shemesh right now. You sound like an Orthodox Jew in Beis Shemesh.
I'm not condoning them at all.
We have to take
You have to
responsibility.
understand what's going on.
We have to take responsibility.
You know that we're not learning. We read politiek, is er gekomen.
What they say.
We read like in Bet Shemesh. He's not gekomen. He's definitely on the side of the car, that's for sure.
Okay, let's go back to Ayin Beis.
I can't break the camera.
Now, there's the shlosh, it's a question, I found against the
I left.
He's over here, he was outside. From Stammer the wrong lesson.
Can we continue here?
Simon, you are...
Achlos agili ein ze b'chinas atzmus ak mamish.
That's the best eye that Bet Shemesh is wrong assessment, and to get lemon.
The Kolos Gili, the general Gili of Atayu, of Sag, even though it's a revelation of the Shemesh, in the bottom of page.
Oh, he's still there, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
a
go
few
ahead.
more lines here. They don't know. It's not Atzmusak. So we have like this, we have Chatzeni Sak, which is
Society.
Seder
General,
right. Unchanged society, the way it is. We have Pnimius Ak, Hevel Hadibur, and that's where Sag is rooted, as he said in Kutra Sach. But now he's going to Shema, which is what he says in Kutra Sach, is the Ha'ara. So he said, but this is not Atzmusak, it's Pnimius Ak. Atzmusak, Aval B'chlos Hazerak B'chins Chatzeni Sak. What is that?
That's a video, kids.
U'kamoishin is Bar Leil Perek Reish Lamed Vov Be'inyan HaKudim Nekudim V'Nekudim. We learned earlier in Perek 266, 236, HaKudim Nekudim the Ime Yesh She'esesruz Heim She'esesruz Kamoishin Ba Kudim Yotzuf Nizgalo. He said there that the Kudim has exactly the same intensity as HaKudim. And HaKudim, remember, it's 10 energies in one container, and the Kudim is 10 energies in 10 containers. So it's the same revelation the way it is in Akudim, all as one. But we learned there that it's only the Chetzenius of Akudim. Same thing here. Even though Hevel Hadibur, and it expresses that intensity, how is it B'chinas Chetzenius Ak? B'chinas Yispashtus V'Izgalos Levad. At the end of the day, it's still Chetzenius Ak. Means that it's only a spashtus, an extension of and a revelation of Ak. It's not the essence.
Is that because it's in words? Why is it so?
Because it ultimately is not it's like words compared to the metzach. That's what he's going to say now. You don't see the when you hear the depths of someone, even in the disorganized tayu, it's still not really the essence of the person.
So what does it mean that it's only Chetzenius of Akudim? The previous of Akudim would be what?
Akudim is previous of Akudim. In Akudim you have the previous of Chetzenius. Tayu is only the Chetzenius of Akudim. Go back to chapter 236 discusses it.
Chetzenius of what?
Akudim is the same as
Akudim and of Ak.
That's only the Chetzenius of Akudim. What's the previous of Akudim?
What's the premise of Akudim?
The world of Akudim is the premise of Akudim. And the world of
Which is
Akudim.
what? He says
10 energies in one container. He speaks about it in that chapter.
So the 10 Nekudas that come out is only the Chetzenius, the way they're the same.
Yeah, but they have an intensity. Yeah. And I skipped a line. She said, "Achlos agili ein ze b'chinas atzmus ak mamish. The ima yesh ze b'chinas pnimius ak. Even though Torah comes from pnimius ak, hainu she'ena b'chinas er chitzeni k'mei er de seder ishtalshus." Remember the explanation, the chiddush of the Rebbe Rashab in the Tanya is that it's not er chitzeni like seder ishtalshus, so it's pnimi. But don't confuse that pnimi as being atzmi, etzem. It's just not say the shtalshlus. That's how he's explaining it. That's why it's chitzenis. Understand? So it's a b'chinas
Okay.
It comes like it's in the source, but it's still ultimately chitzenis. Lefi erech etzem is chitzenis. So it's lefi erech, relative to existence, it's primiyasak. Like dibur, like the dibur that comes from the depths of you, that's more than regular speech. So that's definitely more pnimi. But if you talk about the big picture, atzmusak, that's going to say now, that is a shem ma. If you want to speak about it purely, let's say on the human level, you think like this. I'm going to explain. There's the etzem of the human being, etzem nefesh, let's say. There's your primius of the human being. There's the chitzenis of the human being. Of course, there are levels in each one of them. Chitzenis of the human being is a casual conversation about, go shopping. Let's go buy something. Let's do something. Nothing, no depth. Regular, a discussion about survival. Think of it that way. Primius would be when you start talking something from your heart, something that matters to you, pain, joy, something important. But that's not your etzem. The etzem is going to be expressed in the metzach. The etzem is the thing that never expresses itself. And that's why it doesn't have any. That's why you can't comprehend it. It's like what you see, but you don't hear. What you hear, it can be primius. You can hear chitzenis. What you see is etzem. What you hear is primius. So you have chitzenis, primius, etzem. Basically, that's the structure here.
Is in the root of
So
sag.
in Tanya, what he says in Ageres HaKodesh, Kud Sachen, is that hevel, hapeh, sag, which is rooted in Ezechet and peh of ak, is primius ak. But he says primius, he means not primius as opposed to shtalshus, which comes from chitzenius ak. Primi, not chitzeni. But it's not etzem. It's not primius ak, and ma is chitzenius ak. And what ma is ha'ara, he's going to say now, ha'ara is only because it's concealment of the etzem, but it's etzem.
But this is talking about Pshat and Kutosachen, the way.
When you learn it there, it's kunsachen. It's not negayed. These brought in there. Kunsachen is taken
Don't you
from
remember you
the
explained it a few weeks ago?
No, I was thinking.
No, because on the other hand, there's a mila.
I didn't have this.
Now, kunsachen is a mila. Talks more the mila of sag over ma. That's why. So there, the emphasis is more on that. It's that's primius and that's ha'ara. Remember, the mila of the advantage of sag is that it's more internalized, and it's more ruchnius, whereas ma is less internalized. So that's what there he talks about the bitter of mitzvahs, of bitter gashmis. So Toyu has a bigger power than the bitter of gashmis. Okay, commissions. So there goes it. Mashiach avukhin Shema Chodosh, and I'll explain Shema Chodosh in a minute. But the meaning of Shema Chodosh, he goes now back to the Tikkun. Shema Chodosh, if you remember, is the mach. Why is it Chodosh? Because it's something that comes later. It's a new name that results from Ab, from the birth of Ab. It's birthed in what do you call it? Huh?
It's birthed in a mecca.
Yichud Ab Da'ak, if Shem Sag Da'ak, that Hebrew creates a birth of Shema. Chodosh, so it's like a birthing. And that birthing is Ma Chodosh. We'll speak about Ma is in the root in a second. This is Be'er Pnei Melachayim. This is Be'er Pnei Melachayim. This is the light that shines on the Pnei Melech, the living face of the king. This is the real Primis and Atzmis. Like we learned earlier, 263, that's Shema Eitz Chaim, the Shem Ma'achodesh, B'china Shem Ab Da'ak, that's rooted in Ab. Remember, Ab is the highest name. So B'chinas HaTaimim Da'ak, that's the Taimim, not Nekudis. There's Nekudis, Nekudis, there's Tansah. Yeah, there's the Taimim Nekudis Taganesius. There's the letters. There's the tagin, which is the crowns on top of the letters. There's the nekudis, which is the pronunciation. And there's the taimim, is the negina, the sound, the song, the taste.
That's the highest?
Taimim, yeah. Taimim is always the highest. The negina, the sing song, the song of
Ati.
Tainuk.
Ati.
The hainu primis v'atzmusak. So Shem Ma is rooted in the etzem, previous etzem of Ak. Ukmoisha previous atzmus hanefesh nimshach mizgala ba'aponim. Canal ba'perek reish samagdalat. And just like the previous, the inner and etzem of the nefesh is nimshach, is drawn and revealed on the face, as we learned in 264.
Previous announcements by the Ponim, by Matzah.
No, not here. K'meikenu in yoyer Hashem panav elecho. Let me say in Yerechacha. The same thing is yoyer Hashem panav elecho. That's the meaning. The yoyer Hashem, Hashem's face to shine toward you. His countenance. Shebeponim elyon mizgal kol ha'primius mamish. And that's why you want that. That's why you want to say, I want to see the face of Hashem. That Hashem's face should shine, radiate to you. That's it. That's my bracha chreina. The whole premise. Ach klei haponim mafsik shehu shebo k'mei b'chinas dilig b'mahus l'mahus. K'makshova sheba'ayin. But the other side of it is, it's only ha'ara. That's why he says in the Kudzas ha'ara, because it's the face is reflecting the etzem and the premise. But the way you're seeing it is with a big jump.
So you're not really getting that previous. You're only getting the other that's previous.
No, you're getting that previous.
Where do you? Sorry. Why do you? Why is it
concealed? It's concealed because you can't relate to it. So it's like seeing something that you can't relate to. It's like seeing an etzem.
But you have the whole etzem.
It's not. You have it there. Yeah. It's dilig b'mahus l'mahus. It says later it's concealed.
Isn't the fact that you could?
You just think of the mashal, you'll get it right away. You see a glow on a face, and here you hear someone speaking from their heart. Which is which? The glow is deeper, rooted, but less internalized, less of a relationship with it. If you want to put it that way.
But isn't by internalizing it, you're deflecting, you're losing the etzem of it. If you
that's why by dibur.
I'm saying once you reach that part where you have the etzem, it's a step down to internalize it almost.
But you want both. That's the whole point of the interface. You want both. You want both. Remember, I go again. Before the tzimtzum, there's no metzil, there's nothing. Everything is everything. There's no such thing as primis and chotzenis. It's only in a world of an external world that you have to go through these levels.
So you can't relate that at all to Tikkun or Teo. That's only with
in the root.
Yeah.
No, in the root you have semblances of, like you have Makif, Primi, you have Chesed, Gvura, Teferes, like he says later, and Nalomim. But no, but Fnei in the root, because it's subtle there. It's like it's in a potential state. You have, remember, Atzmus is Atzmus. We're talking about Eidin Sof the Fnei Tzimtzum already has let's put the seeds of what's going to come later. Huh?
That's just said is Tzimtzum also.
Yeah,
right? It has these qualities.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Atmos.
I'm going to stop reading one more line and then I'm going to sum it up. I'm going to go further. No, this piece I wanted to finish one thing.
It's an aura or in self, not Atmos.
Which is?
The meta.
No, it is Etzem. It's Atmos.
It's Atmos.
Atmos of Ak. No, right.
So there's no potential. When you're Atmos, it's before.
You got to define the word Atmos.
No. I'm not talking about the Atmos of God now. We're talking about the Atmos of Ak.
The essence of a thing, not the thing. Not
the essence of Ak. We're not even talking Atmos now. Obviously, every Atmos is connected to higher Etzem, but what's it? But but even though it comes in this type of, it's almost like I would say like this: if you had the schus, and sometimes when the Rebbe would speak, one of the things my vision, my visualization was that you could see a person who's seeing a reality that we don't see. And he's sitting on one side of the curtain that he could see that reality. We can't see behind the curtain, but we could see him speaking about that. So he would describe something, so it's like you could be taken to a place where you haven't really earned your way to go there. And you have, for a moment, you have a revelation or epiphany of a real Etzem experience. But it's like seeing something. Imagine God showed you something right now, which is why he doesn't do it, because it wouldn't serve a purpose. You wouldn't totally relate to it if you saw a Lakus Mamish. You wouldn't have the Kalim for it. So there's a time where you experience it, so you're clearly seeing a whole different reality, but you're seeing an even of Dilig Muhus Muhus. because you're not in that reality. It's not your reality. Whereas in hearing, you definitely are much closer to the two states. The two things are closer to each other. The Atzmus is nimshach in it.
Just Atzmus.
No, the Atzmus is talking of right now. Rakshabah b'derech bikia, and now he adds the word bikia, but it comes in a form of breaking through. Bikia is breaking through. It's really more than breaking. Bikia would be like bikiyas hashacha, bikiyas hakav. Bikia is it's almost exploding through. Shebikeya hester klei haponim v'metzach. It like breaks through. It's like something that doesn't really belong outside, but the intensity of its power just breaks through. So what we call the glow, for us it's a glow, and from the inside, it's just the intensity was so intense, like he's going to explain now. Like take an example, a barrel of wine that is full to capacity, that it literally starts cracking through the seams.
Or a dam of water.
Yeah, but he says it can't hold it anymore, so comes the liquid, the fluid comes
sweating out. No, it's before it breaks. I think it's you see a little drip.
What's the word for it? There's a word that comes not sprouting. No, there's real pekia is
Penetrates the force.
not the word penetrate. No, penetrate is the other way. In is internal. It breaks through. It breaks through. It ruptures.
Like if you
Yotza mashke derech shom
you
v'yom.
go down
Eruption?
to
You want to use the word
you go
eruption?
down
No,
to
the rupture's not right.
Your ear ruptures for the fluid.
So even though, like he's going to explain now in the mashal, even though what's coming out from the barrel is only a very little. It's only the like he calls it ma'at mazid, very small quantity, but it's coming from within. He says, it's coming with a very, very big tzimtzum and concentration and a very big pressure. A very narrow expression of it. In other words, you can't compare what's coming out of the faucet to what's behind going on there. But the cause for it coming is because of its intensity, because of its unbelievable power. So the container can't contain it, so it just breaks through. Shpar durach. That we say called breakthrough, shpar durach. And that's why there's an invention. Now, let me sum the rest up. So then he goes on in this chapter 271 to explain. He gives an example from Pekiyas Hasidus, how the hair that comes out of the head. We're going to have to use your head as an example. You want to come to the camera here? No face, just your hair.
Visual.
He's actually coming.
I'm the only one here around here.
The only one here? Okay, so look, everybody, look at this head. You see the hair is coming out. So you just see it as hair. You go take a haircut, whatever. But in truth, it's the intensity of Dr. Lang's massive brain and Chachmas Tema. I see you're very cooperative. He's a very good.
Very docile.
And what he's saying here is that the hair actually is physical, but in spiritual sense, here is the same idea. It's coming from a very profound place. One more thing we have to correct. He says that when you pull the hair, you feel it, but when you cut it, did you feel it? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay. But when you cut it, you don't feel it. So answer, why don't you feel it? If you feel it, say God forbid you cut a finger, you feel it. Why don't you feel it? Because it's rooted. Because all sensation comes from the nerves that come from the conscious mind. The hair comes from the unconscious mind. Chachmas Tema. So it's from the bikia. That's why you don't feel it, because it's beyond sensation.
Why would you feel it if you pull it? It's coming from the unconscious. It's rooted
He doesn't
there.
speak about that here, but in other places, because it does have a nerve in there. There is something there, but there's an element in it that doesn't have that comes from Chachma. He says it clearly. So it's a similar example to the Metzach. You're having something, in other words, something coming from a deeper level, and it just it comes out. It's only a side. It's only a hair. It's only the fluid coming out of that packed barrel. That loaded, saturated was the word for it. That overflowing barrel is only a little.
Exuding.
Huh? But
Exuding.
yeah. Exuding, right, exuding. But it's coming from the intensity from what's within. That's one example, the Cyrus. Okay. Especially because the unconscious mind doesn't break into nerves and into paths that can be sensed. That's why you don't feel pain when you cut the hair. Okay. That's one example. Next example of Yubikia is the example of the breaking of the dawn. Dawn break. Again, you say the word break. Yibok ozi boker shacher.
What would be the difference between two marshals exactly? Why would you need to?
Well, let's first say what the second marshal is.
Yeah.
The second marshal is like a marshal example. It's marshals. It's remember every marshal chassidus is also nimshal. What I mean, all these are examples for us to again taste the interface.
Right.
You're seeing things express itself. The fact that God gave us dawn break, He could have made the night ends and then the light and day begins. Why does it have to come in a transitionary way? It's Benedict. Think about this. Alisa Shachar. Why does it have to come there? Could have come night ends and day begins and there's no transition. I mean, hypothetically. Because he wants to show us, again, it's an example how one reality pierces through another. Pierces another good word, maybe. It pierces through. So Ozibak, so what happens in the morning? She says,
Piercing.
The morning, it breaks through the night. And like you see a ray of light breaking through the dawn, through the dark night. You look, a ray of light, you wake up in the morning, you see a ray. So these are examples of Keyel Sashachar, of seeing something break through. Yeah. So before the morning rose, that's why you see, he also brings this example for Golas, that before the dawn is the darkest. So before the dawn was the darkest, but the intensity that lies within that darkness is very powerful and it breaks through so there's really a very big gili inside that darkness.
You
So
mean
it says
inside the darkness or what's going to come afterwards?
No, inside the darkness.
Dawn breaking is not the same thing. Dawn breaking is just coming from somewhere else. It's breaking the darkness. It's a marshal.
He says, Ikvis v'shichiach will be chutzpah yazga. Maybe that's the connection to the story we said. So it'll be chutzpah, because there'll be a lot of cheshach, there'll be an intensity of darkness. Koydem gilayim. V'oz mizgaber erev b'kei cheshach alash b'kei bo b'tegbuz del mashemer. Okay, so what you see is only a reflection. Ha'ara shema. But it's coming as a result of a very deep intensity. This is a critical point because you could say ha'ara is the opposite. You have, let's say, sunlight. You could say something is the source of light, and then you get a reflection from it. Like, for example, say light coming out of a lamp is coming because of the intensity that the lamp is so intense and it breaks through. Light. It's this again, Seder Vadraga. It's an organized way of flow, transmission of light. Like we spoke before, organized. Whereas here, it's not that way. It's the intensity that's within that breaks through, pierces through, and that's what you see, the glow on the face. The Netzach is that. He says that's why you see that the intensity of the light in the morning is stronger than the intensity of the light in the middle of the day. That's chapter 271. Chapter 272 gives an example. It manifests this in life. Another example, the birth of a child. A child has the etzem of the father. That's why Yofa Koyach Habem Koyach Har, the child can be.
Is that something you see that the Neiga here would take it based on Shemesh, Ben Sayem? I mean, in the morning.
They say there's certain intensity, there's certain rays of light that come down that you don't see later.
Radiation is more intense.
Is it in a real?
It's like almost like the eclipse of the sun is also that way. There's certain reveal certain parts. I mean, scientifically, I think so.
Is it that you're talking about before the sunrise?
No, I guess in the morning when the first rays of the sun.
First rays of the sun before sunrise.
I'm not sure. Something to be researched, and if you come back, this is all part of our so-called Project Ayin Beis, 72. So chapter 272, Reish Ayin Beis, goes goes into the whole discussion of a child.
Ayin Beis of Ayin Beis.
She's giving Hamshach Zuz. You want to have it, he wants to explain Ir Atzmi, Raksha Misalim. It's an Ir Atzmi, but it's concealed. So he gives an example of a child. The child is the etzem of the father. It's not a reflection. It's not like a father who's, let's say, imparting wisdom to a student. A child embodies the essence of the parents. And yet, it's Behelam. That's why you see children of Talmidei Chachamim, they're not necessarily Talmidei Chachamim. And you need work. Just because a person, let's say, comes from a great father, doesn't mean he's going to be great. He needs effort. Because it's Behelam. So in a sense, when a father, let's say, is teaching his students, they're getting more revealed wisdom. But a child is more of the essence of the father. But in the child, it's hidden, and he has to work on it to reveal it. That's essentially the content of that chapter. He adds a middle there where it says that the Gemara says that Talmidei Chacham, the children of Talmidei Chacham of scholars are not scholars. So even though it says a reason for it, but it says because the truth is because a Talmid Chacham. He should have been because Teireh Machzaris al Achshan Yishalei. That's why you need a reason that he's not like.
They cancel each other, those two.
Yeah.
The reason.
Right. Because Teireh has to come, but it's not because a son has to be like a father.
So without those two, you're back to...
That's why you need the effort. And that's essentially and then the second part of chapter 272 is that the same thing as Lamayla, the difference between the Shamas and Malachim. The Shamas, it says, come from a Zivu Gufni. That means from a physical union of Zah and Malchus, male and female. Malachim come from a Zivuk Ruchni, Nishikin. So he says that the Malachim they don't need any Aveda. They are naturally sing God's praises and they naturally have Ava V'yira. Because they're more like the Hevel HaDibur. There's a seamless flow, there's a direct connection to the Primus. But it's not the Etzem. It's only a Gili, Ha'ara. The Shamas are like children, like a child. It has the Etzem, but the Neshama needs work to reveal that. And then the conclusion of chapter 272, I think, is amazing. The piece about the Baal Shem Tov, Shem Etzem Shetevis Miktsase.
Yeah, that explains the whole chapter.
Yeah.
What?
So the Baal Shem Tov said that an Etzem, an essence, when you hold on a part of it, you have all of it. So the Rebbe Shab asked the Klotz Kasha, everyone asks, well, the Etzem does not break into parts. It's like a contradiction of term. What do you mean a part of it, you have all of it? There's no such thing as parts, it's Etzem. He says no. There's the Etzem, how the Etzem we see here can be concealed. So when you say part, you don't mean part as opposed to Etzem, you mean Etzem as it's concealed. But even in it's concealed, it also has the whole thing there.
For lack of better words, we call it Etzem. Part, yeah, whatever.
Okay. Yeshlem da'adesha misal na is b'chinas ischalkus that Etzem built in ischalik, but when it comes concealed and the Etzem is concealed, it can ultimately be seen as in parts. Parts. Okay, then chapter 273 explains this whole thing now in its root. The kav that breaks through and pierces the tzimtzum. So this expression, Geil er mepnei cheshach. Geil er mepnei cheshach. The cheshach mepnei er. Geil is a same form of piercing. Geil er mepnei cheshach, the er lifnei at tzimtzum. There was a intense the light, the energy that filled all of existence. And the tzimtzum comes from a deeper place that was able to conceal that. But then comes Geil cheshach mepnei er. The concealment of the tzimtzum, no matter how intense it was, had the power to even conceal light before the tzimtzum. There comes the light like the morning light, the breaking of the dawn. What is the breaking of the dawn? In the root is the kav. So it's only a kav. In the morning you only see a ray. You don't see the sunlight at like right
From
noon.
Lifnei Tzimtzum or from the Tzimtzum itself?
No, it comes from Lifnei and even deeper than Lifnei. In the Lifnei, it has to come from a deeper place because it's able to break the darkness that broke the light. So it has to come from a light that's
Tzimtzum itself already is coming from higher than the.
Rabbi
Sure,
said
the
it.
comma's got to be before that, higher than that.
That's his point. That's his point. One second. So it's only a ray, like the hair, like the child. Using all the examples, like the neshamas, like what was the other example, like the chavis, the container. The ray of the dawn. It's only a ray. It's not like the sunlight during the day by noon, but it's a breaking through the cheshuk, so it has a certain intensity. The kav, that coming from the etzem ha'ir, that's higher than the oir that was lifnei tzimtzum. Now, one second, don't jump. And he explains this with the pasuk, the three psukim, the three words, Keil Elikim Havaya. Daber v'yikra eretz. What does that pasuk say? Anyway, the expression in the pasuk is that there's all three names, Keil Elikim Havaya, Daber, Yikra Eretz. Keil Elikim spoke, and that way Yikra Eretz, and they called that land. So it says in Zohar that these three, Keil is Chesed, Elikim is Gvura, and Havaya is Tiferes. So it explains it that this is the root of all transmissions. The Eir Lifnei Tzimtzum is Keil Chesed, light. The Tzimtzum is Elikim Gvura, it conceals. The Kav is Havaya Tiferes. What it means in the Esser spheres Agnuzis, in the concealed spheres, Lifnei Tzimtzum, which is really the root of the spheres that would come later, you have Chesed Hanelim, Gvura Hanelim, and Tiferes Hanelim. These are the concealed, these are called concealed. When they say concealed, it's really like, it's like spheres in their root. They're really not existent yet. They're like quantum-like. They're probabilities. A state of probability in a...
Eiches. Koiches.
Or even beyond, it's even higher than Koiches. So, yeah, potential. So essentially, so the light Lifnei Tzimtzum, the light is Chesed. It's a flowing light. Then comes Gvura, which is stronger and it conceals it. And then comes Kav, which comes from Tiferes Hanel. And Tiferes is higher, the root of Tiferes is higher than Chesed and Gvura. And that brings in, that pierces the darkness of the Tzimtzum.
The Kav itself is starting though from it's piercing through the whole time. It's on the Megala after the Tzimtzum. In other words, in order it has to be this Kav has to be going through there has to be a constant Kav going straight through. Otherwise, should they? Where did the Kav show itself after the Tzimtzum?
Yeah.
But in essence, in Indian, it has to be going through the whole time.
There is no time there. It's all about
time
levels.
is the level.
There's no time, but they precede each other. The first stage, I'm talking about in Indian, in Mila, you don't talk in time. In Mila, there's let's talk like a teacher. A teacher has a lot of wisdom inside of him. That's Chesed, Eir. Then in order to transmit, he has to conceal that. He can't express it all. He conceals it through silence, prepares himself. So think of these all things happening maybe simultaneously, but it's stages. And then he begins to transmit. He begins to transmit Aleph, Beis, Gimel, Dalet. That's the Kav. It's transmitting, spoon feeding, very narrow ray, Kav Achud, which means a thread of light. But that Kav is coming from a deeper place than.
How do you see it in the muscle of the teacher? That the Kav, when he's being moided and measuring and giving over, is higher than his Etzem Seichel that he has.
You see it from the result that when he does it, he himself understands the idea better. And to do it, he needs to understand it. It's one example. And the intensity that you need to understand something yourself, to write it and to communicate it or write it down, you can't even compare the two.
That's the intensity part of it.
No, which means you have to go deeper in, because the fact of the matter is, thinking about something is a clarity, but it's not the real clarity that comes when you're able to say it to somebody, especially someone that's not like you. A child or someone.
So the muscle is higher than an imshul.
The muscle is Bikiya. It says in many places in Chassidus.
Muscle is higher than an imshul. Wow.
For sure.
Wow.
The root of the muscle is higher than the nimshul.
Wow.
The ability, that's why it says, but the Shlomo Melech, Vayimshul Melech Shlosh Shalaf Muscle. You know what it says in Terev? He says that not that he was only able to conceive of 3,000 creative examples, it was 3,000 levels. Example for example for example. You know how that is? Most people can reach maybe 2-3 levels below that. to reach 3,000 levels, which means he would be able to explain the deepest thing to a child. For sure, you'll see the best teachers are the ones that can find examples that relate to the student, and through the example that means you understand the idea better. If you can't do that, you probably Richard Feynman was brilliant at that in physics. He gives these simple examples that you read simple, but then you start seeing the profundity of it. I mean, even here, for example, this example of the breaking of the dawn. Each example definitely has something that gives you a sense.
What do you think of the example of the chovis?
Because I could use the jam.
It's a little.
We spoke about it at length. This example is straight from the Alter Rebbe, so.
Can't mess with it.
No. I think it's an excellent example on a certain level because it's a very, very tangible way of seeing something
Spoke
special.
about it before here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I want to say something. The Rebbe gave this example to the eye doctor. One of the last things the Rebbe before before Gimel Tam. The eye doctor, the Rebbe went there for his eye checkup, and he had to stay there for half an hour because he dilated. So the eye doctor asked the Rebbe if he has permission to ask him something. So the Rebbe said, yeah. So one of the questions he asked is, the Rebbe is talking about Mashiach, why Mashiach didn't come in. So the Rebbe gave the example. He said, it's like, think of all the work people do is like filling a cup. And over the centuries, over the years, the cup fills more and more and more. There comes a point where it's full. And then all you need
When
is.
did it say this?
So this to an eye doctor and
Why people don't come?
not
In
for
Beis.
Chavzai Nodar.
Oh, because I know.
I mean, and he said there comes a point where that, and then we need that little bit, and then the whole intensity of the whole thing spills over. And that spill over, that's the whole change.
You remember
But you can't. You never heard?
No, I remember hearing that he had a conversation with that doctor.
So the Rebbe has a Maimon in Tovshin Yutes. I think it's Er Maimon Rekia. I don't remember which Maimon. Where he talks about the three Mishalim Chassidus on Pekia. Chavis, another two. And he explains the mile in each one of them. The Moshel has a lot of, even a Moshel needs analysis. It's not.
Because a little bit looks like a very simple, the chovis one.
The truth is, it's not simple at all because
I'm sure it's not. I'm just saying.
it's the Moshel used in Mittler Rebbe. It's a very strong Moshel for anything that anything about Dilug, the Chavis is used. The intensity of something. You see, remember. Don't think of the chavis. When you look at outside the chavis and you see a little wine come out, so you think, some wine is coming out. But when you appreciate it, it's really the intensity within. So when you see the glow on someone's face, you can also say, hey, it's not a big thing. But the mashal shows you that there's something behind the scenes, basically. I mean, look, it's a mashal, like anything. Anyway, so now he's talking about the kav. So the kav is that, so there's the chesed, gvura, and teferes, lifnei the tzimtzum. And he basically explains it that the kayach abligvul, infinite light, is the chesed, just the flow. There was the teva chesed. Yeah, there was no gvul at all recognized. It says even in the asis of the Rishima, which is the beginning of containers and gvul, or radiated, however, were dominated with the bligvul. Then the tzimtzum comes, and this is how Hashem. The bligvul reveals God's will to express Himself. The tzimtzum is rotzen b'izgalus keich hagvul, is God's will to contain Himself, or to reveal the power of the finite. And it dominates. His gabrusa b'chinas keich hagvul b'dei sheyeh b'chinas hametzias. It overpowers the chesed, the illuminating light of lifnei tzimtzum. In order that there should be mitzias, there should be existence. And he says in the parentheses, yesh lemer, because chesed, at the end of the day, still has some limitation. Yesh b'm b'chol b'chinas hagbod, b'shum zeh b'chinas hagvura, maglas ha-chesed.
Because of weakness in chesed.
The fact that chesed can be concealed by this, means it's also limited. And then comes the kav. The kav is teferes hanelim, and the Rebbe Rashab explains this is Shem and Hatev, which was connected to what he said earlier. And teferes, as we know, goes up to kesed. You know the concept. Like in the Mishkan, when they connected the Yeriyah, they connected the walls. They had each wall had loops, sockets, and a rod that connected one wall to the next, on top and on the bottom. Then there's the B'riach HaTichin. In order to keep a balance, there's one long rod that connected the entire length of the wall. So Chassidus, Kabbalah explains that's Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferes. Remember, between the walls, let's say, like this, it's right, left, and center. So the right, Chesed, flows, but it doesn't go all the way up and down. It connects one to the next. It has a limitation. Tiferes is the spine, like in the body. Without a spine, you don't have the centrifugal balance. The spine goes all the way from the spinal cord from the brain all the way down. So Tiferes is the B'riach HaTichin, which connects to Keser, through Das, Tiferes, Yesod, Malchus. That's the middle. So when you count the spheres as a structure, Chochmah, Chesed, Netzach on the right, Bina, Gvura, Hod on the left. The center is Keser, Das. Depends whether you count Keser and Das, but Tiferes, Yesod, and Malchus, which are really, that's the lower level, that's sort of the sexual organs. But Tiferes is the center point, so Tiferes goes, so therefore the Kav, think about it now, the Kav, which is like the dawn break, is breaking through the Tzimtzum because it's rooted higher than the Chesed, than the root of Chesed, which is the light.
It couldn't break through.
Couldn't, right, which is concealed by the Gvura, and then it breaks through the Gvura. That's basically it. So he says, I do, maybe we should just read this end of this page. It's pretty good to read. And then some of the next one. Okay. So here goes like this. I'm reading from the beginning, middle of Taf Kuf Nun Hey, 555. ואחר כך נמשך הקו שבחינס תפארס הנעם של מים בחינס כסף ורון נמום ובזר הרקיע עמה שהוא בחינס שמן הטב. And after the tzimtzum comes the kav, the line of light, the thread of light, that comes from Tiferes Hanam, the hidden Tiferes, that's higher than Chesed Gvura that are concealed. This is the level of Shem and Hatev, if you remember we learned about Shem and Hatev with Ketevus. Yeah. If you do the Shem and Hatev, Zebchin is Primis Atik, Commission is Bor Leil Perek Reish Daled, in chapter 204. V'hainu Commission is Bor Makam Achal Pia Yidu the Tiferes Eilat Kesel, and this means, as we explain in other places, that this is based on the known that Tiferes goes up all the way to Kesed, to the crown. That means primis, the inner part of Kesed, Atik. The same thing is Tiferes Hanelam, the hidden Tiferes Lifnei Tzimtzum before the Tzimtzum reaches all the way into the primis of Kesed of Ein Sof Lifnei Tzimtzum. V'kavona v'harotza bin Akav, who is Chabras the Bechinas of Gvula Bligvul. That's the root. Chesed is Bligvul, infinite.
Yeah. As if he lays abroad, you know, if I underline it and then you go, that's the rule.
Yeah. So Chesed is Bligvul, flow, transmission. Gvura limits it. It's Gvul. The Eibishter wants both. Remember, discussion. He wants an existence where there's defined parameters, but he doesn't want it to remain that way. He wants. Remember, defined parameters will create the yesh. And when it's imbalance, it's toyu or whatever, intolerance. He wants the gvul to connect to the bli gvul.
That's the kav.
Kav does that. That's Tiferes.
The kav in the face.
Oh, yeah. The kav becomes chachmas, the ma, chachma, yeah. But remember, a kav, you can't appreciate it, because kav doesn't have the seichel part of it. Chachmas, the ma, is how it expresses itself in the, you know. It's always
is Mendel's Barbara Shred, is that a baby girl?
It's always looking to find in one reality a glimpse or a sign or something of a higher reality.
Again.
And the more you have them,
Yeah.
the more you have them, the more the integration comes. If you're able to find in this world how everything's a mashal for Elikus, you got yourself a world with Yedikal Paul, Gatapalt, Yegechapel.
That's Chachmas, feeding with Tiferes and
He doesn't connect to the
Chachmas on the right side.
Very good. But Chachmas Tema can be the unconscious mind, may be the center brain. Then this Chachma bin a Das. Remember that. here he's not talking about it in that way yet, but it's a good point you're making. I don't remember discussing it, but it's an interesting thing to look at. Because Chochmah is in the right.
Okay.
I think, however, Chochmah is
Yeah.
bittul,
Good.
is connected much more to the
You're
Pinatik.
right.
And that's definitely,
that before.
yeah. So it could be there's Chochmah, two parts to Chochmah. There's Chochmah how it's on the right, and there's Chochmah how it, as it loses its identity, it becomes more centered. That's my thought, I'm not sure.
Connected optic, which is.
This is beautiful.
You have 1 foot in outpost, then you're totally in
It's
outpost.
the Loshba, because you see the interesting thing that I haven't seen that very common. He says the rotzen in Ayin Sof and Simpson is the so let's see the Lashon here. Oh, behind the Tchilo Haya Rotzen Li is Beginnes Gileir. In the beginning there was a Rotzen for Gileir, that's Chesed. That's the Eir Lifnei Tzimtzum. Then he says, it's the second Rotzen to be a Keich HaGvul. If he's got Bruse, that's the Gvura, the Tzimtzum. And now he says the Loshen, Vakavona v'harotzen binyan hakav, who is Chabros the B'chinas Gvul.
And that's where the kavona comes in. So
Yeah.
it's not just the rotzen, also the kavona is to be together.
But you
Bli gvul and
see,
gvul.
like
That's why it's higher. It's coming from the kavona.
Choice of words is so
Yeah, the
precise.
Hasbara here is made it because also, you know, you always talk about kav, and people say, he always ask, why do you need a kav? He always explains, there's a rotzen in it, there's a kavana, it's not a kav just came. There's a purpose. Each of these are tools and have functions. And the kavana rotzen in the kav. I remember the same thing when you learn Samach Vav, and also here you say like, well, Lama, why did he make Atzilus? You know, so there's reasons for every dimension. And a lot of chassidus, when you learn it, especially when we were in yeshiva, you don't see that part of it. You don't see the necessity of it. Okay, so you learn it like Baal Peh. Chadik, Ben, Nirosha, Nefesh Elkis, Nefesh Abami, Sviris, Allah Zachar. Places where he explains there's a rotzen that chose it. It's not just, you know, and I'll tell you why this is vital. Because, for example, scientific thinking, in general, the way we think, we take existence and then we dissect it. We don't ask, why does it exist? Because we came after existence, but it's a given that this table is here. Now, after what, how am I going to use it? When Chassidus goes the opposite, its way of thinking is, why does it exist in the first place? It has to have a reason. There's nothing just there. Science touches it a little when they start understanding the things, the causes that cause things to be, but they never go to the real ultimate cause. They have no problem stopping at the Big Bang, and no one cares who's pushing the first train. You know that one with Chelm. I find that fascinating. It's like, to me, I keep reading about it. They keep talking about how we're discovering the beginning and the beginning, and all these millions of dollars going into these colliders and yeah. And the simple Chelm question when the guy came to the city, and he says, you know, it came back, it's unbelievable. There are cars that move without a horse pulling. So someone said, how does it move? He says, there's a car behind it that pushes it. Talking about a train. And the second car, a third car pushes it, a fourth car. What about the last car? He says, that's a technicality, I forgot to ask. You know? So the same thing here. They keep figuring out how everything shapes everything. And someone asks a simple klutz kasha, a child. And who put the first piece of gas there? It's not like, they don't even say we're going to figure that out. They can't figure that out.
Not in the realm of science, that's the answer.
They just discovered something now.
What's the answer?
Not in the realm of science.
They just discovered something now with that thing, the
No, but it shows you the fact they don't care so much means they don't. There's no such thing as yesh ma'ayin.
No, like he's saying, it's not my
No,
world.
so in other words,
It's not my world.
But that means that all your chokhmah is about yesh.
Yeah.
It's about me. I don't want to know about before me or beyond me. I want to know about me and how I got here. But tell me it's something yesh ma'ayin. The ayin, no. Yesh me yesh, fine.
What's this thing they call the discover now in this?
That's the key. That's the bottom line.
In this, they call discover this. It's called the God molecule,
The God particle.
the God particle.
Yeah.
It's a new thing they.
It's a term. It's just a term.
Yeah, well, this would make sense.
It's a term. You know, the classic line in science, like someone wrote a good line. So the classic ultimate line in science is that that either we're wired to believe in God, or God wired us that way, and they can't figure out which one it is. This is because we're definitely wired to believe in God. People keep gravitating, no matter what. The enlightenment, the head of
That's a very cynical statement too, you know.
Right, exactly.
And God wired us is a very opposite cynical.
Yeah. Well, Shava Singer said something like this. He said, we must believe in free will, we have no choice. What do you think about that one? That's the most cynical of all. I hate that. Could I have said something? That's it.
It's not so bad, why?
Yeah, but
We have no
it's like a
choice.
stick of Woody Allen line, you know?
Maar het is niet aan te meissen.
No, Ashkaka, they have explained once, and I got it correctly. Ashkaka Brothers and the Bechira come from the same place, the two sides of the same.
Yeah, and I understand, but I mean, the people saying this are interested more in
the comical side.
right.
No, I know,
Free choice and free will.
But Bechira Chavsh is Bechira Mit. There's what's the other one I just read from Woody Allen? Eternity is a very painful thing, especially when you get to the end of it. Something like that. Anyway, so let's continue here. This is a very critical point here. That's why I'm reading it. So the Rotzen in Kav is the Schabes Gvul of Blitful. Wow. Share Eires hem beginnen midden van Gvul. Because the energies, they're limited, they're defined, because they have 10 spheres. And nevertheless, they're also infinite. Going back all the way to chapter 16. The 10 spheres, the Eris, is not the Keach HaGvul, that's the Kelim. That's not the power of finite, of Gvura, that we're talking about here. That Bligvul itself measured and Shir B'atzmi and what's the word I want to say, and quantified and created space for 10 spheres. So it's the Bligvul itself defining itself into spheres.
What
the
is,
whole discussion.
Sorry, what is the legal self-finance on the spheres?
Lias Eir begins migom. The Mishum Zeh begins Eir v'chol Eiru begins Ensef. That's not really for here, but this is why the beginning of the Hemshech is so critical. Because there his dilemma in the interface is Eir Gvul or Blikvul. So Samach Vav focuses mostly that Eir is Blikvul. The Shit is Eir Blikvul. But here he's going the opposite. He says several times that the Shit in this Hemshech is Eir is Gvul. But if Eir is Gvul, then why is it Eir? So this whole back and forth, is it energy? Is it
what does it mean, Samachov is like this and I'm based like this? What do you mean?
There's two shittas in Kabbalah.
I know. But what do you mean that the Rebbe Shab takes one side in Samachov, one side in I'm based?
Yeah.
What does it mean? He's developing it?
No, for sure. I wrote a whole essay on this that I'm going to use.
One is Eris, one is Kelim.
No, he wants, because both,
I know there are two shittas.
No,
I'm asking, what is the Rebbe Shab?
Let me explain.
What's his shittas?
Let me say.
Yeah.
First of all, Kapichsidis, in Ayin Beis and other places, is the tivuch of the shittas. That they're all right. It depends on different levels.
Oh, he does it also in Pasach Eliyah.
Yeah. And the point is like this, like Shmi and Riyah. Each has a mile over the other.
Right.
When it's Oyer without Gvul, you're more Elokus, more divine. When it's more Gvul, it's more us. So each one has a mile. Then you want to bring them together. Like the mile of the Metzach, the mile of speaking. So in Samach Vov, the focus there is more how through your Aveda Yigiyah.
So he's explaining one sheet.
There, yeah, and then here he balances it out to the other, and because ultimately you want both. That's the bottom line.
Which sheet is he talking about? The one in the Kublin versus
The Mekubalim have two sheets.
No. In Kabbalah Gufa, there's more than two even. There's three or four.
Yeah, but the two that are brought in Chassidus.
Yeah,
the Mareches and the.
There's a Drush Gimel Shittas from the Samach Tzedek. Eiris Pshutim, Eiris
Shmitziyarim, exactly.
In particle or wave.
Yeah,
I understand.
I've been trying all week, 2 weeks.
I gotta watch that video.
These books on quantum.
I told you, watch the video. This what the bleep you know is a video. Explains all.
Oh yeah? I gotta
Explains
buy
it for a kid. You can keep it watching. You don't have to buy it. Get online.
These books are supposedly for kids.
No.
I can't understand.
No, the video is excellent. Is that a video?
Think of your own paradoxes, and you'll understand it all.
Yeah.
I always loved the example, I don't know where I saw it, but probably by one of these physicists. It's, I think, a beautiful, beautiful example. It's the difference in left brain and right brain. Imagine the entire existence is all, there's an invisible blanket, it's a quilt. Everything is on this quilt. You, me, state, everything. So we're all really connected on this, like it's an invisible blanket. We're all on one blanket. But on the blanket there are pieces. One looks like Yossi Garelic, one looks like me, one looks like you. One looks even like you, you know? And
That one is jumping.
The handsome ones.
so think of it like this, like a sea, ocean, the sea cover, and there's a whole bunch of objects bobbing about, or inside, or the. Fundamentally, they're all really one, but they don't see their connection because it's an invisible blanket. But but it's there, and therefore, when one thing does something, it affects everything else. It's like someone shaking the blanket on their end is going to shake; it's going to affect that. And the goal is, the Eibishter wanted us to feel like we're individuals, so each of us is a piece. That's Gvul. The goal is for us to come to realize that there's a blanket underneath us, and that we're all really connected.
That we even
I always see this as the real classic example of wave and particle. That's wave and particle. Wave is a wave. We're all part of one
Wave is a probability.
You do something that affects me,
Quantum,
whether you know it or not.
wave is really just a probability of something.
Yeah.
That's why it looks fuzzy when you get the dots and everything.
For example, someone spits in Beis Shemesh, it affects me and you. For sure.
That's the wave particle. Excellent
And the
example.
particle.
The butterfly effect. The particle is when particle at its worst is when everybody thinks they're all alone, there's nothing else. It's like the guy who makes a hole under himself in the ship. That's it. I mean, I've said myself. And the goal is, the kav is essentially, I would say the kav is like the trainer, trying to teach us. Kav is a teacher. It's a stream of, it's a stream of energy. It's a stream of transmission of light of a teacher. You know, the Rebbe is a kav, trying to teach a bunch of imbeciles to do something with their lives. And you have to keep hammering away and this and that and try every way possible. So that's it. So that the kav is mechaber bli gvul and gvul. Okay, excellent. So the Eidus, that's what we're talking about. The Eidus is both. The root of the energies, even though they have 10 spheres, it's not recognizable at all. Like what I just said, the wave. They have 10 spheres, but here you're only seeing, on the energy level, let's argument's sake, this would be an excellent YouTube animation. Let's for argument's sake, take away the particles now in the water, or on the blanket, and all you see is the waving quilt. So you don't see the details in it. You only see it's one big, indivisible whole. This is like Ayin Beis Volume. Okay. They're completely one. Like he explained earlier, chapter 19 and the chapters afterwards. He sees referring so much to the early chapters because he's tying it all together here. And the energy, even when it comes down to Atzilus, where it's mamish now defined, it still retains its undefined personality. How do we see that? Ein Sof Pashtusa. If you remember, Ein Sof Pashtusa means, yes, it's Chochmah, Bina, Das, Chesed. But in Chochmah, it goes forever. In Bina, it goes forever.
Still don't know what that means, but it's okay. Let's not get into that.
No, it's a difference between it's a vertical infinite and horizontal infinite.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
It's very, very. I don't know. Chochmah is not Bina, but you could have Bli Gvul Chochmah.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Bli Gvul Chochmah? If it's Bli Gvul, I can be not Bina.
No, because Bli Gvul could be within itself.
With its own
It means it never ends. It's endless wisdom.
If it's Chochmah, not Bina, it's already Gvul.
No, that's not correct. It's Gvul in its personality, but it's Bli Gvul in how far it can go. Why? Think of it like laser beam is a narrow beam like this, but it can go forever and ever.
Right.
As opposed to another beam that goes
Right next to it.
Right.
Say no, it'll be right next to it going next to it.
And another beam, by the way, could be much wider and not go forever.
Right.
For example.
And that's why the Torah is so good, because it connects everything. An infinite amount of.
Well, it's a kav, so it's right now it's like pierced. It's really more a line. that connects them all. It's not yet. Remember, the kav, according to Chassidus and Kabbalah, says the kav doesn't go to the bottom of the tzimtzum. It only goes, 3/4 down, and so there's a whole section. Because if it would go all the way down, it says in Eitz Chaim, there would be no higher and lower, because then you're back to square one. But when it says la'asid lavi, our avodah will connect the kav all the way down to the bottom, so you'll have a kav. Then there will be ma'alamata, because remember,
There's an empty space between the tzimtzum and the kav?
no, there's empty space from the kav down to El Asiyah. There's no kav here. We only have a reflection of the
Less
kav.
than 12.
Whatever amount.
Yeah.
Basically, it goes like this. It looks like this. It looks like a certain. The line goes down around 3/4 of the way. It says the kav nistayim in Atzilus or from Atzilus, and then there's only reflection. So, because if not, kav has to kav creates higher and lower. For there be gradations, you have to. A circle has no higher and lower. That's why the Alter Rebbe says you don't fall off the earth because it's igulim. There's no up and down in a circle. The kav creates gvul, like he says. So the kav is limited. Doesn't go all the way down, because if it goes all the way down, then you're back to square one. Then the bottom is just as close to the top as the top is.
Why? It's one low part of the kav and high part of the kav.
No, because the Igul HaGadol is the circle is everywhere. The light of the Ein Sof is everywhere. Anyway, the thing is, you can't envision B'chlal infinite. That's the problem.
Exactly.
But if you could envision infinite,
Yeah.
you could see levels of infinity.
I don't understand.
There are levels of infinity. Rabbi would always give the example for infinity as being here. Listen to this example. I think you heard from Meshach Karari. Because there's sometimes the expression Ein Sof B'Hashola. Like, for example, the halacha it says Mayim She'ein Lahem Sof. It's a din in the Gunna. If a person gets lost at sea, so if it's a river, you don't assume he's dead. If it's an ocean, you assume he's dead. Or a sea. If it's a river, if you see, because Mayim Ein Lahem Sof.
Just the opposite. On the river, we can see everywhere it's closed, we can see everything, so you don't see him come up, so then you know he's dead. When Mayim Shein himself, then he doesn't come up, could be he came up somewhere else.
No, the opposite. Mayim Shein Lahem Sof is considered, I think, that he's for sure. He's for sure. Okay, it doesn't matter. But bottom line, the expression is the sea is Ein Lahem Sof, but the sea is not Ein Lahem Sof. It has a limit. So Chassidus uses this. Sometimes Ak is called Ein Sof B'Hashola. Hashola means a borrowed term. It's so to speak infinite. It's what do we call it? Figuratively infinite. I mean, like the sea, the ocean is infinite in our perception. It goes so far. So the question is, what does that mean? Bottom line is mathematics tells you it's not infinite. It has that many miles, and that's it. So the example that I'm just using it as an example, but the example, Meiridik example, is like this. Mathematics is the finite set of numbers, is the infinite set of numbers. There's a symbol called infinity.
8, like that.
Right, sideways 8. Now, that's relevant to mathematics. We won't go into discussion of it, but that's a good idea. Now, we all know that the finite numbers, no matter how many they'll be, they'll never reach infinite. So the infinite is actually infinitely distant, equally infinite distantly from every number. 1 and trillion, trillion, trillion are closer than trillion, trillion, trillion to infinite. So infinite's like, think of it like a circle, where everything is equally distant, and that's it. And then there's the world within the circle, which is all finite. And the finite add and subtract and stuff like that. So the Chayri thinks, based on that this is the biggest distance apart between two entities, the infinite and the finite. So here's the mashal that I remember I heard as a bacher. And I think it's a little abstract, but it's a very good mashal. But nevertheless, one thing they do have in common, infinite and finite, they're both numbers. They're both in the world of numbers. There's infinite numbers, this is the finite. Let's talk about now an entity where numbers don't matter. God. Doesn't care about numbers. Or an infinite entity that numbers means nothing. That infinite, even the infinite set of numbers is infinitely apart from there. And the way he explained it.
Two infinites.
No, but he explained it like this. And the difference is also in their bittul, in their how far. You see, the infinite set of numbers looks at the finite set of numbers as completely inferior. And it says, you will never be like me, because you're finite and I'm infinite. But what you're lacking is what you don't have. What you do have, I can't dismiss, because I'm also a number. In other words, what you are is fine. But what you're not is what you're lacking. From the perspective of an infinite state, that numbers are not b'chlal teifas makom, that there's no such thing as numbers, even what you are is meaningless.
It's a higher infinite? What is that?
It's a different.
It's a level that's so apart from existence that even so. For example, you can say you're a human being, I'm a human being. We're limited. We're mortals. Let's say we'll find an immortal human being, a person who lives forever. So he could say we're infinitely apart, but he can't say that what you are doesn't exist. I mean, it's hard to imagine, but instead of saying, you can't say what you are doesn't exist. In other words, in the distance of Elokus, the divine, from us, it's not just that we're not as great as he is. Even what we are has no value. Why am I saying it? Because when you start thinking like that, you could see levels of infinity. It's not, so you could say, it's infinite. It's not true. This is infinite in this set of numbers, and this is infinite klal. That's why I'm using this example. I mean, look, these things are all abstract because we don't have a real taste of it. It's all abstract thinking.
Yeah, I still don't know what's infinite in the set of numbers. I don't know what that means, an infinite number.
But
Relax,
No,
nobody understands it.
Ah, okay, good. Got it.
Why, you lost sleep?
What?
Did you lose sleep?
No. That's what he said, don't lose any sleep.
I'm saying if you lost sleep till now.
No.
Why? Because I've been losing sleep over these things. Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
Chaim Litzchim, think about it. Forever.
Look, I don't want to compare, but in real thinking, when you think, one of the powerful things of Chassidus ultimately brings you to a point where, we've been talking how Chochmah is really not Chochmah, it's really bittul. Let's, for an argument, let's take let's do a mind experiment, okay? What we call paradox, who says it's a paradox? It's our limited mind to decide that two things can't go. You say, like the Lashon Inin noise. He rides the horse and he's not on the horse. Why is that a problem? Because we don't understand things that are not it's a table, it's not a chair. It's a human, it's not an animal. It's an eye, it's not a nose. You can't even imagine. We can imagine, let's say, an elephant go through the hole of eye of a needle. Even though it's ridiculous, but we could, crazy imagination. I don't know, the elephant suddenly squeeze itself through.
It's not in the box till you look in the box.
Now the Rebbe brings, because the Gemara says you don't dream that. The Rebbe said, but if you think about it right there, you can dream that. But that we can imagine. But you can't imagine that the elephant is an eye of a needle, let's say. It's not. It's two separate things. Because our brain is wired to think of things, this is this and it's not that. So the etzem thing, to be able to think in terms that something is this and that, and both not, and both yes, is completely not.
We're not conditioned like that.
We would call that not logical. But when you really think about it, maybe that's more reality. Like I said before about
Quantum
sanity.
Quantum physics.
But this is even wilder than quantum. Quantum is still their states and is some connection to our existence. I'm talking about something that's beyond that you can't even imagine. You can't even imagine. So the fascinating part is what Einstein said. I think this is a great line relative. He said the most incomprehensible thing about existence is that it's comprehensible. Made a dicke word. That God, that's what the Rebbe told the Rashag. When the Rashag was dismissing Simson Kipshute, because the Alter Rebbe explains how could it be, what do you mean, God takes him away, how could he take himself away? The God is not a physical thing. The Alter Rebbe says in Tanya, that people who say that God can take himself away, we humans, you can walk out of this room. God can walk out of the universe. So the Rashag was saying, the Rebbe said, who said, in a world where Seichel governs, of course, but in a world where Seichel doesn't govern, who decides, who said that's logic and that's not logic, who decides? Maybe that which is not logical is more logical in the place where there's no logic. The point I'm making here is,
Maybe Aristotle was right, huh?
No, I'm saying the point I'm making is that sometimes, we may not get this, but one thing we can, from this at least, it weakens. Don't think that you're struck. What you do get is the end of it all. That's for sure not. Our defined reality is not the end of the story. So that already is that's how I see by learning these things. What happens is it stretches. You start realizing, one second, maybe incomprehensible is really reality. And we, in our crazy world, the mind is overrated because the mind understands things. It convinces itself it has it all figured out. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying in the world that. Now, the fascinating thing is that God took the incomprehensible and wants it to be comprehensible. that seichel, remember the same God that is beyond it all created 2 + 2 = 4, and that a circle is not a square, and that bli gvul is more than gvul. So even the statement, the chibur of gvul and bli gvul, explain what that means. It's either bli gvul or gvul. Now, as you know, we throw these words out easily. What does it mean? What does it mean? I need to eat, I need to sleep. That's gvul. Well, human beings on earth are going to, at age, we're not bli gvul. Where's their bli gvul? Good. We have a taste of it, amuna, Yiddishkeit. You leave your children. I mean, there's you have certain eternity in our families. What does it really mean at the end of the day? The end of the day means that, even though it's hard for us to relate to, that this finite box has within it infinite energy, has within it something beyond the finite and the infinite, and through our work, through our Torah and mitzvahs, we can widen the containers to the point where they will become one with that which is beyond the container. And today we don't see it, and Mashiach will come, we'll see it.
But the vehicle you're using is Chachma, which is a finite,
The
limited.
same one that you don't like is the vehicle that you need.
The exact
same point.
No, because the same one that we worship,
Right.
and
It's the same one takes you out. Yeah.
Right.
the power is
You have to take advantage of it without losing yourself.
No,
in it.
unless you call Chachma Bittul. And then we.
Yeah, but there's more to it.
There's more to it.
No, absolutely. Chachma is definitely an undercover agent, for sure. It's smuggling in wisdom. Really, it's smuggling in bittul in the guise of wisdom. We think it's meanwhile, it's planting these seeds of of rebellion against the system. Yeah, I always saw that.
Bittul is occupied.
That a revolutionary dressed in the traditional garb, so he can get in under the radar.
Well, you know, if of Microsoft Word you write Rebbe,
Yeah.
then and it shows that the spelling is wrong. So in suggestions, the first suggestion is rebel.
Okay. So that's for sure. That is the job. I think we all have to see ourselves like that, undercover agents. But you have to dress up in the garments of Gvul, or else they'll never let you do anything. And the question is,
So if you're done Tamar and the whole thing with
right? And then you gotta.
Mashiach was born that way, right?
Yeah. Anyway, so that's Eir. She's tying it all together. Fine, Perikut. That's right. But Gamma Eir is question about Sil's answer to the question. I imagine is Balel Perikuf Sam Chalov 161. V'hainel fi shakavu b'chinas Tiferes Hanelim, and that's because the kav comes from the hidden Tiferes. Dina Tiferes b'chinas Iskalus. Tiferes is Iskalus, like the colors, beauty. You look at a painting. It's a conglomerate of many different. It's harmony within diversity. One beautiful musical note, one beautiful color, blue, red. You can't call that beauty. Beauty is when it's red, blue, all these different things, they come together. Which of course also has the downside. Put them in the wrong direction, the wrong combination, it's chaos. That's why it says about, the Rebbe brings us a lot about Yem Echad, Yem Sheni, Yem Shlishi.
Sphere.
That day one was Eir, Chesed. That's like here, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferes. Day one was Chesed. It says the only thing was Achdus Hashem. That's why he says Echad, not Yem Rishon. Yem Sheni, Hashem split between the higher and the lower waters, the Kiyah.
Contrast.
Gvura. And it says B'Yem Sheni Nivra Machlekes. That's why it doesn't say Ki Kaiv. That God saw it was good because it wasn't revealed.
division.
Right, division, which is the root of machlekes, of conflict. Now you have two. Then comes Akosav Ashlishi Machriya Beinayim, the third verse that reconciles between the two, Tiferes, the birth of vegetation, and that is Shalom. Three create Shalom. What Shalom, peace, is not the absence of war, and Shalom is not the unity of day one. Day one, there's no second opinion. There's only one opinion, God. They have two opinions that have different opinions, and there could even be a conflict between them. And third opinion comes the mediator, and that compromises, finds that middle place where you can combine Chesed and Gevurah, where red and blue can come together, where Shammai and Hillel can come together, where diversity can join together in harmony. Now, of course, and that's when he says twice Kitayv, because it's not just quantity; it's also quality. Because it's for the second day, but it's really now. So number 3 is not going back to day one. Number 3 has taken a world now of diversity and shown how it could all work together.
What's really focusing on day 2, number 3?
Huh? What?
In essence, day 3 is focusing more on the diversity of 2. And
Yeah, but it uses the one, remember, because
it starts at 1, so you have to.
Yeah, no, it uses the one. Remember, so Eir, Chesed is day 1. Day 2, Gvul is the Tzimtzum. And day 3 is Teferes, is the Kav that brings from a deeper place. But it's still Eir. Remember that it is ultimately Eir. So the Chassidus talks that ultimately the Eir Lifnei Tzimtzum contains the potential for the Kav also.
As well as the Tzimtzum too.
Right. So v'haynu l'fi hashakav v'b'chinas iskal v'al kein yesh ba'kav b'chinas iskalus v'ischabrus b'chinas gvul u'bli. And since the kav comes from Teferes Hanelam, that's why it has within it the iskalus, he says, and ischabrus. Iskalus is, as we spoke about, the interactivity. Remember, this is going to bring it back to the beautiful place. Remember about how Shema, how in Tikkun, the bitter moichin of Midas, that first they tolerate each other. Then they create scholars that they can begin to talk to each other. Then they begin to work with each other. So they become one mamish. This is now the conclusion of that. That was back in the chapters back then. It's talking about how Eber Yunika Mechin, how the stages of how you train Midas to be selfish to become selfless. So that's why the Kav has Iskalus, which is the Iskalus we talked then was a symbiosis, was inter-cooperation, what do we call interconnectivity, interactivity, and ischabrus, and the chibur, the connection, the union of gvul and bli gvul. Made it. You see, here's the beauty. Talk about particles in a wave. I don't know if I sent you the article. I wrote an article, Physics of Hanukkah.
Oh, I want to get that also. Someone told me it's a very good article. I'm serious.
No, it's about this mamish, about this. It talks about this, talks about like this. The kav is l'chera a line, is a line. A line, in general definition, is particles. A line is made up of dots. A line is not a circle. A circle is more wave-like than a particle. But the kav has in it wave and particle-like properties. And that's a critical point, like light. That idea of, for example, another place we learned also, misavas ha'er nasa keli, that the light has in it some thicker parts, whatever, like sediment, whatever you call it, that become the keli. So the point is that what was I saying? That the kav has these two opposites in itself. It's a kav, but it's light. So it's a ray of light. So it's like pnimi. So makif is more natural to light, is makif because it doesn't have limitations.
Natural state.
Yeah, and kav to be able. In other words, basically you could say this for a teacher to take all his brilliance and concentrate it into one ray is far harder than for him to just let it loose and just say everything he has to say.
A particle is more like gevura, and a wave is more and light.
Well, no, you can tell you this: the air chesed, the air lifnei tzimtzum is wave. The gevura is the particle, and the kav is wave and particle is one. Yeah, that's
funny.
It's like tzimtzum.
You said really it's not a scholars of both. It's really a point that each one has that you find the common.
It's both. No, it says Teres says all kinds of things. Teres is scholars of both. It's a new.
Whatever you want it to be.
No, it's a lot of. It says it's beferish. A lot of things in Teferes.
Akudim and Nikudim together form a kav.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But in Vrudim, you become a web. You need a network here. You don't just want a kav.
Why are you laughing, Lang? What's the joke? You're Akudim and Nikudim and you start laughing. Why?
Because he's easy.
This is a man from that world.
Yeah, you don't know. That's what I'm asking. What's the she up there? That's so funny.
Send us a message.
That's not a true one sometimes.
Okay, maybe a message from Akudim. You have anything to message? Okay, that's what it has. But Pnei Order Shabbat De'at Simsum. Now goes the other side. This is the Metzach. Okay, but because it's Ha'orah. Remember, Ha'orah doesn't mean reflection here. It means that it's Helam. Because it becomes De'at Simsum. Remember, the kav cannot be a kav without the Simsum. That's why it's narrow. Remember, think again about the Bekia, the piercing, and the what do we call the breakout of something that breaks out from the chavius, so from the barrel. Or even better, the ray of light in the morning, dawn. the break of dawn. So what's happening here is two things are happening. It's an intensity that it's coming from, but it's coming as only a narrow light because the tzimtzum is affecting it. Remember that.
So why
Where
would
you
you
place
use the word
it?
ha'or for that? It seems like it's almost the opposite of ha'or. Why would they pick that word?
What's the word? Clearly there's two ways to define ha'ara. He keeps saying it several times. He says it soon later again, next chapter. That ha'ara doesn't mean reflection, it means helen. I can't tell you
Well,
why.
it's helen before it comes out.
There's no better definition, so
Yeah.
yes,
Where is
No, I think it's actually a beautiful way of thinking because as I mentioned before, we have transmissions. No, it's no. There's like two types of helen or two
Who
types
said that light has to shine?
That's the whole point.
Who says? Maybe light is.
But that's one question. Another question is, there are things that are reflection, but they're not reflecting necessarily a very deep dimension. They are actually only tzimtzum. Like, you could take a lot of examples. Let's say we had here a big pitcher of water, and then everyone got a little cup, a little thing. You're not just going to say that little part has something deeper than the bigger water. It actually is a gradation, and it came down. But then there are times that things come out very small, but they're really expression of something very profound. So I think it's almost like he's showing these two types of artists, and don't get deceived. Think of it this way: you may meet somebody who may seem very simple, and that may have the unbelievable stuff. You may meet somebody who actually is very simple. In other words, and they both would be ha'ara. From our perspective, they both look like very minimalistic. That's what it sounds like to me. Is how he's like introducing. In other words, again, it's introducing in our perspective. There is when look at something. And you see that rays of light are coming through, rest assured there's some real intensity somewhere.
A little bit of infinity.
Sometimes you see a little reflection, and it's only a reflection. I mean,
What he's trying to do now is, he's trying to place the place for the metzach is in the kav. I mean, what's the? Is it similar to a muscle form?
that's why it's very important to begin the beginning of the chapters.
It's a dogma.
So all this, remember, all this was ak.
Oh, it's a muscle.
It's a muscle. So it sounds like
Dugma is not a muscle. But I was medayik in the chapter about the child. He says lahavnim yamshach zusher atzmi yuven zeh mamshach atzmi. He doesn't use the word muscle or dugma, because ultimately, I guess because really most of the hemshach plays itself out in the kav and the tzimtzum, or chachmas tima and chachma. Remember, at the end of the day, the metzach was only coming to explain shem ma. It's not that the kavanah. This Ayin Beis is not to explain what a metzach is. Metzach was just to explain where Shema comes from, so you can understand how the interface works. That's the end of the day. That's why, that's why it's critical to keep the flow going.
But in geographical, if you want to place things,
it's a journey.
If you want to geographically place
I'm
it,
lost.
It's a muscle.
I don't have the whole.
It doesn't say what's
As much as
the.
I try.
No, but I'm saying the
I
map.
wrote this last night. This morning, I was writing up summaries of many chapters because it's only you're not getting anywhere without writing this down. There's no way.
Or underlining.
And chazaning. Yeah.
Or underlining.
I'm coming here. I mean, I'm speaking. Maybe it sounds clear because I've really gone through. I over Shabbos I was looking at Biyuri Hazeh, a whole section that we learned. When you look in the
Like
market,
Yom HaLedis, you understood it from
Wie das für mich
I understood it on the
Zimmer von Mitzvah Tzedek. Meredith and Bollock, a whole piece from Tzemach Tzedek. Biyuri Hazeh, a whole piece, maybe 80 pages. You keep going back to Tzemach Tzedek's Lashon. And when you look there, it's a whole different world.
Who, he brings it here to Biyuri Hazeh?
He doesn't mention Biyuri Hazeh.
Oh, so
I
how'd you
found
get
it.
it? Oh, you happened to find it.
I didn't happen. I looked for it. Everything has places for everything.
Okay.
As part of the project there, I've been looking. I've been marking up in Ayin Beis. I've found a lot of stuff. Unbelievable. Hold my mind. That Biyuri Hazeh is the Alter Rebbe, because the Tzemach Tzedek in Biyuri Hazeh keeps saying Kavarnus Rabbeinu. You could see mamish pieces where he takes a line of Biyuri Hazeh and 30 pages to explain it, and it's all the Alter Rebbe's Rishul Vort. It's unbelievable. It's like they're the whole sugya of Isisa Pella is all from Biyuri Hazeh. The whole thing, Aleph and Pella, and not only that, even Shem Ma is all there. But the Tzemach Tzedek starts by Shem Ma. He says Ziskalus, and that's it.
Let me explain.
And he takes it like this, like a mamash, an extension straight from there. You can learn that and just continue. It's like Mishnah and Gemara. Imagine learning Gemara without looking at the Mishnah, you sometimes miss something. So I think that's the key. That's very, very critical to really get this. And also, you see that the Rebbe Zashab Pashut took like the Rambam, learned the whole Shas, all Chassidus, and put it into a Hemshech. That's really what it comes down to. Huh?
How would you?
For sure, there's no. But he didn't do it with Hilchos Shabbos and Hilchos Erevin and Hilchos Yontif. You see it's still organized, but it's like this. That's why, I mean, the key thing is to mark where sugis begin, where they end. This is real, I mean, this is not small, this is real hard.
The next two Rebbeim.
No way anyone's getting anywhere without any.
They never brought up the practical level.
Right.
The Frierdiker Rebbe takes, let's put it this way, the Alter Rebbe set up the system, it's all there in the Alter Rebbe. However, it's like Mishnah without Gemara. You know, a line, you may not ever appreciate it. So the Mittler Rebbe took the Alter Rebbe and like Recheves Hanar. He took the ideas of the Alter Rebbe and just went on like forever explaining a few things. The Tzemach Tzedek grounded it very much in sources, in Medrash and Chazal and like the Alter Rebbe may say something and the Tzemach Tzedek would be the one that bring from Eitz Chaim and show you this means Metzcha this. Tzemach Tzedek like essentially rounds it out and really you start seeing all the interconnections, the whole Shas and everything. And the Rebbe Marash began the idea of starting to collect them into sugis. You can almost say the Alter Rebbe, right? The Alter Rebbe, the Mittler Rebbe. You can basically say the Alter Rebbe, Mittler Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek, I would say, are like Rishonim.
Chesed works first.
No, like Rishonim. And the Rebbe Marash starts Achrenim. I mean, I never heard this, but it's Al Derech Zeh, definitely in Chassidus. Or you could say they're Tanoim and Amoraim, if you want to put it like that.
The only difference is...
I'm not talking the higher level of it, they're all one Rebbe.
You can't say.
No, it's all one Rebbe.
And the Rebbe said that each Rebbe has all the other Rebbes.
Now, every time the Rebbe would say this, he would... But remember, no, but one second. If you say... No, remember. The Rebbe would always say that what does he say? Me
and your money, but...
Me uzer, he's a who that could go ahead and start saying things. But the fact is, we know, the Alter Rebbe, Mittler Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek, Chachma bin Das. That's different than Chesed, than Netzach Heid Seder Malchus. So basically, the Rabbeim, that's what it is. The Rabbeim is Chesed Chacham bin Das, with the Magid and the Baal Shem Tov being Chesed Atik and Arich. There are other Rabbeim Netzach Heid Seder Malchus, and that's not us. That's what it says Beferish. So
what's with Chagas?
They skip Chagas. It's Netzach Heid Seder Malchus.
As they state?
Yeah. Remember, Netzach Heid Yisayid is really Chagas and a more action level.
Yeah.
So you could say.
So who said this? Frierdiker Rebbe said this?
The Rebbe Marash said. The Rebbe Marash said, as the head from Taten, as the Baal Shem Tov is his Keser, and the Magid is Atik and Arich, the Zaydi given, the Alter Rebbe given.
No, but who said Netzach Heid Yisayid Malchus?
One second, I'll tell you.
Chachma?
Alter Rebbe is Chachma.
Frierdiker Rebbe.
Mittler Rebbe is Binem, the Tate is Das. Then he says, jetzt davon vorn zum Taten und Herren was tut sich. Das bewusst es sich. The Rebbe said, before it's a das, the Herren was tut sich in Kesser. Then, the Frierdiker Rebbe says, based on that, as the Tati given Netzach, the Zaydi given, I think he says, I don't know if he says Netzach, but the Rebbe for sure, and Rishpizim for sure says it. But he for sure says that unser Darg is Yisod, Yosef Yisod. He says it on himself, yeah. Yeah. And the Rebbe never said Malchus, but... And so, B'melech, if he's Yisod, and the father's Hayid. The Rebbe brings for sure that Hayid by this Ushpizin, the 7 Ushpizin, even though Chagas and Nehi are interplaceable in this regard. So I don't know how. But the bottom line is definitely not Chabad. That's my point. Chabad is like so the first 3 Rebbeim set the structure. I would say it's like Mishnah, more or less. Mishnah and I don't know whatever, or Rishonim. And then the Rebbe Marash begins the taking the sugis and starting to explain them, turning them somewhat into a flow, Hamshach. And the Rebbe Rashab does it like nobody does. Rebbe Rashab, 2 things that made contributions that I see. One is unbelievable Havana, taking a thing that the Tzemach Tzedek, or there's like Samach Vav, the deepest part of Samach Vav is based on one page from the Tzemach Tzedek, which is based on the Kudus from the Alter Rebbe, and turns it into a real explain. Like this idea of explaining light, the 2 dimensions of light. In Alter Rebbe, you're going to find 1 line, 3 lines. Right. You're not going to find pages upon pages analyzing Chachmas Timah, that there's the Keich HaFlok.
What are the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe?
No, then once you have that, the Frierdiker Rebbe took a lot of things from his father and developed it further. Yeah, and did a lot of things that the Rebbe Rashab did. And the Rebbe Rashab didn't cover everything.
A lot of explaining his father.
Yeah. I'm saying. So Frierdiker Rebbe has, for example, I'll show you places where Frierdiker Rebbe takes a few things from Ayin Beis and turns it into 50 pages. So this itself can be.
You can have a Tafshin Gimel, just explain this between a chush, a chush, or 50, 60 pages.
Yeah.
Just explain.
And the Rebbe?
The Rebbe was like Malchus. I think the Rebbe was was almost.
Contracted everything.
First of all, it brought them all together.
Yeah.
It brought them all together, and above all, I think for us, gave us a language to. I would not be able to speak this way in any relevant way without the Rebbe's. If you learn, the Rebbe made it relevant, very, very relevant, contemporary terms. Like the whole idea, even to think in terms of that everything has to have an application in our life.
You said the actual. We once spoke about this. That the Rebbe took all these inyanim basically.
And then there's Kedushim from the Rebbe in things itself also. But the Rebbe didn't have to recreate the wheel. He didn't have to do what was done already. That's why you don't find from the Rebbe, for example.
You just have to make it.
The Rebbe seems much more concise. The other ones
Gotta go somewhere.
Until the Rebbe seems to have more words.
There are Chidushim.
More wordy.
I will show you.
And the Rebbe
There are
seems to
Chidushim in a lot of these sugya. For example, in this sugya of the Shittas of Eres, the Rebbe has some things that were not said before. Like how you reconcile. Shabbos Pasha B'Shal, Tavshin Tezvov, the Rebbe brings the three Shittas, the three opinions on light, and reconciles it. Based on Tzedek and the Rebbe Rashav, and adds points to it. So you have from the Rebbe, I would say, when I was working toward Meaningful Life, I remember, it's the Rebbe's wisdom officially, but so many things the Chassidus said before the Rebbe. So I sat with Rabbi Yael and a few others, and I tried to say, what are the Rebbe's Chidushim in Chassidus? It came down to 15, 20 major Chidushim.
Kedushim in Pshat and Chassidus.
Yeah, this is not Shura.
Yeah,
Man, I'm talking about Sugyas. Like, for example, there's a Sikha from the Rebbe, unbelievable, Tzimtzum Nikra Kalim. The Rebbe's Chidush, a major Chidush in the whole idea of what the Tzimtzum is, that no one said before the Rebbe. There are things like in understanding Atzmus, Lifnei, all these ideas we're talking about, L'mayla Ma'asaga, you don't. One of the Chidushim of the Rebbe went to Atzmus, that's beyond paradox. Yeah. You don't find that in Chassidus. You do find in some places where he talks about that God is not bound by Esos. He could have done it differently, but the length, the Arichas, the Rebbe explained it, that's for sure. The Rebbe went further into Atzmus than anyone ever went.
Every mind.
Yeah, and there's other Chidushim, there's real Chidushim. But let's put it this way: once you have a Rambam of Chassidus, you don't need another Rambam.
All right.
So everyone plays their role. The Rebbe has, there's two ways. If you ask the question academically, what was the Rebbe's academic Chassidus contribution? Or the Rebbe's contribution is taking the whole Chassidus and making a Futzman and Chutzah, bringing it to the masses. No one ever did that. That's the biggest Chiddush of all. But that's more in distribution, you can say. It's not a Chiddush in... But also the explanations. I think that the Rebbe's combination, the Rebbe is in very many ways similar like the Tzemach Tzedek. Like Das is Kavim Tzoi, and Malchus is Kavim Tzoi. He very much, the Rebbe thing brings together all Pshat, Remez, Drusad, like no one ever did before. And together with Chassidus. Yeah. Like even the fact that Rebbe speaks a Rashi, it's Pshat, but always brings this Heirah and Chassidus, Yain V'Shotera. These are... Let's finish this Perek. But because it's a reflection that comes through the tzimtzum, that is a dilug, is a jump, is a leap. In other words, it's not an orderly flow, a seamless orderly flow. That's why it can be received, like the faucet. It can be received and contained by the worlds, and nevertheless, it's still Ein Sof. It retains an Ein Sof personality, even as it's concealed. And
by default, almost, because you don't have the kalim for it. So then by default.
Remember, I wouldn't call this the Metzach. The Metzach has similarities to these two properties. But the Kav this is, let's put it this way. This, when you really want to understand this whole story, the Kav is where it plays itself out in the full sense. The Metzach is one aspect of it.
Okay.
And this is what the Kav, as it becomes revealed, actually effectuates. What's the word I want to use? It affects. Is that word effectuates?
There's effects and effects.
I know, but there's more. It accomplishes and achieves two opposite pulas. Two opposite, what would you say pula is? Two opposite
effects?
Functions. First function of the Kav. The first power that it has is it can make Iskalos a fusion, a joining, a more interconnectivity.
Which is a Bligvul function.
Hold on, 1 second.
Yeah.
Smaller b'yamina, of small, which is gvura, the left, b'yamina with the right. In other words, between leftists and rightists. Shehu b'chinas iskalus v'yichudim b'chol ha'eris ha'mestayfim mekesed da'ak ad malchus datzil. 1 second. This is iskalus. This is the what do we call it? Interconnectivity. Iskalus, the
Fusion.
interfusion. The iskalus. No, we use the word also, like networking. Iskalus. That everything is interconnected. Networking, interconnectivity, web, by Yechudim and the unities.
It's really a mamutza, really, because a mamutza.
It does, but it doesn't use that word.
Yeah, you're looking for other words.
B'chol ha'eris. No, we once went through all these different words. B'chol ha'eris ha'mistayfim. In all the energies that are mistayfim, that come out of, that are mistayf.
Protruding.
Protruding is not the right word. Mistayf is from corollaries, derivatives, deriving from. And mistayfim that are derived from kesed da'ak, from the crown of ak to malchus datzilus. So that's the kav basically. Remember, the kav begins in kesed da'ak. The kav begins in the beginning of ak, which is after the Simpson. So all the way to malchus datzilus. So it is the kav. The visualization you have is like this: the kav. The Tzimtzum is one big black hole, okay? The Kav enters, it's a ray of light, but this ray of light is creating a type of World Wide Web, or or Facebook of networking all the levels that are going to go from Ak all the way to Malchus Vatsilis.
Kav goes right through the Tzimtzum?
Kav goes, into the hole. What do you mean, the Tzimtzum? The Kav enters into the dark
There's
place.
no Tzimtzum by the Kav itself.
Tzimtzum is affected Kav, and this Kav creates its interconnectivity in a world that is diverse and gvul. That's what it's doing. U'kamaymer ant u'dekoshelun u'meyachidlon ant. This is the level that koshelun, that binds them, u'meyachidlon, and unites them. So the Kav is like a thread that ties together all these pieces as that are evolving and that are merging in the shtalshlus. So the kav is a
ties
thread.
together blig vul and vul, no?
What's that? But he's saying now two things that the pool is.
I'm talking the first one. The first one ties together blig vul.
I don't know. 1 second.
Okay, weiter.
Acha yodei dafke yuchlef ha'er b'kli, to the extent that through the kav it has the power to actually reverse. What's yuchlef would be
flipping?
Trans something or other. Trans. The yuchlef is when it's
Oh, okay.
when they change roles. When
Interchangeable.
Yuchlef means when I put on your clothes, you put on mine. Yuchlef. We replace each other. Exchange. Yeah, it's an exchange of roles. Yuchlef ha'er b'kli she'enu shaloi k'ma er ha'chesed.
How can er ha'chesed go into keli yevura?
So yuchlef ha'er b'kli, that
Reverses polarity.
Yeah, a reversal. A change of role, a role change. Trans. No, I mean it's a word. So yuchlef ha'er b'kli she'enu shaloi, that the light, the energy, can be changed and converted in a kli, a container that's not its own. Like Eira Chesed, the energy of Chesed, in the garments and the container of Gvura, B'Kli Gvura. V'abeis, and the second thing that the Kav does, the second pull, the second achievement, the second function, Shenikru B'Shem Kav Amida. It's called the Kav Amida, the Kav that measures, like a ruler. And the opposite thing it does, it actually creates the measurement, limdate, to measure and to limdate, and to shape and define.
So it's a source of tikkun.
Of course, it's a source of tikkun.
It's the source of tikkun.
Yes, it is. Very good. 1 second. So it shapes, defines, and measures. Shapes and defines the eris and kalim, the energies and the containers. Okay. Yeah. So the first one is a blig vul, but he doesn't say it mamish.
That's
But,
what
but remember, because you could say the first one's a bleak wool, the second one's a gvul, and then together, those both together.
The high,
You know,
high bleak.
Because Iskalus itself is bleak wool and gvul.
Right.
I think he's adding almost a third thing.
So Tigrin has a higher source than Teo.
So Tayu,
It's mer nikre the big vul in the first one. In the first one, it's mer nikre.
so Tayu, so the Kav does, it brings together,
But the
it
fact
says
that
it definitely brings together gvul and bleak wool, that's Iskalus.
Right.
And then another thing, the thing is, the interesting thing
That
is,
itself
you
you
could have
measure.
said, because God could have made it in a way that you have two different agents. One agent shapes and defines, and then sends another force and that creates Iskalus. Here, the thing that's shaping and defining existence and gvul of existence and measuring
So it's beyond.
is also carries in it the power to reconcile.
So it's
to
higher
unite
than
them.
bleak wool.
So it's not just
bleak wool.
it's like dus gemacht the machlekas, du mach the show, you know, like
It has
that.
to be higher.
It's a higher infinity.
Otherwise, second. It's
Okay, so bottom line
Yeah, the
is,
first one fuses big vul with
Yeah, see, so you understand the
But
higher
in order to
infinity
do
now.
that, it's two parts. It's one thing doing dual function, which means it can't just be the idea of bleak wool and it's a scholars, therefore it's bleak wool. And yes, that has wool in it too, means that the whole material of it is coming from higher than bleak wool also.
now he's adding a new chiddush in the interface. Here's a chiddush in the interface. You see, yesh leimus, you know it's a chiddush. In his bar il perich of ches, earlier we explained in chapter 28, Shazel mitzad reishim ein seif shebakav. How could the kav do these two things? Is because in the kav there's a residue left from the ein seif that it came from. Remember, the kav is affected by the tzimtzum. It's only narrow, but its root, the light of it, doesn't come from the tzimtzum. The light comes from the ein seif before the tzimtzum, the infinite. So before we discussed in chapter 28 that because the kav has something remaining, a reishim, some type of residue, some leftover.
Talking about from Kesef, from
Ein seif shebakav. Ein seif is before
Tzimtzum has already.
not the tzimtzum, the kav. Reishim and ein seif shebakav. We're not talking about the reshima now. No. This is back in page chapter 28. You can go there. There's a whole different thing. The kav, even though it comes after the tzimtzum, chazav v'hoyer and all that, you know, it comes afterward, but it has something left over from the light before. No, but that's a difference. It's saying something else now.
It's not the Rishim.
We're not talking about the Shema for sure now. That's Kalim. That's Bechal, not the Kav. The Kav itself has many, many features. We discussed the Kav is breaking through. We discussed that already. We're talking about now something else. He's talking about the Kav has a power to do two opposites. It unites Gvul and Bleak, creates a Skalus, and it also measures everything. So he's saying before we discuss it, this is because the Kav has in it a power of Ein Seif that comes from before the Tzimtzum. There's Reshim Ein Seif. He said that back in chapter 28. In other words, so the Kav has an element in it that's not its own. On its own, it's a Kav. How could it do these two opposite functions? So the answer in chapter 28 is because it has a Reshim from Ein Seif, so it has power from the infinite light before the Tzimtzum in order to create this Skalus, this interconnectivity, this interaction.
That's where it has the power from it.
Yeah, but he says here, Ulefi Hanal Yeshlemer, but according to what we're learning now, Yeshlemer is something deeper. Shazel b'chakav mitzad atzmei. It's not the kav itself has that makes the interface even deeper. The kav has this on his own, not only as a result of something outside of it. In other words, you could say the kav is the kav. The kav, all it really is on its own, it measures. It's a measuring rod. You know, just like what do people use? Someone who cooks, they use a measure, measuring cup or spoon. You could say that's what the kav is. The kav was sent by God to go into a world of after the tzimtzum, measure each level, give it its energy that it needs, define it, shape it, and so on. And that's it. And then God says, I put into this kav a power that is really not the kav, from Ein Seif, a godly energy, that would also have the power to create iskalos and unity, and then, like he says back there in the chapter, that Eir also has bleak gvul in it, not does gvul, etc. He says, Api Hanal, what he's saying here, that the kav itself comes from Teferes Hanelam, so it's not in its own right. It's not just a measuring spoon that has something else. The spoon itself is in itself a let's say it. So it's a kind of mitzad shorshe b'chinas Teferes Hanelam.
How does it have that?
The kav itself has it.
That's how Torah created the world.
Has it within the primis natzmus and seif from primis hakesser.
So he's being moisef and saying it's not just it's not just an added ingredient, it's the kav itself? It's not just that it's mucker was from that Simpson? What is the difference, what's the,
Why
yeah,
don't you
now?
look inside?
You touch oxys, you become oxys. You touch a piece of oxys again.
You're not listening, that's what it is.
I am listening.
No, you're listening, you want to understand too much. Why don't you just listen a second?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So before the explanation was that it's a reshim of Ein Sof, it's coming from outside of it. It's like another force giving it this ability. Yeah. Superimposed, you could say. Or it's not its own personality. Its own personality is only to measure. But according to the discussion here, you say Yeshlemer, that the kav mitzad atzmei, which means mitzad sharshe, it's also mitzad the root. It's not, because but it's its root. It's not coming from something that's unnatural to it. Its natural personality, it has a feature of Gilgul. It's basically, the particle is a wave, not just a conduit for a wave. Let's put it that way. It itself has within it the Tveres Hanel and the Primis Atzmus Ein Sof. One second, let me just finish. Because Primis HaKesef. Or Meshum Zeh, and that's why Yesh Beis Kalus the Beis Hofchim the Gvul Bli Gvul. Beis Shnei Pulos Hofchis. And that's why it has the ability to Kiskalus to interconnect and a network between the two opposites of finite and infinite, and also to do the two functions that we mentioned, the function of Iskalus and the function of measuring. V'zeh inyan b'kiyas hakav, and this is the piercing of the kav, of the thread of light, shabai de hizgabrus dafka, that comes because of the overwhelming intensity, the power and overpowering force. It was gotten from the force, the overpowering force. This comes because of the force, the sheer force that exists in Teferes HaNelam, that's higher than the energy of Chesed, of the light that was before the Tzimtzum, that the Tzimtzum affected. And because it comes through a way it's piercing, it's a jump, it's a shift. What did we call it before? A jump, a
paradigm shift.
Okay, comes as a jump, a shift, another word I used, jump, a leap. And because it comes with a leap form, that's why it's received in the elements. So one second, he added another very important point now, which is also a chidush. This is very interesting. See, initially you could just say that the kav is a measuring spoon, as we said, a measuring rod. It measures. That's its role. Let me see if sometimes even in companies, you see the people, for example, who have to mete out the resources, they don't necessarily have to be the brains behind the company. They don't have to be the ones that think it all through and have all the ways to interconnect. They're given a job. Go now and give each person and manage them. So you could say the kav is a manager. Better. The kav is in sales, not in management. Whatever. So, but it's managing. It's managing his talshus.
Budgetary office.
Yeah, and the
budget.
allocation. Allocations of
Allocates the resources.
Yeah, allocates resources, and that's it. However, because the point is not just to have resources and diversity, you want to have scholars. So within the kav is also embedded other forces that are not its own, which is from Ein Sof, from another place, that also will have the power to create connectivity between all these diversity.
But the J. Shlomo says that actually
Hold on.
it is his own.
That's later.
Well, no, I'm just starting that. That's how it could have been.
Okay.
Okay, that's how it could have been. And in that context, what you would have to say then is that the kav doesn't even have to be a bekiah. The kav doesn't even have to pierce them. The tzimtzum happened, concealment, and then an agent was sent into the world after the tzimtzum and to allocate resources, and that's it. And this whole discussion that this kav breaking through, coming from a higher place, I'm just hypothetically saying that's a scenario that could have been. So the kav essentially is just really gvul, but it's light. It is energy. It's a form of light, energy, but it's essentially a measuring thing. It's an allocator of resources, exactly. That's it. But here comes a whole different thing, that the kav is rooted in a place that's higher than light and energy. And the reason it's in existence is not because it was just sent to measure, because it broke through like the wine that breaks through a packed barrel, or why it's not just so it has an unbelievable force and power behind it, in itself, in its personality, the kav itself. Huh?
I have a muscle for it.
One second. So therefore, now the kav that we thought was just a measuring thing that could have been has in it a whole personality. So this little manager we thought was a manager
The son of the boss.
is the boss himself or
Or the
beyond,
boss
yeah,
himself, or
yeah.
the boss's son.
And has this power that has the power, therefore, to create all this on its own. Doesn't need it from an outside thing. Interesting thing that he adds here that I just realized, and that Bikia adds another thing. So what really gives the power for the kav to measure it now to the kalim? You can still think it's maybe still a measuring spoon, it just has now something else.
The key itself is the power.
That's what he says here.
How's that?
Because it comes in dilug, because it's breaking through and not coming seamlessly, it leaves room for the world to be itself.
Mimhus limhus, like Re'iyah, like Metzcha.
Exactly. In other words, let's put it this way. If you didn't have the metzach, if you just heard the teacher, it may not allow room for you. The metzach has a double thing. You see etzem, but it's not. But you can exist, and it doesn't change you. You know why? Because you didn't understand it. You didn't comprehend it. So there's another element here in the Bekiya that's the other side. So one thing, yes, it carries unbelievable force in it, but it comes in a way that you can contain it. So in other words, so when this manager comes to you, you don't see the boss there. You don't see anything. You see something you can contain. But in fact, what you're really seeing is the ray of light of the deepest etzem. So the kav is deceptive, essentially. So it's not just, so initially it could have just been a measuring cup, and that's it.
It's a shliach.
Not only is it not a measuring cup, it has that etzem, and it also comes in a way like a cider.
Every
Like
every interface is a liar. Chachma is faking it. Tav is faking it. They're all
Yes,
faking it.
exactly.
Don't mess with a shliach.
Mimhus limhus.
Messing with the boss.
Exactly. That explains the kav. So there's a whole other way of looking at the kav.
How is it Muslim?
So bottom line, the interface of the kav becomes so much more fascinating now. It's not just an interface, and it has bleak wool from somewhere else. It itself is a chameleon. Like it has a bunch of things in it, and it has now new tools. The key is a tool.
The Chachma, you said the same thing. It's really Bitcoin disguised in everybody's disguising themselves. Chav is disguising himself, Chachma is disguising himself. In order to be an interface,
In order to fool the stupid idiots like us, who are so selfish and busy with ourselves.
That's the Megillah.
Yeah.
Megillah?
By the way, Purim.
What about Megillah?
Wait a second. Because we are people who, what we're attracted to is entertainment. We need all these little games.
ADDs.
Yeah, so all these little things is to convince the stupid Yesh to start cooperating. I mean, it's just as a poshut. I wish we could have an interview with this Kav. Yeah, maybe we do
This is a
that.
Steve Freeman type of thing to do. Interview with the guy. When he has
Not that crazy, make it a
he has
little
his,
more.
interviews with this, interviews with that.
An interview with Kav. Question number 1. Do you feel a little schizophrenic?
Dual personality.
Huh?
That is the cow.
Let me just
He
give you...
clearly says, Beis Peulas Hofches. What do you want? He's there for two opposite functions.
Okay.
He has a
Where's
dual
his head
personality.
at? Where's his head at? It's accomplishing two things.
Let me just do a few more...
But he makes it blend in nicely.
Right, comes out nicely. Right.
Beautiful desire.
12 a second.
Really?
5
What?
to 12.
You kidding me?
Another marathon.
He's supposed to be done by 10. He's supposed to be out here by 10.
What, you were
Yeah,
supposed to do something?
he had another appointment.
You didn't even notice, huh?
Doesn't matter.
I did that.
I can't believe it. But I wanted to say something.
Say something.
A summary of Reishain Dal Reishain.
By the way, we didn't start this year yet. The only summary.
What do you call this?
Summer's much better.
Chapter 274. Now, I'm just summarizing. Not No, it's- Might as well. Listen.
Yeah.
First of all, it's recorded. Second of all, we'll go over it again. As many times you go over it, you can go over it another 100 times. So then he begins to explain now. He brings this back now to the Metzach, but also into Aveda. So now, so he says, so again, so what we see, the glow on the face, is exactly like this kav. You're not just seeing some little reflection. This is coming from a very deep place. but it's coming in a dilug. It's coming. It's concealed. It's a jump. It's a leap. You can't relate to it. You can't integrate it, but it's in there. And that is Gabus Er Shem Ab. That's where the Maz comes. And Ab is Atzmus Er Ak. Basically, what he just said about the Kav, just think of it shifting it down a level to Ak, because the Kav is higher than Ak. So now he's shifting it down that the Shem Ma, that's going to create the bittul and the skalus and tikkun, is rooted in the metzach of Ak. And that's what he says in Shem Ab, the etzm of Ak. It's the atzmus of Shema. Now we're going to talk about the atzmus and the harder. But this only comes through a bakia. It does not come in a seamless flow. It's not an orderly progression where one level brings to the next. It's a form of piercing. We talk about breaking out.
But Ak, we learned that Ak was attached to tiny to Ati, so how can you say Ak is a lower level?
On the geographical, he means on the map. How are you placing it?
Kav creates Ak, not the other way around.
Kav creates Ak.
Kav goes like the Simsum. It says Ke'en, but the top of Ak is this Ke'en Atika.
Okay.
That's at the top of Ak, but that's the beginning of the Kav.
Okay, so
The Kav is a light that comes from.
The Kav is actually higher than Ak then.
No.
It goes higher than Ak.
No.
Because we learned it was like parallel to Ak, it was Ak or whatever, and they were both. And it was.
We made a map. One second. Do you know the map? Let's get back to the map.
Do the map.
There's the you have a pen. I can do it on the paper. It goes like this, but remember, this is not meant to be physical.
Right.
So this is not my. This is the image in Eitz Chaim, by the way. Let me make it first. And then
Eitz Chaim actually has an image.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's all kinds of pictures.
There's not many. There's one.
No, but there's a couple.
I actually use it on the homepage of our website.
Really?
There's a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the image looks something like this in
Hold it up.
in Eitz Chaim. So think of this: the light around here is the Erein Sof Lifnei Tzimtzum. Okay, that light around this circle. This is a black hole. The Tzimtzum is a perfect circle. It says clearly in Eitz Chaim that he concentrated the light, contracted it, equidistant, so it leaves a black hole. So the truth is, the first image would actually be everything here without the truth. The first image would just be light everywhere.
Right.
The second image would be just a black hole, like a hole of a bagel. The third image is the Kav emerges from the light before the Tzimtzum, Chazer v'Hayir, begins to shine, it begins to travel. Ak is the first thing that's created. Ak. It's usually seen as a circle.
Man.
Yeah. So this is Ak.
Okay.
This is Ak. So remember, it's circles. Every circle contains everything inside everything. So Ak, remember we spoke as Ak is the picture, the blueprint. So that Ak is the first circle. Within it, there are spheres. But remember, they're spheres. They're all amorphous at this stage. There's no real definitions. It's the beginnings. So it's a very early stage Ak. Ak has 10 spheres in it. Only no Kalim really. I mean, you say Kalim to Ak, but you're talking, it's relative. And in that Ak, so Kav is before everything. Kav is what. Remember, Kav is the carrier of everything. Now we know that is the carrier of the energy, is the carrier of the measuring, the carrier of the skalas, the chibur of gvul and bli gvul. So this Kav is doing a lot of action.
It's Yad Hashem.
Yeah, that Kav is a lot of action going on. It's a lot of intensity in it, and the fact that it pierced this black hole means it's coming from Tiferes Hanelam up here, a very intense place. So basically, Chesed that we learned is the light around before the Tzimtzum. Gvura is the black hole. The Kav is Tiferes Hanelam, rooted in Tiferes Hanelam, and it travels like a spine, all the way from the top down, all the way through the whole of Ishtalshlus. That's what it's doing. This.
The only thing you said here, though. Go ahead.
Now, one second. I want to say. Wow. Now, so what he spoke. So he spoke. Remember, he began the whole discussion. Natzilus, Shema. Remember Shema Aleph Pella. He began with Chochma Chochmas Tamar. That's down here somewhere. That's not Silus.
Later.
Yeah. But then he went back with that, the root of Shema, to Metzach Havak. Before. And then he took that to understand, that's all a dugma, to understand the Kav. And now he's coming back to Ak, and he's going to come back to Chochmah. That's how it's working. It's very organized. It's simple.
The only thing is, we said at the end of the other page that
The one who wrote this definitely knew what he's talking
It's
about.
just the opposite of Chitzonius and Panemius. The more Chitzonius...
The more you look at Eitz Chaim,
is the
the more
deeper
you're
it
blown away.
is. It's like inside out.
Because once you see it, it's mamash rosh but you can know, wait, how could they figure it out? Eitz Chaim doesn't say anything. It says, Metzach, Hevolim. So, and when you read it, it makes total sense. The thing that I really am taken very much by this whole thing is also that this is how you actually look at the human body. When you say a human being is creating the divine image, this is the divine image. We're not talking theories here. We actually, the physical body for everything is divine, is from the flesh of the whole God. It's a microcosm of the whole picture.
About Kadmon, not necessarily of Atzmus or...
No, but Adam Kadmon is B'Tselem from... it goes all the way, yeah.
You said...
Gvul, Bli Gvul, I mean the whole...
The end of the last page, you said that the mile from the Kav is that not only does it have the meaning Gvul, not only is it the Skalas, it's Hayes that its Mokar is higher than Bli Gvul, Memela, it's able to do all these things, or it is what it is. According to the diagram, the real Kav really just starts from the Earth.
It's a start, but it's rooted in the first.
That means it's rooted even higher than the Bli Gvul.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the ore
Is it
itself
like,
can't get
if
through
you can imagine blowing up a balloon, if you can imagine blowing up a balloon.
The chesed is blocked by the...
What was the motion you wanted to give that you thought?
No, the boss's son. That's all. The son of the
that,
boss.
okay.
He has both. He's the guy. His job is to be made.
By the way, it's not a motion. It says like what he says. That Ben is Etzmav.
Yeah.
Right.
But could you say it's like
The Shamas. The Shamas are the same masqueraders, as opposed to Malachim. So here it goes like this. I'm talking about chapter 4 to 274.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to read. I'm just want to touch upon a few points here. So v'nikra ha'ora shema, lo shuvu ha'ora levad kimshu misalam. Here's one place he clearly says. So what we're saying, it's ha'ora through the Bekiah. It's not the ha'ora that we usually talk about, a diminished, and this we're just talking about because the etzim is concealed. So that's why it's a reflection. So you say the glow on a face, reflection only because not reflection because it's so low, because it's concealed. The real etzim is completely concealed. So you're only seeing the piercing light. So when Moshe came down from Har Sinai and had to cover his face, that's what that is. That was the glow. That's interesting to explain that whole thing. They made horns.
Halo. They made also halo.
Horns.
They make horns. Michelangelo made horns because
They also made a halo.
No, horns, it says
The halo is good.
It says Kaneh.
The aura.
Oh, Karen, because it busted out.
Yeah,
I wasn't even thinking that. I said it's
It's also
translation.
piercing. It's piercing.
Piercing.
Yeah. So one second.
It's Michelangelo.
It's
It's right up your alley.
So the explanation of
that's another one.
Moshe
I
Rabbeinu.
hope you're not planning to put this one also on the website.
A picture of Moshe.
Make sure.
When you say decay, it's also bulges. It bulges. The light.
ובו בדרך דילוג כמו מהוס למהוס. והגם שאין מהוס אחר, שזה בדרך כלל בחינת שמה ליש בחינת עיר עצמי אין בשיני מהוס. So it's not a second mahus, but still a makom kameni kamahus er arish. It's not something else, but it's also not the same as.
That effect learning.
Niet verraden, of is it niet verraden?
Rather than watching a video.
No, it means the glow on the forehead is not a new thing, but it's also not the etzem either.
Right.
It is a mahus. It is a different mahus. Mahus le mahus. Okay, that's interesting.
No, Wuzok's too. What are you saying?
Yeah, bo bederach dilug. Da gam shein mahus acher, makom kameni kamahus er arish.
Wuzok's too. What are you saying? Show me.
Fourth line, fifth line. They shine down.
I was thinking.
I'm not saying anything unique.
Maybe Muslim who's when you first Muslim.
Read. Da gam.
Yeah.
Shein mahus acher, makom kameni kamahus er arish.
What is the Muslim who's? From my mahus to the mahus of the Zachos Zeh.
Talking now about the kav, the metzach. That which breaks through. What you see, what breaks through, is muhus lemuhus. It's a dilug, it's a jump, it's a leap. So even though it's not a separate muhus, but it's also not like the first muhus. That's all. Before he didn't say that detail. He just said it's muhus lemuhus. So he says, like the eir hakav. It's not another muhus. It's light. It's energy. It's not like salt or potatoes. It's a light and energy. Yeah, but
B'Mezach it's atzmi, so you can't really use that kind of lashenis. It's not just
it comes through a jump. Okay. And now he explains how Shema manifests in our lives. Shema is what the thing that brings bittul into people's lives. So what he explains now is a whole length here. I mean, this chapter, it's not a long chapter, but he explains that bittul ma benivroim bli shinim husari hayibchins bittul zat midva, that there's in everything in existence, there's a constant flow of bittul that's coming in. The fact that we don't live up to it is because it's concealed. In other words, this glow of the forehead, or this kav that conceals its real power, has an impact. It is, in other words, this world has in it a somewhere deeply embedded a source of humility, a source of bittul of ma. It says, this bittul enters and permeates and penetrates in every detail of existence.
It's like subliminal messaging from
every part of the body. But benivroim, he says. Yeah.
Benivroim, yeah, we saw that.
First line, the next page.
He's calling now the ma, we're talking about Shema.
Simon, the first line of the page. Then we frat with the Shabbos Yisrael.
We're not talking about the carb anymore. We're talking about
It has to be, because it's coming from a...
So in other words, here is turning the whole thing over. So you're talking about embedded in existence.
Yeah.
Embedded in the selfish existence is this bittul. However, it's concealed. But when the asid love, it'll all come emergent.
Okay.
From Shema or it is Shema?
It's a Shema within us. That's what bittul Shema does.
Really?
Yes, habittul the Shema yesh b'chol nivroim. That's the words. And now, so they have a sense of atzmus ein seif, in an internal feeling, even in their very coarse and physical body. And bittul mitzvahs, kol atzmas tamana, that their whole, all their bones.
Otherwise, nothing, and
the whole etzem.
Nothing would be able to come in if this wasn't.
Yeah. And the Asad Lave, Mashiach comes and says, in the future, he goes through a whole bunch of sources. In the future, this will be revealed, and the whole world will sense this intensity, this force of Atzmus. Okay.
What does it mean?
What does it
mean what?
What's that mean? But I'm going to just read the end now. You'll see in a second. But today, this shefa, b'chinas ma, this flow, this transmission of ma in the creatures, zag b'derech ma'ivra levad, b'chol echad l'fi'arke. It only comes through in passing. He's going to explain what means derech ma'ivra here. Same thing like ha'ara. It doesn't mean the regular derech ma'ivra. Usually ma'ivra means something is islapshus, means it's manifest in a very integrated way, internalized way. Ma'ivra is only passing through. The example usually is seichel in the mind, in the brain, is islapshus. It manifests. When you write seichel with your fingers, it's only going through your fingers. Fingers are not intelligent. Your brain is. But here he's going to explain that this ma is not ma'ivra in that context. Here's the parentheses. Ve'ena kavanu shu b'chinas ma'ivra levad. Shari ora shema b'chinas er pnimi. It's not just passing alone, because the reflection, the manifestation of the shema is an er pnimi. It's not an er makif. It's an internal energy. Here's chachma. Shema is the level of chachma. Chachma is a specific internalized faculty. In chapter 61, he spoke about how Ak, we talked about, remember Ak, as Morchetzenius Ak has an effect on all Neshama, on all Jews, all Israel, but that's in a form of Makif. There's an effect. It's the concept of faith.
It's not nirgish. It's a migrant.
Yeah, they spoke about that in chapter 61. Here he's talking about something else. It's a level of er pnimi. It's an internalized force. And the bittul of it is not bittul makif. It's not a bittul from the outside. It's an internalized bittul. Internalized selflessness. So why is it called ma'ivir? Hainu. That means it's because you don't feel the essence and the essential part of the energy. Kumoshahu, the way it is on its own. Ki'im b'chinas hametzias levad. Like the glow on the forehead. You only see the metzias, the thing itself. You don't see what's behind it all. And you don't feel it in a way, an internalized, mamish in an internalized way. Okay, so we need to explain the difference between three things: makif, and and a primi that's not nirgish, and a primi that is nirgish. That's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what he's saying here. So in other words, there are three things that can affect us. I don't remember the example for makif because it doesn't discuss it here. Probably have to go back to that chapter. But makif, I think that he said was a sense of awe, if I recall, or faith that ak gives into each person. But it's not in any way, in any revealed way. So it's completely like a hovering experience. Now, here he's talking, in this chapter, he's talking about the difference between speech, right, and the forehead.
It's not revealed to be like a kayach, like
I don't know what the word kayach means. Kayach is usually a
potential to have belief.
No, I mean the kayach has a potential. Oh, maybe. 1 second. Here, however, he's talking about the difference. Remember, we spoke about three things. The chitzenius of ak affects ishtalshus. So a survival existence as we know it comes from ak. In that existence, there's some makif that ak influences and gives every person on this earth. But here we're talking something that's deeper. You want a deeper level of ak. One dimension comes through speech. It's like the words from the heart. And the second is the one that comes through the glow of the forehead or through seeing. One is through hearing, one is through seeing. These two are already primi. These are not makif. Because they both are manifest in some way. What he's saying here is that the effect that we have, let's say, from seeing the glow of the forehead, or the effect from the kav, the shem ma, is not a makif that is just an outside thing. You actually see it. You're actually relating to the essence. However, it's not permeated inside of you. But it doesn't mean it's not a primi. A makif by etzem can't permeate. That's not its personality. It doesn't have the power to get into a keli. The light that comes, the glow from the forehead right now is not in a keli. It's only coming as a light. But fundamentally, it is something that has a container. And Mashiach comes, you'll see the container. You'll see it in that way. Today, we only see the expression of it, the outside reflection of it. That's what he's saying here. The question is, what impact does it have on us? Basically, that needs to be understood. What the impact, what bittul does it have? The bottom line, its impact is the same like makif. You're not feeling it. You don't have bittul.
Is this only a Jew has, or is it?
Sounds here like everybody.
Everybody.
Yep.
Serious nefesh.
So essentially, we're talking about a primi that's behelim, as opposed to a makif. A makif, even when it's begili, it's still makif. A primi, even when it's behelim, it's still primi. So meaning, it's something that's internalized. The fact that you didn't. I think I have an example. Yeah, I have an example. When you hear a teacher teach, so you may not right now not understand what he's saying, but what he's saying potentially you could understand. It may take a year, it may take a day. But then there are things that you're not going to understand, even in a year. Because he never gave it to you in a way like that. There's things that will always remain mysterious, will always remain that something was there, but I don't know what. Yeah, something like that. So, as a matter of fact, I would say a forehead, the glow of the forehead is more like, but he's saying here the glow of the forehead is already something that potentially you could ultimately integrate. So the kav, remember, is air pnimi. The kav is not an air makif. The kav is not the eagle. The kav has teferes hanelim, and it has that which comes before it pierced, but it comes in a way that it's being pierced. Imagine for a moment that where the glow comes from on the forehead of this melech. Suddenly you can see it in its source. Not just piercing, like not just a ray shooting out from some deep place, but you see the sun itself. What would it look like? That's Mashiach. But that's a primizdika thing. It is pnimi. That's not a makavdika thing. The fact that we only see it that way is because of our limited nature, and it's coming through in a very concealed fashion. But what's fundamentally a primisdika thing that can transform you internally. So in that context, what he said before, that the metzach is not internalized, that's relative to shmiyah, to listening, which is more internalized. But that doesn't mean it will never be. Lost love, it will be. And today, it's the bittul that enters beprimius into each one of us. However, as he says, it's not. We don't feel it in an internal way, even though it's there. You have to find halachically, like when the Rebbe brings in the Hilchos Gedushin, it says that every Jew really wants to do Torah mitzvahs. That's why you know that expression, and you force him to listen to what Bezdin says. Oh, but I can't force someone. He says because you really, what the Yetzer Hara is forcing him. What he really wants is to do what's right. That may be what we're talking about, because that's a primus dika thing. It's in him. It's not a makav dika amuna. Every Jew wants to do, except he has Yetzer Hara that's blocking him, so he can't see it. And makif would be more like the amuna pshut every person has, all of us have. Or sometimes, like he explains, that to know that there's a God, that the world doesn't create itself, nothing can create itself, that doesn't require amuna, like understanding that God is beyond us. That requires a certain acceptance that the God, that since the world has order, you have to know there's someone put it there, intelligence. But to accept that there's a God beyond us, that you need already some amuna. I mean, you can logically deduce that, but through a process of elimination. So pnimi, generally speaking, makif seviv is usually the thing where you say something you cannot prove, you cannot relate to, but you accept. And pnimi is something that you relate to, and it's more inside of you. You could see when God, like we spoke many times here, there's abundance when God works through nature. You see how He gives you life. So you see how godliness manifests in this world. That's a pnimi. The fact that you don't always feel it, it's only because you are blocks and so on. I mean, I think these are some examples of what he's saying here. It needs to be obviously developed. But this is how Ma comes down into each of us.
I think these are the mashalim of Chachma and Riyah that you see there's a Davar Atzmi that can't yet be taken to the person. But
The beauty of this is that adds to, I'm sorry, I just had a...
Go ahead.
I'm having havrokas. You know what, this adds to the interface that it's in our system. It's not outside of the system.
What were the words? I'm sorry.
This chapters are adding, that's what he's saying, the kabnitz halatzme. He's adding that the interface, that it's in our system already, the bit. It's embedded in us. It doesn't have to come from outside. Remember, because at the end of the day, you need chachma to have both bittul and to have chachma. So you don't want this. Remember the Pella and Aleph? He said that when the two Perushim in Zohar, one was that Aleph comes from Pella, but the Aleph itself is not Pella. The second one, the Aleph is Pella. Chachma is beyond Chachma. Here is what he's saying is existence itself has in it already embedded the Shema that will allow it to go beyond. And you guys are in the middle of 275?
Yeah.
So let me just summarize 275. Why not? I'm already doing this, but let's knock it off, because you guys are going to learn. I know it's a marathon. I'm doing it for the recording.
They didn't finish 275.
Now he brings it back to Riyah and Hasaga. To understand, again, to understand the reflection of Shema, that's a bittul pnimi, and still it's a hergish mitzias levad, because this is a dilemma. What we just said, we left it with a dilemma. How do you bring these two together? Makif, you understand, okay? Makif is outside of us. You're saying it's bittul pnimi, and you're saying we only feel it, but we don't really feel it internally. How could it be pnimi? If it's pnimi, you feel it internally. If it's not, you don't. So here he brings it back to the beginning of the discussion of seeing and understanding. How far did you go here?
Just half of the first page.
So basically what he says in this chapter is that Riyah, you get the whole, it draws a person completely in when you see something. However, it's not internalized. It's not as yashrus. When you understand something, it's internalized, like food. like you actually eating, digesting it. But the power of Riyah is one that can make you chelas ava,
You make what?
can make you sick with love. When you see something you love, it can become actually obsessed with it. Hearing something never creates such an obsession. That's what he says here. Right? You learned that, right?
Except for Ulysses and the sirens. Ulysses and the sirens.
What sirens?
Ulysses.
Ah, Ulysses. Greek mythology. Back to Lang.
Yeah, but
So Mashenkin Beri says, even though it's made, it radiates a very high, powerful energy, much higher than sound, but it's not close to him. So it's not Erev Chayes Pnimi. It's only like seeing it from a distance. So that's the mile of air, that air is like higher than a keli container. Hasoge brings it into kelim. On the other hand, Riyah, you see this essence itself, higher than containers. And that's why seeing godliness brings a person to the sickness of love, chelas ava, love sickness. Mashen Gimri understands.
you come closer.
So even though you understand something, and you may desire it, nevertheless, you do quench the desire and the thirst by understanding it when it comes to the lower level, to the hearing. Because the energy is manifest in a container. But in Riyah, because the energy is not manifest in the Pnimius, that's why it just causes you to be sick and obsessed, because you can't contain it. So you just, it's like, I wish I could have it. Okay, so that's how he explains how it's not Chayes Pnimi Mamish.
That's why Riyah is not highest meaning. We have
Yeah.
the Sod is highest meaning, but not Riyah. We didn't fit Ma yet.
Didn't fit what?
Chachma Dama yet into our puzzle. We're still talking.
Chochma Dema.
Yeah, we're still talking about Sukkah.
Anyway, the example he gives in this chapter. And the example he gives in this chapter is the difference between the bittul you feel when you learn Chumash Torah Shebiksav, the written Torah, and the bittul you feel when you learn Torah Shebal Peh. So he's going to say that the bittul that you feel when you learn Torah Shebiksav, there's no halamas v'estadium there. It's like there's a certain sense of a divine element because Befedish not understand. It's not understandable. So you see there's something divine. I know not everybody feels that, but the Rebbe Rashab feels it.
It's also Gili Chachma.
You sense the emes of Hashem without halamas v'estadium. So there's a bittul when you learn Torah Shebiksav, when you allow yourself, let's put it this way, you allow yourself to accept. It just, because it's not...
So beyond you.
It's right, it's so beyond you. And it's like, in Gemara, you understand it, so it doesn't cause the same type of bittul. That's the bittul that comes from that. But at the same time, it's not Mechus Sa'ir, it's Mitziyah Sa'ir. That's the bottom line.
Which is Matthias?
By the person. The
By the
Torah
person.
Shebiksav. He's only grasping the Mitziyah, right? That's what he's saying.
It's an old thing.
So he gives an example. Like a person who hears something from the king. But he didn't hear it directly from the king. But because it came from the king, it affects him in a very deep way. Like you hear the king gave an order. So it may have come through others, that's Torah Shebiksav you're saying.
And Chassidus.
Yeah. So it creates a bittul atzmi. but it's only Mitzias. I think he actually says this premium. It's Bechal Teir B'Teir Shebeksav B'Frat. Okay. Except for those that learn Torah all the time, where their Torah is a Munasim, Terasam Munasim, their work is Torah. So they have a Riyas Amuhus.
They do.
In general, seeing today, he says today, in our
The
time,
Rashbi is really.
is the Metzias, and the Asad level will be Muhus. In general, he distinguishes that seeing today, you generally see the Metzias of something, and the Asad level, Shiach times you'll see the Muhus. Anyway, the bottom line is, he concludes that this is the way the reflection of Shema is in each one of us. It's measured to each one of us in our particular level. And that's because in its root, it comes in a form of maiva, like a jump, a leap, a big leap from the metzach, from the forehead. That's why it also affects us, not in a very revealed way, and you don't become completely bottled. But nevertheless, the cause and the root of it comes from that intensity of Shemab. So even though it comes with a leap, it affects Bittul and every part of Ishtalshus, all the way down to every part, every creature in their Yeshus. And this Bittul is higher than the Bittul of contemplation, of understanding. So essentially through Riyan Hasaga, by comparing seeing and understanding, he's giving a taste of what this means to have the bittul of Shema. That's a bittul primi, because when you see something like for example, learning Torah Shebeksav, you don't see necessarily the king. You only see the mitzias of it. You only hear, you're only seeing, knowing that it's coming from the king. But nevertheless, it creates a deeper bittul than the hasagah. Anyway, the next two chapters, which really concludes this whole section of Ayin Beis, 276, 277. Let me just say this: the next chapter is an unbelievable chapter. It talks about how they scholars. It ties together the two things in Tikkun. The weakening of the light, the energy, in order to create that they can tolerate each other. And the second, the scholars that they become one. That's, one is Mitzad Eir, one is Mitzad Kelim. So he says all this comes because of Atzmos that's higher than Gvul and Bli Gvul.
It'd be much more of a trick if they didn't weaken and did it. It's a little disappointing to me.
You're disappointed?
Yeah, I mean, big deal. So they weakened and they get along fine. Get along when you both, and strength, that would be a nice little car.
That's where he's going to, but first you need first. And we're not even at this place.
I understand,
Doctor, we promise you won't be disappointed.
I want to be ultimately.
You won't be disappointed, Doctor.
So that's that chapter. It's a deep chapter. What power of Atzmus? Basically, the power of Atzmus is to create that type of the thing the Kav has. So that really deals with, that's where the power comes from, Atzmus Mamush. And in chapter 277, he concludes the thing of Shema, that there's two levels in Shema. There's the reflection of Shema and there's the Etzem of Shema, as you asked. The Etzem of Shema is the way it's in Ak. The reflection is the way it's in us, the Bekiyah, after it breaks through. That's the difference. So when you see it on the forehead, that's
Shema Chodesh.
Shema Chodesh is the and the Shema, the other one, is the root of Shema. And he explains that the Hiskalus comes from the root, the Etzem of Shema. You're going to find beautiful Lashonos here. He says Moshe was a Metzias, that was not a Metzias. That's not had an Ein Shura, this wissen was Rabbi is, yeah. Das ist nicht der Pshat, in Habitel, in Heder am Hustelgana, hein shlo yesh klam Metzias Dover. That's not the pshat. Kim sheyesh mohus mitzias davar hu b'chinas bittul b'tachlis b'lisha mohus mitzias ba'atzmei klal v'klal.
Why did he hit the rock?
You hear a line like that?
If he was a Metzias, but not a Metzias, why did he hit the rock?
You have to
And that's not mitisin a bittul of tikkun. But listen to it. Come on, Moshe Rabbeinu, listen to this. Come on, Moshe Rabbeinu, shayi b'chinas mitzias, v'ayi b'chinas bittul b'tachlis b'lisha mitzias ba'atzmei klal v'klal. If you know that I brings that he was a Messias because he was able to tie him with the Abish to Lamed Islam. Because if it didn't exist, he wouldn't be able to have it.
Right, and he wouldn't hit the rock either.
Right. Beautiful. As a base of Shemetzat Shleimus Atzmus, Sheyim Madreges Protein B'chinas Agdus Mamish. So Atzmus, they're both individuality and total unity. That's the Atzmus. So here, Yossi, the Atzmus of Shema is what creates the Iskalus. That's so what we see is allowing us to have embedded within us a reflection of it. You know, we're getting a taste of it. But yeah.
What do we see that gives us a taste of it? Besides seeing the Rebbe, we're seeing the Yid, and
Tersha B'Ksav, or other examples of where.
seeing Torah. Just seeing it. Seeing it.
And there he says that Shema is not Mechudish. So the Etzem of Shema is also not Mechudish.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Shema is not.
Right.
What?
With, well,
What does that mean? Shema is not Mechudesh?
Here he's saying that the ha'ara, the reflection of Shema, is what causes that the light, the energy should tolerate each other. Remember the first thing, the energies of Tayu and Tikkun. And the etzem of Shema allows them to become one.
Wow.
That's what it's.
So once again, that's all within the first thing of the kav. Is this? There's two functions of the kav. You're talking both of these within.
But remember
the first
going back in the beginning, Tikkun is two things. There's two things in Tikkun. What's the Eris and the Kalim?
Yeah.
That the Eris, they don't tolerate each other. Tikkun, they do. And in Kalim, they don't take and give and take. And in Tikkun, they become one.
Right.
So he says these two are going to come both from Ma. The etzem of Ma is the Tikkun of the Kalim. The ha'ara of Ma, the reflection of Ma, which is like the forehead, is the Tikkun of the Eris. Wow.
Etzem of Ma, which is Aki just said.
Right. Is what gives the power to actually make opposites into one. The reflection of Ma, which comes in the Netzach, let's say, that gives the power to that the energies should be able to tolerate each other.
That's a lower level.
Lower level.
which
So,
one do we
You're
have?
going to learn it inside, right?
So Ak is really, is really divine. It's really like it's no, but it's like well, we were learning about the Kav, and it sounded like Ak, and now you say it is like Ak. You say because this is what Ak, this is what the Kav is doing. You're saying this is what Ak does, but it has the Venus of the Etzem of Ma.
And do we have the absence of Ak?
One second.
Also?
In the
It's an Ak. It's Ak. Why isn't the Kav Ak?
The Kav's more than that.
They said the Kav before was way higher than Ak.
That's a
Kav is Ak-like and Ak is
that's a
Kav-like.
It's a manifestation of the qualities from the Kav. No?
Oh, okay. Then he refers to it by Tayo and Tikkun. Oh boy. Then begins a whole discussion on Eris and Kalim. The difference between an and a Kali.
So I have to meet twice a week.
What does the second statement talk about? What's the second part of it?
We'll get there. So bottom line is.
Yeah. We have to forget the first sefer to get to the second.
So
Like
bittul.
Pesach time.
The Bavli, you have to forget the Bavli to get to the Shali, right?
So the bittul of Tohu is going to say has a bittul, has a deep
The Kav
bittul.
is the first part.
But the bittul of Tohu has two problems. It's a very intense energy, and it's on a level of yesh.
You've mentioned he hinted at it one time. He just took the Avoda or Choser to make
Yeah.
it
In chapter 277,
But the problem with YouTube is you can't scroll to the end of something.
Can?
You can.
You can?
Yeah. Not right away, but after a while you can.
You can?
A little amount goes first.
As soon as
But I know the Ustream you could.
YouTube you should also.
Yeah.
As long as it's downloaded.
We could talk about a 5-hour shoot.
We don't want you
You
skipping
can't,
that
you can't
thing.
download it, you gotta watch
No,
it.
but you
can't-
you know you get that
can't-
line,
you
the line that tells you that,
Not bottom line.
right, when that, once that is over. See me?
No, it's streaming, it's not downloaded. You
That's what I
can't
say, I
download
think.
these things,
so
can
it
you?
was going to end up,
Can you download it?
the end up.
Not download.
So the end up section of this thing, let me just say one final thing you said for this, is that tying it all together, that Toyu is going to end up saying, okay, so the summary goes like this, Shemas and everything, the etzem of Shemas comes from Atzmos, that has the power to unite the opposites, full and equal. The reflection of Shema weakens the energy, so they can all tolerate each other. Which that in turn allows the next step to come into play, as we learned earlier, that the etzem of Shema from Ak could actually create totally scholars, that they all work together until they become one. It's a complete unity. And these two things are what make Tikkun unique over Toyu. In Toyu, there's more intensity than in Tikkun, but it's an intensity that, well, one or two extremes. Either there's no room for anything else except your intensity, or it's all about me, total yesh. And that's not the kavanah. So there's no balance there.
Neither of them combined, really.
Right. So the hevel, so like the hevel hadibur. Remember we talked about the hevel hadibur? He's just talking in a disorganized way, just talking from within his intensity. But there's no kalim. There's no room for anything else. It's total intensity. Like he says, that's like a behemoth. Behemoth is also ba ma. It has ma, it has bittul. But it's in a complete, intense way. Without
That's why
any
the
type
name,
of.
when it moves, whatever it is, you can't put it to words because it's coming from the
Whereas a bittul gufa b'chinas yesh in Toyu. Whereas in Tikkun there's the balance. There's the balance of both these things. Because in Tikkun it senses the kavanah el-yena, it senses the essence, like the kav that has in it the teferes hanel.
Right.
So therefore it's able to do everything that's necessary to be done. And then he begins to explain all this. He starts in chapter 279. To understand this, let's begin a discussion on Eir and Keli. He's going to go into a whole discussion of Eir and Keli are two opposites. Our Eir is Ayin and Keli is Yesh. And he's going to explain many different ways of understanding Bittul in that context. So this concludes, I mean, you can still have to learn it inside, but this concludes this whole section on Metzach, on Toyu and Tikkun. Actually, Shema concludes the whole sugi of Shema that began after Aleph and Pella. And Ma brings together opposites. Remember he said Shema brings together opposites? Remember that?
Right.
In the beginning. All the way back in chapter, that was a long time ago. I think Reish...
The Shema is, any place with this Tikkun is Shema.
No, even earlier. What am I talking about? Yeah, Reish Chavtes, yeah. Bin yesh adam Shema d'mahu. Shema hu hachaber shnei hofchem k'machesed v'urei mashpim makabel. This is chapter 229. So now 229 concludes really here in chapter 278. But within it there was the subplot of Toyu and Tikkun. Now within that the subplot of Netzach and Havolim, the difference between Sag and Ma, and Ab, the Etzem of Ak, Previous Savaka, Chitzoni Savaka. Okay, so the bottom line is that the interface is, the plot thickens, the connections are being made, and we're all hopefully a little more refined. And with this, we conclude this marathon session.
Which is a summary of.
We did today, the summary
From?
basically, did a summary, it was a pretty big summary, but the
Yeah.
summary was,
From?
hold on,
Now you're gonna summarize what we.
No, just the number, just the chapters. Which chapters? From chapter.
Just joking. We're gonna make a summary of what the summary was, okay?
summary, I basically summarized through 263, but more specifically went through chapters 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 76, and 77.
Shkoyach.
And
See you next week, I don't think.
278.
Realize,
Yes.
Shkoyach.
yes, you realize that